Hello everyone and welcome to Buckmore Park for our final round of the Cadet Super Lightweight South Championship here today. It is great to be back. Obviously we were here with our lightweights yesterday. Now it's time for our super lightweights to show us what they are made of. Currently in the midst of the final practice sessions at the moment before we head into qualifying in just a moment. I am Reeve Taylor. Alongside me in the box is Mr. Andrew Mather. Here we are, as I say, at Buckmore. How are you doing today, Andrew?
Very good. For the final day of the season, Reeve, for the cadets and juniors. Of course, we've still got our seniors to go. Their final day of the season will be in a couple of weeks' time back here at Buckmore Park. Good conditions for the drivers today around this 1,000 metre circuit, 12 turns. Pretty similar conditions to yesterday, some scattered clouds, very mild for this time of year, but the difference is a dry track this morning, so the lap times are going to be a bit quicker than we saw yesterday for the lightweights. And of course, we still have championship positions up for grabs in our super lightweights today, particularly the juniors. That's going to be our headline act here on Remembrance Sunday. At Buckmore Park, a titanic duel set in store between two drivers at the top of the table, Logan McAllister and Benji Hamilton. But there are, of course, many other stories to tell you as the day goes on. We are running slightly behind the previously advertised schedule. Whoops, there's a spin there coming down through Sign Sweep. Very simple reason. There was a crash. It's motorsport. Incidents sometimes happen. There was a red flag, similar to one of the incidents we had yesterday. We had to go on pause for a bit whilst medics attended to a driver, that they were all medically cleared to move on, get the medics back then on standby to then recommence racing. Simple as that. That's why we're a little bit further behind than previously advertised. I think we'll have a shorter lunch break today to recoup some of that time. You're not missing any competitive action at the moment. This is Junior Super Lightweight South Group C practice. There's 15 seconds to go, Reeve, before we head into our qualifying sessions.
Yeah, and those qualifying sessions should be interesting indeed. We know things are pretty settled in the cadets, but for that big Titanic junior battle, as we say, both drivers really need to maximise these qualifying sessions, put themselves on the best foot forward, get into those pre-A finals so they can fight at the top end for the most points. It just comes down to simple racing like that, really. You need to have good qualifying and then two good races after. Easy, far more easily said than done.
Oh, and we saw that yesterday with the lightweights. As I say, we will start with the cadets. Checkered flag is out for the last of the practice sessions. And still, as far as we're aware, here in the commentary position, all sessions will be 11 minutes long. So as I say, we're looking to recoup the time from the lunch break as opposed to shortening the track sessions for today. But I've just heard the whistle go, so let's get ready for it. Qualifying first session, Cadet Group A up next. So first group of qualifiers for the cadets. Reeve, who have we got in this one?
Some big names in this one: Rory Hamilton, Jacob Underhill, Amanda Nwosu, Edward Cybery, Valley Finberg, Zach Mumba, Samuel Fowler, Mohammed Umar Ubadine, Ethan McNally Roberts, Mir Gualtieri, Murphy Hogarth, Guy Baxter, Jaden Williams, Jensen Fuller, Lucian Postan, Oscar Bradley, Rocco Titchell. Then we have Jack Mills, Freddie Turner and Chloe Hankin, the drivers heading out in qualifying today. Obviously, Rory Hamilton looking pretty good in the championship after the rounds we've enjoyed so far of this season. But yeah, still all to play for in this Group A qualifying session. Yeah,
it's what we're describing as a champion-elect position for Rory Hamilton, meaning that his guaranteed number of points before we go racing here today. So think of it as a scenario such as this. Let's pretend that Rory wasn't here at all today and was not going to race and was going to take today as dropped scores. The tally that he would be on is in excess of the maximum possible score for any other driver in the field. So to be exact, that tally is 1,542 points for Rory Hamilton, and the closest any other driver can get to that is Jacob Underhill, and he would still be 8 points short if he won both of the A-tier races earlier Sorry, I say later on today. In terms of the official scores, because how they are presented on Alpha Timing is subtly different to us renegades here in the box. We'll give you the full rundown in a minute once I've brought it up on the screen. So if we look at it on the basis of best 10 scores from the 14 races possible for a driver who's been at every single race so far this season, Rory Hamilton has got 1,290 points. As I say that, if his scores today are his drops, some other races from earlier on in the season will then be tallied onto that 1,290. So it's a 16-point lead at the moment for Hamilton over Jacob Underhill. That gap cannot be overhauled fully by Jacob, our North champion from 2 weeks ago at Warden Law. Jacob's still in a good fight, though, for that second place with James Vout, who's only 5 points behind Underhill at the moment. Zachary Smith is 6 further back. Jack Thompson a further 9 back. So that whole kind of group from 2nd to 5th, covered by 20 points at the moment. There could be some changes in that today. Harley Drury is 6th on 1,247. Alex Ibanescu on 1,239. Omar Uller 1,229. William Moore looks pretty set to be your top rookie in the championship this year. Is currently 9th overall in standings on 1,209. And then David Cadder is at the moment holding on to 10th place in the championship at the last of the seeded plates. For those maybe a little bit new to karting as a sport, one of the little nuanced details, particularly in British karting series, if you finish the championship in the top 10 and then you race in the same class the following year, you and you only have the right to run that number the following year. So Jacob Underhill, for example, it's not that he's a, he's a really big Lando Norris fan and he really likes number 4. No, he was 4th in the championship last year, so he has the right, and only he has the right, to run the number 4 this year. So when we talk about seeded plates, that's always quite an honour to say, yeah, I got one of those top 10 plates if it's a driver who's staying in this class for 2026.
Absolutely. And speaking of drivers who have done well in these classes so far, let's Ethan Guest, who's watching along, who
Hello,
says
Ethan.
Good luck to everyone racing. Ethan obviously had a really enjoyable day out yesterday.
Ethan, I did get your message. Don't worry about it, mate. It's a bit of a strange one here at Buckmore Park because we're kind of isolated over here where we are working, and all of the drivers are on the other side. And if we don't get to say hello to you in the morning during the Paddock show, don't worry. We very much appreciate your support. There is Rory Hamilton. At the moment, Reeve running now 4th in this session as Jacob Underhill goes fastest.
Yeah, absolutely. Rory briefly had the provisional top of the session for the time being, has just jumped back into 3rd. I think we've seen some drivers finding a nice rhythm at this phase of the session. Underhill's currently your lead driver with a 50.080, so we might see some 49s as we head further into the day's racing. As we watch on, that is the number 10, number 70 as well. That's Lucien Postan, who is heading around at the moment, currently battling out in a P4. After we watch on down the Syme sweep.
Ethan Guest makes a very good point. Has anyone brought us cake yet?
Oh, no.
Nope, no one's brought us cake. Everyone's going to be cursed. There's a supermarket the other side of the motorway. Parents, you've got, what, about an hour and a half before we actually get racing. You know what to do. Jaffa cakes and Victoria sponges are particularly popular in this commentary box. Right, 5.5 minutes of this qualifying session to go. Still Jacob Underhill fastest at the moment on 49.978. That's looking pretty good, and he's continuing to go quicker. I'm just going to refer to myself to what our poll time for yesterday was, Reeve, to give us a good indicator of how the track is performing at this point of the day relative to yesterday. Yep, it's quicker.
Yeah,
we didn't break under the 50-second barrier for the cadets yesterday.
And this is something that the drivers, we had a quick chat with them obviously earlier on in pre-events. Even the track was getting into that green zone earlier in the day compared to yesterday. It was a bit less mist, a bit less greasiness. I think it rained overnight on Friday.
Yeah.
So that had meant that the track had just maintained that moisture, whereas now it's just that morning mist that they needed to clear off. It's already looking much quicker as Amanze Nwosu goes much quicker there with a 49.841. Very nice sector one there. Actually lost out towards the end of the lap where we'd expect that track to be grippier, but Armando feeling pretty comfortable on that slightly slippy stuff heading through the first couple of corners.
And Nuosu, last year's British indoor karting champion. Good luck to any of our watchers heading up to Warrington next weekend for the 2025 edition of the finals. And I'll look forward to seeing the winners the following week at Silverstone for the British Karting Awards on the Saturday night of Kartmania in the wing. Underhill goes back to the top of the timesheets, 49.830. Now, the other difference that we should note, Reeve, at this stage of the day, this is where I start trying to explain slightly complicated rules. I reckon we'll have absolute time method today for setting the grids. The track is looking stable, not really changing unless it rains or it suddenly turns to be 35 degrees Celsius and dries the whole track up. I think we're going to have, as opposed to yesterday where the relative position method was used, these three groups will happen, and then everybody's fastest times will get conglomerated into one big continuous list, where that will then set 1 through 60. Top 18 will go through to the pre-A final. Next 20 will then go into the pre-B, and then the rest, the other 22, will go into the pre-C final. Should note as well that any penalties, say excessive use of track limits, -2 positions, that is applied in the merged table. So we did see a little bit of that yesterday. Generally, we would still say on the law of averages, if you're looking at the top 6 in a session, you're still probably going to be fine. But it's just that subtle difference yesterday that if you get one group that has a lot of drivers who do really, really well, in theory, you could have 18 of these drivers all go through into the pre-A final. Unlikely, but you never know. It could happen. So that is something that we need to keep an eye on throughout the course of the day.
Absolutely. Jacob Underhill pushes on nice there, 49.6. So there is still time to be found out there, seemingly. And this leads me on to hello to Charlie France, one of our competitors yesterday,
Charlie,
who was asking, is it drier than yesterday? Yeah,
yes.
Absolutely. Hence why we are going for the absolute time methoding and qualifying. For our competitive sessions, the track is stable, track's looking good. It's certainly a little bit quicker at this phase of the day than it was.
We could be wrong. As I say, it's not our decision here in a silly commentary box. It's the decision of the clock, of course, and the timekeepers who will be looking at all the data, of course. Just looking further down the order, looks like Ethan McNally Roberts has just gone up to 13th place. Hello to Jake Anders as well. Jake, I liked your little video that you put out with the new little displays that the karts at Team Sport have got. Very interesting stuff there. It'll be interesting to see that technology develop. Lucian Poston's just put in a good time, Reeve, up to 6th place, a 50.007. So, that could be a good time. That could be one that gets Lucian straight through into a pre-A final. We'll wait and see.
We will indeed. I think what's making all the difference so far, at least in this session, is Sector 1. That's where we're seeing the likes of Nuosu and Underhill really pushing on and getting those purple sectors in, getting those quickest times in. All the difference is being made through Sector 1. Those nice, comparatively dry 2 and 3 sectors where the track is good is not giving drivers that much opportunity to improve on their times, but Sector 1 is where people are putting in all their personal bests so far. Underhill with that 49.630 has nearly matched that, but not quite matched it, as into P2 goes Rory Hamilton. Gets very close to Underhill there with the 49.647. It's getting it a little bit tight at the top end of this pack now. Your top 3 separated by less than half, or just over, sorry, half a tenth. You have to go very far down the order, down to P16, until you find a driver that is more than a second slower on their ultimate lap compared to Jacob Underhill. That is very close running indeed between everyone.
We've had a question come in about what the lap record is for cadets around here. I will be honest, James, I don't 100% know. However, I don't think it's going to be broken today. And the reason I say that is we're not in the summer. And the very first event that we ran for cadets back in 2022 was in like May. And it was a nice warm day. But I can't find the results for it. So.
We did see a record flash up for cadets yesterday. We saw that gold thing on the time screen. Anyway, this cadet session has come to an end. Jacob Underhill takes pole. Rory Hamilton, Manzi Nwosu, Edward Sybri, Mohammed Umar Abdeen are your top 5 in the end. That's our first bit of cadets action. We're going to head over to our juniors, who are heading out on track in just a minute.
Reeve, you just got surprised there. You're talking about lap records, then a 41.963. I don't think that's a true lap time.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit of a timing glitch.
Anyway, juniors up next, and this is the first one where we start talking championship in terms of who's out there. Who is out there, Reeve?
Some more big names in this one, and as Andrew says, this one matters. Not that the other sessions don't matter, but this one matters even more because it will determine how this championship fight looks heading into the racing. It's Ethan Pritchard, Benjamin Hamilton, Jamie Warner, Jamie Richards, Miles Harrison, Nikolai Eisgard, Austin Lawrence Field, Max Winfield, Jack Aho, Samuel Spencer, Imogen Owen, Thomas Wardley, Harrison Bishop, Ollie Brunel, Weil, Milo Stewart, Theo Brown, Caden Ward, Ruben Tucker, Liam Weatherall, Ryan Bowe, Daniel Thompson, Daniel Button Ramos, Harry Thompson, Leo Belevenko, Logan Caulfield and Harry Harvey are your drivers heading into this first junior qualifying session of the day.
I'm determined now to find out what this lap record is. I was just looking back to last year's. I'm actually going to correct myself. No, we actually had quicker times. I found times for that May 2022 event. But of course we've changed tyre suppliers since then, and the Dunlops are a little bit grippier than what we previously had. So we were hitting 48s last year for this round, for this kind of equivalent event in the 2024 championship. So if we start seeing cadet super lightweights going into the 48s, that's looking pretty quick based on previous results. There is Jamie Richards, if I'm not mistaken, in the number 12. I always have to be a bit careful because Jamie races in pretty much the same race suit as Benji Hamilton, and Benji has from time to time raced in a white lid as well.
Piper P828.
Piper P828, there we go. There's the first bit of aviation commentary of the day. Benji Hamilton goes fastest. Right, okay, let's talk serious for this one. So Benji Hamilton just needs to go out there and get up the grid. The situation for the juniors is this. Benji Hamilton at the moment has the championship lead. I'm actually going to do this one by what we see on the Alpha Timing website, which, no, that's the Northern Championship, Andrew. It helps to get the right region of the UK. Yes, Benji Hamilton has the lead by 1 point on best 10 out of 14. So 1289 versus 1288. But, and this is important, and this is also why we go slightly renegade in this box. We've looked at what the scores are for, okay, we've had 14 races. When we get to the end of the season, it'll be best 12 scores from 16 races. So we've had more than 12 races. If we look at those best 12 races, and in fact Logan McAllister has only done 12 races because he missed Rissington round 3. So those will definitely be 2 of his drop scores. That pre-final and that final, big donuts, big zeros, they're already out the window. Both of them have taken 5 race wins, whether it be a pre-final or a final, because remember the points allocations are the same. Both of them have had 5 wins. So nice and equal on that. This is going to sound a little bit weird, but follow me, please, or try. They've both had 3 third places. So on 8 of their scores, they are identical. They have both as well had at least 3 second places. So on 11 of their 12 scores, they are identical. The big difference at the moment is Benji has an extra second. Logan's 12th result at the moment is an 11th. So if you look at it on that perspective, Benji's got the points banked. It's like the weakest link, which most of our younger viewers are probably like, what's the weakest link? Ask your mum and dad. So Benji's got, in my view, a bit more of an advantage at the moment because he's got his points on the board. However, his situation to further improve his score is a little bit tricky. It means if he wants to increase his tally, from over what he's done previously in the season. He's basically got to finish a race at least second. A third would just keep him where he is at the moment on a guaranteed 1:5.43. Logan's got a little bit more space just to run into, so like he could improve his score with a 6th, for example. He probably will want more, but Logan's got a bit more wiggle room. That was a big cone hit. I think that was Benji Hamilton who hit that one, unless my eyes are deceiving me, which wouldn't be the first time. So yeah, it's tricky for Benji because he's got the points banked in. It makes the job very simple for him in terms of the mission objective, win.
Yeah.
The thirds and fourths and fifths, well, you may as well be in the B final, Benji. You know, he's got to go out there and first of all get the qualifying session nailed in, which he is doing at the moment, and be at the front of the grid. Maybe a tactic could be in play that if Benji's able to get a good qualifying here, get himself track position ahead of Logan, you know, if he beats Logan on track today, it's his title. We'll wait for that later on in the day, of course. But that's kind of the situation at the moment, that it's close. It really, really is close. Pre-finals are going to be very important for the drivers here today. I hope I've explained that in as succinct language as I possibly can. If you've got queries, put them in the chat.
Yeah, but Ben is currently doing everything that he needs to do in this section at the moment, leading quite nicely. 3/10 is a decent gap to be having, and once again, it's all in Sector 1. 19.2 through Sector 1, everyone else is in the 19.4 second region through that first part of the lap. And yeah, Benjamin Hamilton putting his best foot forward so far. It is going to be a really interesting day's worth of racing for our juniors. Jamie Richards improves nicely there to go 46.6. As we've got a bit of a gaggle of carts, to steal John Ratcliffe's word there, heading through the Syme sweep.
But he probably stole that one with me. Caden Ward ran a little bit wide there through into the S's. And I think that shows us quite an interesting thing at the top end of the circuit. It's drier than yesterday, but it's still the case that if you get offline, you're going to have a moment.
Yeah.
So that was well caught by Caden. Currently in the top 6 of this one. Remember, again, we reckon everyone's just going to be converging to absolute time method today, and it's the top 22 that go through. There is a bigger entry when it comes to the juniors. In total, we have 78. It's a sellout today. 78 juniors on track. Top 22 will go through. Next batch will go into the pre-B final, and then everybody else battles it out at the start of the racing sessions this afternoon in the pre-C.
Nice improvement for Ethan Pritchard on the last couple of laps there. Goes 46.3. That would have had provisional pole in this session, but Benjamin Hamilton, 46.1. Led to Charlie Francis, says, what's Jensen doing? He's watching along to some of the racing. He's got a very good angle there.
Not aware that there's a static camera there.
Got a very good angle of the carts heading up
dear.
that hill, that really crucial turn 1.
I'm going to be embarrassed by that later. There's Ethan Pritchard on your screens. P2 at the moment, the driver of the number 8. Ethan so far this season, single race victory at Clay Pigeon, if I remember and my statistics are correct. He's had a bit of trouble in the last couple of rounds though, some B tier races, even down in the C tier races at Ella Park. So at the moment, Ethan Pritchard looking to bounce back into the kind of races that we would expect Ethan to be. Ooh, now that's a little bit naughty. We did see drivers excluded for, if I remember the words correctly, stopping on circuit and causing an obstruction for another driver. Not saying that is what happened there with Daniel Thompson, but Daniel needs to be careful with that because that's not advisable.
No.
To be stopping like that into Garda corner. 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining on the clock. A couple of rundowns. Contact warnings for Spencer and Bolton Ramos. A few cone warnings out there as well. Harvey, Harrison, Stewart and Bishop. And we'll note again, track limits were a big topic of discussion this morning. Some improvements required. Hot spots particularly, bottom of the circuit, out of Paddock corner again, and then running up here through Cafe. I was having a little watch of practice this morning from timekeeping and race control up in there. There were some drivers who really needed to rein it in. You know, that tarmac is there when you have a little bit of a moment and you need that extra grip to save you from an incident, as opposed to the olden days of, you know, going into bark and grass and gravel and the like. It is not racetrack. It is not an area of tarmac that should be being used by the drivers. So the drivers have to be told again, it's 3 strikes and you get a penalty. And they need to be careful with that. Miles Harrison here, first year in the juniors. We were talking about him in the cadet lightweights 12 months ago. And at the moment, Reeve looking good. P4 on averages. Yeah, that should see him through.
Yeah, absolutely. Really nice lap there, 46.4. Once again, I think we're seeing some great progression from our drivers late on in the session.
Yeah.
Ollie Brunel-Wild, 45.7, pretty clear.
That's good.
Of the rest of the pack. Benjamin Hamilton had control of this session for quite a while, but now it's Brunel-Wild who takes charge as we run through Garda here. Let's see who we've got. I didn't catch the numbers, which is impressive given that we have the world's largest screen in front of us. It's Hamilton. It is Hamilton involved in this.
And Brunel-Wild immediately behind. So they go on to what will be their final lap of their qualifying session. Miles Harrison has not had an A-tier race top 3 so far this year. So could that be a target for Miles to break through? He has had a few top 5s along the course of this 2025 championship campaign. Both of the opening sector times for these two, Reeve, not personal bests.
But very
Miles,
close.
Very close. Miles Harrison looking pretty speedy as well through sector number 1.
Absolutely. The sector 2 is also obviously very similar. They are right next to each other. The checker flag has been waved for this session. These will be the last laps these drivers can post. They're not looking like they're going to be improving so far as they come across the line. Do we see any change? We do not.
No.
Benjamin Hamilton actually matched, by the looks of it, a personal best. But either way, remains in P2.
Yeah, Benji went a little bit quicker, but not enough to get back ahead of Brunel-Wild. Who else is moving up the order? Harry Harvey up to P9. Will get flight radar.
I can't guess that one.
A big plane. That's not taken off from Rochester Airport. Brunel-Wild, Hamilton, Pritchard, Harrison, Jamie Richards. I think all of these drivers will be through. I think Caden Ward might be through as well. Nikolai Ardsgaard, Sam Spencer, Harrison Bishop and Harry Harvey all in the top 10. Jamie Warner, good drive there from Harry, top rookie in that session. Jamie Warner, Leo Belimenko, Daniel Thompson, Milo Stewart and Imogen Owen all in the top 15. We'll keep an eye on those times. This is where I start furiously scribbling down where the top 18 barrier is at the moment. At the moment, it just go behind Bolton Ramos. In a time that's now disappeared off screen, because it's time for Cadet, nearly I can say it, Cadet Group B.
Here we go then, Cadet Group B qualifying for our super lightweights. They're heading out on track now. We've got named the likes of Zachary Smith, David Cadar, Frankie Charles Jones, Jamie Watson, Hamadisa Subadar, William Moore, Adam Telford, Sarah Telford, Telford Row 4 as they headed out onto this track. Then we have Harrison Outram, Ronnie Deacon, Teddy Morton, Lewis Milne, Finley West, Freya Lally, Jack Dowding, Ralph Broderick, Hugo McMillan, Barnaby Rolfe, Theo Sowell, and then James Palin completing the 20 karts that will be completing this qualifying session. Oh, as we see already, some track furniture rearrangement taking place in this cadet session so far. Hello to Melissa Rose, who says, I've never said this word before in my life. Buckmore chips are so leng. That means something, and I don't know quite what it means.
I'm glad you're saying that, because you're considerably younger than me. I don't know what it means either. I think it means the good.
Yeah, I'm assuming good.
Yeah.
If not, I'm sorry, Buckmore kitchen staff. I promise you do very nice food. Thank you.
Tom Davis has asked an interesting. I like these. These are the kind of questions I like. Well, we'll put this to the Alpha to Life team, but to the DDM commentary team. Circuit favourite food. I'm a liker of Warden Laws.
Can't say I've sampled Warden Laws. Yeah.
Some people don't like this answer, and I can't understand why. I just think they're wrong. They've got good cake, which, as we've established already this morning, we're in the afternoon now, aren't we? We like cake in this commentary box. They do some good stuff at Warden Law. Dunk as well had some good stuff. So we're talking for next year, because we're going to get some Club 100 visits to Dunk as well, which, well, I would say we've not been to before during my time of being involved in Club 100 races, and that's more than a decade now. We went there for the British Championships earlier this year, and I was very, very impressed in many ways, not just the food. So yeah, well, I'll look over to our producer Stu. Stu, what's your favourite? The folks at home won't be able to hear you.
Oh, he makes a good point.
Glannygore chicken wrap. That is a very solid shout. Oh dear, as there's a little spin there coming out of hairpin 2. He says it's more chicken than wrap. Oh, it's the number 56 as well. I always like the number 56. Good race number. What's your answer?
I was going to go for Wilton Mill, but you know what? I've been clawed back with the GYG wrap.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's my most local track, ironically, and also my most available for food, as it turns out. So
I've heard Anglesey. That's not a karts track, Dan. That's not part of the game.
It could be if we put a cart on it.
Good point. Hello to everyone who, of course, is at the Race of Remembrance this weekend.
Yes.
That's been going all the way through the night. Paul Truswell doing some brilliant job as always on the comms through the night. Apologies to anybody else who was also on the comms through the night. It's just the particular bit I was watching was when Truss's was on. So yeah, that's all over, being brought to you by Alpha Live as well. And remember, if there's any of the action that you missed here today, or you missed yesterday's, or you missed Warren Law, it's all you can watch it back at your leisure, free of charge, no paywalls here, or anything of that description, for you to get your Club 100 general karting, car racing fix.
Absolutely, Andrew. Currently, though, in this session, David Cadet is your lead driver, 49.5. Freya Lally's running along in P2 at the moment. We're on board with the number 42 of William Moore at the moment. Adam Telford just behind as well. Yeah, good session for Freya Lally. We did have a chat with her in the Paddock show. We might not have time to show all of that today, but just to give you the rundown, she seemed very confident and was looking forward to a day's worth of running here at Buckmore Park, and it's easy to see why. 49.7 and David Cadet controlling this session for a little while, while Hugo McMillan is on a charge. We go on board with Cadet, now heads through turn 1. He's not in a very tight pack, but is having to be aware of the carts around him, but still a decent position to be in at the moment.
This is one where I look over to producer Stu. Whole of the Paddock show will be up online later. He's busy. He's talking to camera ops and doing his job, as opposed to talking to us fools. 6 minutes of this session to go. I don't think we actually ran through who is in this one. Sorry. We'll actually do some proper qualifying commentary and not be in podcast mode and talking about cake.
I think we did.
Did we?
I think I did.
Okay.
I think.
Sorry, I'm not listening. But Cadet and Freya Lally at the top of the timesheets at the moment. Hugo McMillan, Lonnie Deacon, Sarah Telford, at the moment all going through. And yeah, Jake Anders agrees with producer Stu's call. Locally sourced burgers in North Wales at Glannygore are sensational. Zach Watson has put in the PF International curry.
Not something I've
That's a
sampled.
left field choice. I don't think I've sampled that one either.
Plenty of options itself. I clearly haven't trialled enough. Either way, 5 minutes to go in this session. Cadet still leads us. Deacon's improved into second position, a couple of tenths ahead of Lally. Both Deacon and Cadet into the 49.5 second region at this point. Still Freya Lally. We're trading purple sectors throughout the top 4 at the moment. It could go to anyone at this moment. Yet another very close session. Your top 12 all within a second.
Just comparing to the first group as well. So a top 6 time in the first group was a 49.856. So we're a little bit off that at the moment. We're about 3/10. As I say, this is why we think the absolute time method would be used in this one most likely. Because the times are probably going to converge with just over 4 minutes of this session to go. So we'll try and keep on top of that. It's a little bit more tricky for us in the box. When it's like yesterday in change of conditions and you just know, bosh, top 6, done. It's nice and simple for us, but we'll do our best to keep up with that. William Moore's just gone P6 in this section. In fact, he's gone up to P3. That's a really good bit of work from William Moore. Deacon takes the fastest time in this session. And that at the moment is fastest time of any of the cadets. 49.211 is about 6/10 quicker than we saw the fastest driver do in the first group. As the number 50 continues to cut through. This is great stuff from Ronnie Deacon. Getting on with things very efficiently indeed. Is hanging in around 14th place at the moment. Has only missed B-tier races once, I think, this year, which was back at Shennington. So he's been on a good run of making it through to the top scoring races. At the moment, it's well on course to do so again here.
Yeah, absolutely. Really nice progression through this session for Deacon, who is pushing along nicely now in the last couple of laps. As we say, those times, as we've seen in our first cadet and junior running, should begin to trickle down in the very final moments. Issa Subadar pushes on nicely.
Yeah.
Personal best throughout the 3 sectors for a 49.3. That's a good little run for Mohammed now into second.
Stunning social media reel incoming for that time from Mohammed Issa Subadar. For moving up 7 places to a 49.334. You never know, it might, I don't know, it might still be a relative position method used, because it does look like this group is, really a good degree quick, potentially not significantly quicker than the first group across the board, but a lot of fast times being put in this one. 2.25 minutes to go. Good bit of work being put in here by our cadets to get a bit of a bumper draft train going there. Deacon still ahead of Mohammed Issa Subadar, Kadar, Lally, Moore, Dowding. That is your top 6 as things stand. James Palin has just moved up to 13th place in the number 99. Lewis Milne has picked up a penalty for excessive use of track limits. Is currently ranked 19th in this group.
Just over a minute and a half to go then. Quick hello to everyone who's watching along at home on the broadcast. Do give us comments, do give us likes and subscribe if you haven't already. We're going for a bit of a likes drive today, as we did yesterday, and now is your opportunity to prove you're better than the lightweights.
Yes, it's very simple, everybody watching. We all know that the super lightweights are better than the lightweights, but you know, we live in a data world, so this is your target for today, folks, as I just try to pull the number back up on screen. We've got to hit 100 likes today, folks. We had 92 yesterday, so let's try and get to 50 by the end of the qualifying sessions to get us on our way.
That will be a good start. Less than a minute to go in this session now. Then Deacon still controls things. Telford's come in with a late purple sector. He is currently down in 13th, but this could be a spicy lap to watch as we head towards the end. We're on board with the number 75 of Dowding. Here is the likes of Deacon, Kadar, Subadar heading on through as well. There is number 46 of Adam Telford coming across the line, and they are going to get another attempt in. Hugo McMillan improves quite nicely there, jumps up into 5th position as well. Telford remains in P4. Deacon still controls things, is currently heading through the hairpins we're watching along with now. Actually, there's 62, 75 and 46. That's Freya Lally leading this little pack then as we run on down through the Syme sweep. 5 seconds remain on your clock. This will be the final few laps for some of these drivers. Checkered flag has been waved through the Syme sweep. We're going into Garda in just a moment. We're on board with Adam Telford heading through the final couple of corners and on to the start-finish straight. It's Deacon who has control of things at the moment. Kadar goes purple. Can he make a difference as we head into this last lap? Deacon improves. Freya Lally massively improves there. Briefly holds second, but it's going to be Subadar who jumps, and Kadar, all of a sudden, I knew it was going to be a good one. He had some decent times at the very first part of this lap. A 49.0 takes pole at the end of this qualifying session.
Very good stuff there from Group B. So David Kadar, with one group to go, is on pole position for cadets at the moment. Clear by just under 2/10 in that one from Deacon. Harrod Issa Subadar, that's a really, really good qualifying from Mohammed that should see the number 43 through to the top races. Right, let's switch things up. Let's go back to the juniors. Second group of juniors, who have we got, Reeve?
So the names that we got in this session, and it's Oscar McAviac, Logan McAllister, so that is another big hitter, obviously, in our championship. Then we have Lewis Edgar, Sam Morse, Sean Steele, Ellis McKenzie, Nathan Garay, Max Miller, Jules Larkin, Edward Jones, Henry Eaton, Fowers Adra, Aaron Hewood, Gabriel Dematia, Onyx Hogarth, Thomas Welsford, Harvey Newton, Kai Ferner, Amy Gualtieri, George Seguid, Piers Hartley, Amor Zayana, Josh Melling, Callum White, Leah Kaufman, and then Charlie Wiltshire, completing our 25 kart qualifying session lineup.
They've done it already, Reeve.
The code?
I told you the super lightweight viewers
Oh.
are better. I see you, Charlie France. The super lightweight viewers are better than the lightweights yesterday. Thank you very much, everybody. We've already hit 50 likes. I'm going to be greedy, though. Can we get it to 75 before the end of these qualifying sessions? There's your next challenge, because there are 175 of you watching. Yes, right. Group B qualifying. So this is, of course, where we start talking about Logan McAllister.
Yep.
Logan has already secured a path to Genk for next year. So we'll also talk about top 5 and how they are all in a position at the end of the season. I don't think we actually did our top 10 rundown at the moment of the juniors. So Benji Hamilton, Logan McAllister, we've talked a lot about them already. Top 2 going for the championship here today. Jack Bromham's already secured a spot to Genk of some description at 3rd at the moment. But has only got 7 points over Sam Morse at the moment in the number 23. Ellis McKenzie holds 5th, 1240. Jules Larkin, 1225. Ollie Brunel-Weil is in a very, very close battle with Matteo Ehrenfurchter for 7th place in the championship at the moment. 1 point separating them on the measure of best 10 out of 14 races completed so far. Ethan Pritchard is 9th. Thomas Welsford is 10th. But he has got the likes of Edgar Azevedo, who's the top rookie at the moment in junior standings, not too far behind. Jensen Barnard as well. Jamie Richards has an outside shot, I think, of maybe breaking up into that top 10 if he can have a good day today. So this second group is going to be important for the likes of Sam Morse, fastest in this session at the moment, 46.562, which is not far off the top 7 times that we saw in the first session. So it's looking good. Oh no, but Sam's already got a cone penalty. So that's already going to be some form of place deduction, probably just 1 place deduction for Sam Morse in that combined qualifying classification later on.
Look on then to Simon Sweepers to go side by side, actually. Already in qualifying, there is Logan McAllister heading on through Garda into the lead of that pack as they try their best to take charge in this qualifying session. Of course, it's all just about who gets on top in terms of times. You need to just be best foot forward, high as you can be, in order to have this championship battle that we want to have later on. I'm just going to have a look back to see the time that Benji Hamilton achieved earlier on, just to see what kind of time McAllister should be aiming for if we are going to be running on absolute time method.
I think
it's a 45.8.
Yeah, 45.8. That's why I'm looking at practice results. I thought I knew something. So, you beat me to it. So 45.8, would you say, for the top time earlier on today.
McAllister currently on 46.8 as well.
Yeah.
So a little bit of a gap, but as we've seen so far in these sessions, those times are likely to come down as we get further into the running.
So there is Logan McAllister on your screens. Pace is good at the moment. Just correct myself. Actually, the second cadet group were quicker than the A group, but not to what I would call a significant level. So it was a 49.4, the fastest from that first cadet group, and then the second one stopped clicking on practice results and on results to half the time and .co.uk/CLUB100/live. So yeah, 2 to 3 tenths. I think Group B were quicker than Group A. So we'll see if the juniors do a similar kind of gap with 6 minutes of their session to go.
We are still seeing some improvements. McAllister has a nice improvement there to 46.3, so shaved off half a second already. Just for his sake, it needs to find another half a second to be on level footing with Benji Hamilton heading into the racing this afternoon. still watching along with McAllister there. Lovely. I love the colour on that helmet, I must say. It's like a really
Yeah,
nice maroon metallic. Yeah, fantastic. As we run down through the Symes sweep. Just behind there is number 23, Sam Morse, currently also doing very well in this session of 46.1 as Welsford goes quickest with a 46.0, new fastest in this session and with a nice gap to everyone else. So the time's still very much available to these drivers on this circuit. Great shot there of some of the onlookers in one of the many viewing opportunities dotted around here at Buckmore Park. Not necessarily one for those who might have a fear of heights, though, I must say. I mean, I don't personally, but it's actually quite tall getting up there, isn't it?
A little bit. I think it's okay. It's more the you've got to have good shoes on this time of year to ascend the hill. 5 minutes of this session to go then. Welsford currently fastest, 46.090. So it's still Group A at the moment who have the advantage in that regard. At the moment, Ollie Brunel-Weil with that 45.575, 775 rather, is looking pretty good. Sam Morse, Logan McAllister, Pierce Hartley's had a good start to this session as Leo Edger just goes through there. In fact, Ellis McKenzie goes to the top of the order, 46.053. Beats Welsford's time by just under half a tenth of a second. So it's the 33 there on your screen, kind of the green and red helmet at the top of the timesheets at the moment. Ellis, in terms of earlier on in the season, let's have a look at how Ellis has been getting on. Did have a very good lid round, second in the pre-final, fourth in the trophy final at an A-tier level. So trying to move up from 8th place in the standings at the start of today.
Logan McAllister, though, that's a big move, an important move.
Yeah.
45.8, actually slightly eclipsing Benjamin Hamilton's time in qualifying.
Yeah, very good point there. Not the fastest time of anyone so far, but yeah, in this championship battle, that's an important note that Hamilton did a 45.931. So right now, as long as Logan McAllister doesn't have anything in terms of excessive track limits, cone penalties or anything like that, it's the early blood in this championship battle to McAllister. He will start higher up the grid than his title rival. What's one of those, Reeve? Oh, that looks like Rory the Red Airplane, not Rory the Red
It
race
does,
car.
and that's good. I'm caught short on that one. I can't actually give you an answer. Not too sure. Either way, McAllister leads this session, and this, obviously, he might be thinking about this, he might be not at this phase in qualifying. Obviously, you don't know if you're in the car. You can feel if it's a good lap or not, but you're not thinking, oh, I know it's that to the 1,000.
Yeah.
What he can afford to do, effectively, is just kind of relax a little bit.
I think for Logan, it's the old Colin McRae adage, isn't it? If in doubt, flat out. He's got to go out and get big points today anyway to turn over the points deficit from the best 12 scores. And he's got good experience around this track as well. Trying to make a bit of history as well. We have never had a winner. We've had double and sometimes triple champions in what we call, say, the younger categories of Club 100. Daniel Munro, as an example, won a couple of junior championships. Rory Hamilton has already won multiple cadet championships. We've never had a driver who's won a cadet and a junior title in their time in Club 100. Now, of course, we're only going back to 2022 in that regard. But, there's that little bit of history on the line as well here today.
Yep. What a proud moment that would be, but we're going to have a great battle to determine who will be champion at the end of today. 1 minute 30 left to go in this session. McAllister still controls things with that 45.8, but is looking to go faster in this lap attempt and does go quicker to 45.7. A blistering Sector 2 and Sector 3 there for McAllister. Sees the younger driver take charge. Yeah, that's a really important qualifying session, as we say, for this battle. Both of our championship contenders here doing everything they can do realistically in this qualifying, so it seems maximise qualifying, and then it means that our pre-finals are going to be really important. Definitely don't skip out on those. They're going to be a great watch.
Rory, the red racing plane, was a Cessna 120.
Oh, was it? I wasn't very good, as we saw yesterday. I'm no good on my Cessnas.
40 seconds to go then. So, right, let's get serious for a moment. Logan McAllister needs 200ths of a second here to go to the top of the timesheets in the juniors. And, in fact, he's matched it. We've got a Jerez 1997 situation on our hands. 45.775 for both Brunel Weil and McAllister. So if McAllister can find 1,000ths of a second, he will take the advantage with one group of qualifiers to go. 10 seconds remaining on the clock. McAllister is not going to cross the line again before the checkered flag comes out. Has got Sam Morse ahead, who is second in this session at the moment on a 45.906. Neither of the first two sectors have been personal bests for McAllister, so McAllister needs a big third sector here to go any quicker. Over the line, Morse improves, but not enough, and he's done it! McAllister, huge third sector, has taken a 45.718, so that was one of those where, in fact, none of his three sectors were a personal best within that sector, but it was a very consistent lap versus the previous tour of the track, and was just a little bit quicker. His ultimate was a 45.636 with various sectors personal best set across different laps, but that 14th tour was consistent and it was a 45.718. That's a brilliant start for Logan McAllister, Reeve. He's on provisional pole and ahead of his title rival.
Absolutely, it's round one McAllister after those first few qualifying sessions. We're going to move back though to our cadet drivers in just a moment.
Last group of qualifiers then for the cadets, Reeve, who got in this one.
Heading up this session then we have Alex Ibanescu, James Vouth, Dexter Hazeldine, Omar Ulla, Freddie Powell, Ben Cape, Harley Drury, Juan Armendariz Bocanegra, Milan Pillay, Zahid Lada, Jack Thompson, Teddy Mullan, Seneke Panna, and then we have Jacob McClone, Sameh Singh, Xander Cameron, Alicia Waterhouse, Chloe Van Beneden, Kabir Singh and Oakley Sanj, 20 karts completing in this session. So, 11 more minutes to go. Drivers are currently heading out of the pits. These are obviously not their first competitive times. They're just getting to grips with their cars, getting a feel for the track once more as we see one lonely leaf on the outside of the circuit. It's a very artistic shot there. We're going to see it being blown away by the wind of car. Well, maybe not because we're not quite at full pace yet, but either way.
Run over.
Oh, poor leaf. Either way, first few times will be coming in just a few moments. As we see at the moment, we have a fairly big pack, obviously. They've all still headed out of the pits. No one's able to find a bit of clean running here in qualifying so far.
So, big names in this one. James Vought is the first one that jumps out at me. Looking to try and move from third place in the points. And we'll keep a note as well. Of course, it's the stage of the season where we look to... a driver, if they get X number of positions deducted across the course of the season. We've started now, really.
Oh, no.
They're not filming the karts anymore.
Oh, that was one being run over.
Exactly. We'll talk about it later. If a driver has a tendency to maybe pick up too many place deductions, he can actually lose penalty points, championship points at the end of a season in chunks of 5. So we'll update you on that one as we go along.
We will indeed. 49.9 is your current lead of this session. That is Jack Thompson taking charge in this, running Omar Ulla not too far behind at all. We are going to see the same pattern. You know it already, folks, from qualifying this morning, which it was this afternoon, in fact, which is, and we will see the times begin to tumble down as we head later on into the session. I am being asked in the YouTube comments to read out some modern day young people folk brain rot, and I refuse to. I'm not going to make that much of a fool of myself on stream.
Not yet.
Not yet, no. Save that for the BUKC.
So 8 minutes of this session to go. Jack Thompson currently fastest. There is James Vought. Not going to miss James today with that bright yellow lid. We will race under the lights as well later on tonight. If you're in the local area, it is an open gate. But again, we would request if you're going to join us, park down the bottom end, because it is, again, very, very busy here today at Buckmore Park. Just looking through as well with our cadets. Are any of our big hitters? No, I don't think there's really any of our big hitters who've got -5s yet. I would say we'll keep that monitoring as we go along.
We will indeed. Thompson still controls this session then, 49.2, so a nice improvement there as Omar Ulla jumps up to 49.4. That is a decent leap there for Ulla. As we see, Harvey Drury now takes charge in this session, finds a few hundredths of a second to 49.1 for Drury, who is getting achingly close to those 48-second times there. As we see, there is the 32 of Drury heading through that first hairpin now. Round it back through the second, you get a lovely bit of overtaking switchback opportunity throughout the racing in this first hairpin section of the lap before you drop on down through the middle sector once more. A train of 4 cars heading through sector 2 here as drivers pushing each other along. There's a minimal toe that can be grabbed here at Buckmore Park as we see Drury scything their way through the pack to try and get a clean lap in. Although it's still looking pretty good at the moment. Vout does improve. It's a 49.399. Personal best sectors 1 and 2, but nothing to be found yet in sector 3. Number 82 of that is going to be Alicia Waterhouse going down the inside into turn 1, looking to improve further. Currently running along in 9th position, has just lost out to 8th by skin of her teeth, just a few hundredths of a second there. Obviously all looking pretty settled in the cadets in terms of your championship, but as we've alluded to, you still got to fight for those high numbers that you could have on your plate next year for the points, for the pride of saying that you've 2nd, 3rd or 4th or 5th. You want those top 5 positions.
I do indeed. To say Harley Drury as well, looking to add a 2nd victory to well, we saw yesterday a bit of a trend of drivers who had strong Brissingtons. It's all superficial, of course, but that's the last time that we had us two in a box on the South Championships. So could Harley Drury repeat that feat today? 49.185, so you're a little bit off the pace that we saw from Group C. Again, I reckon if you're going to want to get through directly into the Pre-A, I think to be safe, you need something like a 49.4. Should get you through. So at the moment, Drury, Thompson, Vout and Ulla have all done that. Senna Panna is not too far off that. Omar Ulla's just gone up to 3rd place on a 49.355, so that was a good lap there for the number 14. Number 65 on your screens there as well. For a moment, Jack Thompson currently in 2nd place. Alicia Waterhouse goes up to P8. Kabir Singh on the move as well. We had a little chat with Kabir during the Paddock show. Question for Director Stu. Paddock show up online later if we don't manage to get it all out. Upload it? Yeah, I think we can do that. See what we can do. 4 minutes and 15 seconds of this session to go. Teddy Mullen has had a penalty, if not mentioned already. Reeve, track limits, too many times going over the white painted lines.
Indeed, the track is the same shape that it's always been. Yeah. Drivers don't need to, I mean, by all means put your suggestions in, but do that off track. No. Is the advice.
Any changes to this track?
No.
Unless it's going further into the forest and making it like even longer and even more but more. There's some very, very exciting plans coming for this place. Indeed. With the new clubhouse. That's going to be more down the bottom of the circuit, so we can dream. There's James Vout on his screens. 4th place at the moment for James Vout. 49.399, a best lap time from James so far. Another one of the rookies has just hopped up the order as well. Reeve, Milan Pillay has gone up to 7th place within this group on a 49.725. But still some time left for these drivers. 3 1/4 minutes remaining on the clock to find those extra tenths of a second.
Yep, still a few laps left to go. Drury's looked pretty good for a little while in this session now. Ben Cape jumps up with a nice sector 1 into 7th goes Cape. That is decent progression given the earlier few laps. Oakley Sands finds a couple of positions as well. 48.9 for Harley Drury. I'll try that again. Sorry, Harley. Yeah, that is another driver into the 48s for our cadets, which is a nice run there. Sector 2 was a little bit slow, but it was flying through Garda, I think, which made the difference.
Not another. That's the first driver in the cadets into the 48. So Harley Drury now has pole position overall for this one. And those times in the middle part of the pack are coming down as well. Note that Kabir Singh has hit that. To say, we're thinking around a 49.4 should be enough to get you through directly into the pre-A final, assuming here in the box that the absolute time method is going to be used. 2 minutes remaining.
Yep, just a few more laps to go. Everyone being pretty well behaved in this session. We had a couple of warnings, but other than that, all things considered, very well behaved. Our cadets so far here today. They had a little bit of a reminder of those aforementioned track limits, as we mentioned, and drivers know what they need to do out on track today to make sure we have some good, fair racing coming up later on. Less than 2 minutes to go. No one has been able to topple Drury just yet. Thompson crosses the line, as does Vout. Vout has their personal best so far, 49.2, but not able to dip into those 48s just yet. That is a really strong lap from Drury.
Depth of pace in this group is really good. I've just been trying, when we do absolute time method, or we think it might be in play, we tend to look at obviously fastest in each group, top 6, top 12, top 18. And I've just noted Chloe Van Beneden's 50.471, 18th in this group. But that is a good degree quicker than 18th in the other groups, if you follow my drift. So, yeah, it's a really good drive, even though it does maybe look like it, because the further down the timing tower, Freddie Powell, Xander Cameron, all of these drivers are really doing a good job out there and getting to grips with this circuit. So if it does go the way of relative position method, I reckon you could actually see some of these drivers, yes, being a pre-C final, but starting to come through the field at a rate of knots. 25 seconds remaining on the clock, so any driver starting now, Reeve, this is their final lap. This is their last qualifying lap of the entire season.
It is indeed. Let's make it count, drivers, as we head up on to start that final lap. Now we're watching some of our front pack head through the hairpins. This is the number 32 of Harley Drury, who has led the charge. Down through the Sime sweep we go. Has Kabir Singh for company in doing that. Check flag, as we say, has been waved. Last couple of corners to negotiate. Will Drury find some further time still? He might struggle against some of the traffic here in front. Well, it's not traffic, it's just another competitor. Head through that final corner. Up towards the checkered flag in just a moment. It is going to be a potential improvement for Drury. What can he do? It is an improvement for Drury. It's a 48.966. Oh, no, sorry. That was just another flash up. Apologies. It's the same time. 48.966 for Drury. Top
that's going to be pole. That is going to be pole position for Harley Drury. Then after 3 groups of timed qualifying, Harley Drury, I think, was the only driver to go under the 49-second barrier. So that's a great work from the driver of the number 32, looking to try and get a second win of the season. We'll put the cadets to one side for the moment. We've got one more qualifying group to go. The juniors are up next.
Here we go then, last qualifying session of the season for our cadets and juniors. Our junior super lightweight Group C squad are heading out on track now. Drivers you're going to see in this session: Edgar Azevedo, Dana Rowan, Quinton Vajor, Jensen Barnard, Jack Bromman, Matteo Ehrenfeuchter, there we have Asen Iqbal, Kieran Stedman, Charlie Murray, Voiden Kajayan, William Harvey, Dan Griffin, Stefan Chifan, and then we have Jasper Clark-Sass, then we have Oliver Yangu, then we have Daniel Harmon. I completely lost in my list. Then we have Lewis Taylor, as well as Sienna Chaville, Ty Dewis Sherlock, Ethan Miles, Hurry Hushnu, Caden Serville, Connor Kenny, Joshua Hawkins, Jordan Palmer-Mobsby, and Iris Crease, completing our 26-kart grid for our Group C. As we say, our juniors, a sold-out class today in our running, so it is going to be plenty of karts on track for this final qualifying session.
The maths took quicker than I expected. I reckon to get through to the top 22, remember, for a pre-A final in these juniors, I reckon you're going to need something like a 46.2 or 46.3. The second group at those kind of milestone points of fastest in group, 7th in group, 11th in group, 22nd in group. That tends to be how I do it for the juniors. Across the board, we were maybe 2 to 3 tenths quicker in Group 2 relative to Group 1. So that I think there was this is why I think there's still a question mark, because we have seen a trend between the first and the second groups in the cadets and juniors, but Group B looked a little bit quicker. Maybe the track just turning ever so slightly. Nowhere near the level that we saw yesterday.
Yeah.
From damp conditions to probably moist conditions or drying conditions. So there is still a possibility that relative position method will be used, which again, you're then just talking about getting that top 7 if you're a junior. But if to cover both bases, we're going to go for absolute time method, I think a 46.2 will get you through. That's a bold move. Now that's something we didn't see a lot of yesterday, Reeve. A dive down the inside into turn 1 was not, well, it was a thing, but it wasn't a positive result at the end of it yesterday.
No, it really wasn't an available overtaking opportunity. You went onto the greasy stuff. There was a dry line heading around the wide side of the corner because that was the wet line, and that's where the tyres were responding nicely. More drivers going through that wide line, that dried up the circuit. The inside line going towards the apex remained damp and greasy for the vast majority of the day, which meant that if you tried to go down the inside, you'd wash out wide. You might have a brief encounter with your rival, shall we say, and you'd both end up wide off the circuit. So it wasn't ideal. It does look to be a little bit more of an opportunity today. That's why we might have saw a little bit of it in qualifying so far. We'll have to see if it does open up turn 1 heading into the racing as well. At the moment, though, in this session, it's George Palmer-Mopsby who leads the charge at 45.9. He's about half a second clear of the rest of the pack. I imagine we're going to see a few more cars getting closer as a few more of our drivers head up on through the nice big pack of carts that we've got heading through Sector 2 as we find a bit of clean running. I definitely can't name that one. That looks like
that's a washing machine.
I was going to say someone's attached a helicopter rotor to their bathtub. That's a braver man than I.
We really should note George Palmer-Mopsby's back. We've not seen George all year, but of course in this category he's finished. He's not running his seeded plate from last year, which is slightly confusing and confuddling me. As the internet now passes. Yeah, because he was 4th in the championship last year. I don't know why he's not running number 4. Maybe someone lost the number 4 plate. I don't know.
Maybe he forgot.
Maybe he forgot that he's a seeded driver from last year. And the year before that, he was a number 3 seed. So, in fact, I'll give you this for a stat. The last time George Palmer-Mopsby raced in this championship was here last year, last round of the championship. And he took a double victory in the A races.
And that was in front of us as well.
So George has clearly been listening to enough DDMM commentaries over the years, because I saw him very briefly in the paddock with Benji House. Like, oh, mate, not seen you in a while. What's brought you back? So, I'm here for the fun. I'm here to be the disruptor. Because he could be a real thorn in the side of the 2 championship contenders today, because, as you say, Benji and Logan, they're out for those second places, those first places, those big 130-point scores to maximise, to improve their tallies as much as they can. And all of a sudden, a driver who's very, very quick round here has turned up for a bit of a hack at the end of the season. It's like, hey, boys, I'm here just to have fun. So that's another little bit of spice for us in this session. George Palmer-Mopsby was fastest. That's because Edgar Azevedo, the rookie, has just gone and put in a 49.964 to go fastest within this group. So that's a really, really good effort there from Edgar. But, of course, we've still got 4.5 minutes of this session to go.
We do indeed. As you say, Azevedo just about eclipsing Palmer Mobsby there, but I say he's been out of Club 100 machinery for a little while.
11 months is what he said to me.
He's back on form now as he goes back on pole.
What do they say? Wasn't it that form is temporary, class is permanent? And Matteo Ehrenfeuchter now to the top of the order and getting close to Logan McAllister's time. So remember, it's 45.718, the time that at the moment has Logan McAllister on pole position for the Pre-A final later on today. I think that's going to be in a bit of trouble here, Reeve. We've still got 4 minutes of this session to go, and they're already within half a tenth of that time.
Yeah, that is going to be very interesting running heading into those Pre-A finals, because our championship contenders, they might not be at that front row, as you say. They could end up in that mid-pack. That could be a very interesting dynamic to see. Just that extra element of racecraft that they have to play in order to get to the top end if they want to fight it out for the most points available.
Now, as I say, the outstanding question is still whether the change in population speed between Group A and Group B is significant enough for the officials to say, yep, for fairness, we need to apply the relative positions method change. To be clear, it's not significant difference between the three groups. It's just if there's one group different from another.
Yeah.
You know, for example, you could have had 2 sessions in the dry and then the rain hit in the third session. That would tend to happen, of course, earlier in the year when it's the British summer. You know, it just needs to be that one significant change across any point of the 3 sessions. To bring that method like we used yesterday when it was a drying track across the qualifying sessions to bring that into play. But right now, Matteo Ehrenfeuchter quickest in this one in the number 34 machine, winner of the Cadet lightweights last year. Has had a quieter season, a solid season. At the moment is looking at a seeding, a top 10 seeding from last year. Best result for Matteo so far this season. Last time in front of the cameras, back at Ella Park, a P3 in the A Final.
Ehrenfeuchter still leads us by just over a tenth then, but in fact, I say that, and Palmer Mobsby goes across the line once more. That is now a very close gap indeed. Palmer Mobsby doing a stand-up job of being that disruptor so far in the brief moments we've seen him out on track. As you say, that's going to add just that extra interesting element. As you do still see, you know, the track, as we say, is much better off now, today, as it was compared to the same points yesterday, as we've got waved yellows through Sector 2, so we won't see any improvements on this lap at least. But you can still see that damp line off the racing line. That is still very much present, and it's just that time of year thing. That's unlikely to go away. We didn't see it yesterday, and it's unlikely as well today. Yeah,
I don't think those areas off-piste, as it were, are going to be drying out completely. So I think everyone's going to get 2 more laps in here. Ty Dewis Sherlock, really good time there from Ty, up to a 46.052. Currently 5th place in this session. Jack Bromham needs to find a lap here. Reeve, one of the drivers higher up the order in the championship, is currently at the moment down in 10th place in this session. That is not where we would expect Jack Bromham to be here. Did take a double victory at Rissington, of course. So that will be a breaker of the trend. The drivers who did well at Rissington are going to do well here at Buckmore Park. 40 seconds remaining. Dan Griffin's up the order, has just gone to P9. On a 46.196, so again the track looking like it's got some good grip at the moment. But right now, the ultimate time in this one is better than we saw in Group B, but no one's been able to knit all 3 sectors together. Someone's going to have to do a bit of a Logan McAllister here and get it done on this last lap. Yep,
just a nice consistent lap is what seems to be the name of the game here, just in terms of getting that ultimate time on through. As you mentioned, McAllister didn't get a personal best in on his overall best time. It was just a very strong lap overall. 5 seconds left on the clock then. We are on with Palmer Mobsby. He's heading through Garda. This will be his last attempt. Currently running in P2 is achingly close to Ehrenfeuchter out in front. What can Palmer Mobsby do? No improvement so far on this lap. He comes across the line and doesn't improve further. It is going to be second for Palmer Mobsby as it stands. A few more drivers coming across the line now. Barnard and Kenny. Rowan also crossing line. No improvement there. Waved yellows to mark the end of the session. Aaron Feuchter doesn't improve and remains in P1. That brings an end then to our competitive qualifying sessions.
And that means that it is pole then for Logan McAllister from the 3 sessions. That is the first bit of big news here today in the juniors at Buckmore Park. Right, we're going to wrap things up very, very quickly. Hope you enjoyed qualifying. We are expecting a shortened lunch break, so let's get ready for it. This won't quite be a full showing of the Paddock show, but we'll get as much of it in as we can before we go racing here at Buckmore Park. Here's your Paddock show from earlier on this morning. Hello everybody, welcome to the Paddock show for this Remembrance Sunday at Buckmore Park. So as we're filming this, is this during the free practice sessions. On the broadcast, you'll have seen how the drivers have got on with timed qualifying. Reeve, it's another warm day. We said it a lot yesterday, so we'll just mention it the once today, that it doesn't feel like mid-November, but it should be good track conditions for them. I'm looking at the track straight away. I'm using Time Sweep as my reference point. It looks drier today than it was 24 hours ago.
Absolutely, yeah. The mist did descend on us this morning, but other than that, that dampness, that greasiness, not present heading into that first sector by the looks of things. So hopefully drivers able to attack it with a little bit more confidence at the very first part of the morning. Sorry, you're organising some grids. That's absolutely fine. But yeah, another very enjoyable day here today. Let's go see if we can grab some drivers. We've got a few jumping into the cart at the moment. Let's see who we can pounce upon, shall we? Got a few onlookers here. Got a moment for Alpha Live, mate?
Yeah, pardon?
What's your name, then?
Daniel Thompson.
Thank you very much, Daniel. So, tell us about your experience at Buckmore so far.
Well, I do own a driver here. It's a very good track, very good marshals. Everything about this track's brilliant. One of the best tracks in the world, I think.
You're certainly right there. How's your season look so far, then, as we head into this final round?
I mean, I've only done one round before. Lid wasn't brilliant, because I've never really been there before. But, I mean, CLUB100's brilliant racing. So, yeah, I'm hoping to get decent qualifying. And then, yeah, hopefully not get taken out in the race.
That's what we can all hope for, but yeah, as you say, got plenty of experience at Buckmore, so it should be a good day for you today. What's next season looking like then, thinking ahead into 2026?
Well, I'm going to do here for owner driver, hopefully get top 3 in that championship. I'm not thinking of doing CLUB100 though, it's just a bit, interacts with the owner driver a bit too much.
It is a shame, but hopefully we will see about at some point in the paddock later on. Have a very nice day worth of racing.
Thank you, you too.
Cracking. Let's see who else we can grab. Just had a quick chat with one of our drivers then. Let's see who else is available in the paddock, shall we? Hello there, why don't you introduce yourself to our broadcast?
I'm Matteo Ehrenfeuchter. I'm doing juniors this year. Yeah.
Fantastic, Matteo. So how's the season looked for you?
P8, so doing decently. In reach for 6th. 7, only 1 point in front of me, so okay.
Fantastic, yeah. Good haul of points so far this season. Tell us about your past experience at Buckmore. Are you looking forward to today?
Yeah, very much so. I won the championship here last year in cadets, so hopefully do something well as well.
Yeah, hopefully have a very good day out there. It's looking like a pretty good one. Did you catch any of the racing yesterday?
Yeah, watched most of the broadcast like yesterday, so looked pretty tricky, but hopefully it won't be as tricky conditions today.
Yeah, it was pretty greasy at some point. Have you been out there and practiced at all so far?
Yeah, did pre-test. Looked pretty slippery, but it's drying out really fast, so I think it'll be fine for quali.
Yeah, should be a good bit of racing. This will go out after qualifying. We'll have a good idea of how it's looking for you. Tell us about next year then. What's CLUB100 looking like for you next season?
Next season, hopefully, I'm definitely doing South. Hopefully I can get into North. I'm doing Genk if I can get in, maybe the Endurance as well.
Fantastic stuff, Matteo. Have a very nice day's worth of racing today, and we'll catch up with you later on. Yes.
I'm going to go and try and track down some of our championship contenders. If we've not explained already, here's the situation in juniors between Logan McAllister and Benji Hamilton. They both have 5 wins apiece already secured. They both have, 3 third places secured. The difference at the moment is seconds to 11th. So Benji has a second place right at the end of his tally, and Logan has an 11th place. So these qualifying sessions that you'll have already seen will have been really important. I just saw Logan McAllister wandering not too far about in his Buell ART suit. We'll head down the front end because Benji Hamilton should be in this group in the number 3. In fact, sorry, Daniel, I'm going to cut us around and cut over here to have a chat with Benji. Benji, you stay where you are. I'll come to the far side of you. Championship finale day. You go into it as having a good advantage, but tell me how do you process it? Because at least when I've been doing the maths this morning, you kind of got to go out and either get wins or second places today. And based on what we saw yesterday in the juniors, that's not easy around this place.
Not at all. I think my main aim is to literally just be in front of Logan. That is all I need to try and do today. And if I can do that, I'll be happy.
And of course, as a family, Rory's got his title already again. How proud are you of little bro for doing that?
Yeah, I'm very proud of him once again getting the 3 in a row. I'm very proud of him for doing that. What I expected from him, to be fair. He's such a good driver, and I expect in the future there's a lot to come from him. Yeah, really excited to see what he does in the future. Because sadly he's not a Genk next year because obviously he's too young. Oh, there you go, there's Fraser. So yeah, it'll be exciting to see what he does in 2027 when he can do these karts. But he's got another year in the cadets, so I expect maybe another title.
So it could be 4 titles then for Rory by the time we get to this point next year. Talking next year for yourself, what does it look like?
I'm sort of taking a step back from Club 100 next year. I'm going to do a lot more of the testing side of things, as I do really enjoy it and it is very fun with working with the crew. So I'll take a little step back next year, just do as much as I can because I really do enjoy it, and I still get to drive plenty of tracks all across the country.
Okay, this session is coming to a close, guys.
That'll be the main thing for next year, just trying to get some money because obviously first cars are quite expensive at the moment. So yeah, that's what I'm going to be doing next year. It's a bit of a shame, obviously, not racing next year, but I'll find some other championships to do.
Good stuff. We'll chat to you in a bit. You're about to go out for your session. Thanks, Benji, for your time. I'll just pick all my papers up so we don't get papers in the way of drivers. Reeve, who have you found before they quickly go out?
Yeah, we'll have to be as quick as possible before we do get cleared off the grid, but I'm joined now by Ethan Pritchard. How are you doing today, Ethan?
I'm all right, how are you?
Very good indeed. Now, I believe this is your first time in a little while back here at Buckmore, isn't it? Are you looking forward to it?
I'm looking forward. I hope for a good result this time. Last time didn't go to plan. I got spun out and then I crashed myself.
So, outside of that then, tell us how your season's looked so far this year.
It was okay, then it just consistently got bad. But I'm 8th or 9th now, so hopefully with a good chance of getting 5th.
Yeah, could be, especially with that confidence that you've shown here at Buckmore. Wish you a really good day's worth of racing today. What's it looking like for next season? Club 100 on the cards for you?
I'd hope so, but I'm 18 now, so I'll have to go to the one above. And if I do that, I hope I do well.
Hopefully we'll see you back in some way, shape or form. Have a great day out there today. We need to get cleared off the grid now.
Whilst we're down here and we're just about to have a bit of a changeover, I thought we'd look closer at the track and what's going on here. Mind yourself, Daniel. Might get everyone over. So, if you just hold those to be brief. Paddock corner. Personally, I think this is one of the most important corners on this track. Really, really difficult. You're coming in downhill. The weight's all going forward. You don't want to take too much curb, though. There's a grate right on the apex of the corner where everything compresses down. That was spot on from Jacob Underhill. You just want to tickle the white line going through this right-hander to carry the speed then up the hill towards Garda. Again, what we're talking about in how the track is different to yesterday, all this part of the track was still very damp. Now, today it's a little bit drier. You're going to see more overtaking earlier in proceedings going up into Garda. That's another reason you don't want to attack this corner, this paddock corner too much, because if you run out wide, drivers left, we see a lot of track limits violations in this part of the circuit as well, because you want to have your best speed versus your competition when you get up into Garda. That's one of the best overtaking opportunities around this circuit. Wide entry, tightens probably about 2/3 of the way around the corner. If you can get down the inside and make a block pass on your rival, there's not really anything they can do to counter-attack through the centre chicane, and then you've got them all the way up the hill up towards turn number 1. So, as I say, we don't normally get to give that level of, or that viewpoint, as it were, into that corner. This, I've got to say, is probably my favourite sequence of corners, Reeve, in the entire country. Coming down through time sweep, trying to get as close to that blue barrier as you can without infringing again on track limits on the inside. It's a real challenge for the drivers, and again, particularly in these South Championships, where a lot of the drivers know this circuit so well. It's similar to like Wilton Mill when you go a little bit further up in the country. You have to bring your A game to this circuit, because if you don't, you're not even going to be in those A-tier races.
Yeah, absolutely. And today might be a little bit different. I feel less important now I've given up the clipboard. It might be one of those cases where the track's not quite as tricky today, but we saw those drivers really showing their A game yesterday in finally realising, well, the track's starting to open up here. There's a few opportunities heading into Garda, a few opportunities heading into turn 1, potentially down the inside. As I say, it might be a little bit different today, but should still be very interesting indeed as we head towards the end of the season. Now, let's see if we can grab some of our cadet drivers who have just headed back into the pit lane. Let's see who we can grab. Very interested to hear what their thoughts are on the track after a little session out there. I think we've got our first candidate for a little bit of an interview here. Hello, Mr. Sybry. How are you doing today?
Good, thank you.
Very good indeed. What's the track like out there?
It's drying up very well, I'll say.
Fantastic stuff. So confident heading into today's worth of racing?
Yeah, very. Yeah.
Cracking stuff. Tell us about your season then so far.
Last time I heard, I was like 18th in the championship, so it's not going too bad. So yeah.
Yeah, decent haul of points taken away so far. Looking to progress on and carry on your Club 100 career then heading into next season?
Yeah, definitely.
Cracking. Any highlights from this season overall then?
Clay Pigeon was probably the best round, I'd say, for like just general, and not much really.
Brilliant stuff. So Buckmore then, much experience here?
Yes.
Great, so hope you have a brilliant day's worth of race today. Enjoy yourself out there. Let's see who else we can grab. Let's see. Well, we've got a few eager drivers. Let's see if we can head round. Let's see. Let's see, we've got a few drivers jumping in to the cart now. Have you got a moment for Alpha Live?
Huh?
Have you got a moment for Alpha Live?
Yes, right, man.
Brilliant. Introduce yourself to our broadcast then.
Huh?
Introduce yourself to our broadcast.
So I'm James Palin. So my debut Club 100 was last month at Lid. I got a podium. So I did bad qualifying and I was under the weight thing. So I got sent to the back in the pre-final. Then I got to 7th in the pre-final, and then in the final I went to 1st, but I drifted wide at the last corner, but I still got podium and got trophy.
So I was going to ask how's Club 100 looked for you so far, but it sounds like it's been a bit of a roller coaster.
Yeah, it's really fun, to be honest. All my parents have helped me on the way, but it's been really fun so far.
Brilliant stuff. Looking forward to today then, hoping for a bit of more smooth sailing heading into our final round with Buckmore.
Yeah, I just want to hope this practice goes well and then see what we can do in qualifying, really.
Brilliant stuff. Plans for next year, are they decided yet? Are we looking forward to seeing you back on the track?
We're going to do I'm going to come Club 100 next year again, and then we're going to get into owner karting and stuff.
Brilliant. We like to hear the progression that our young drivers in Club 100 do have. Have a brilliant day's worth of racing today, and we'll catch up with you later on. Let's see who else Andrew has found. I've done the losing Andrew this time. It's the other way around. Who have you got, Andrew?
I've got a mixture of drivers racing today and not racing today, but we're going to have a chat with all of them. George Palmer Mobsby, back in the Club 100 paddock and a smile on your face.
Yeah, indeed. I'm quite excited to see what I can do after 11, 12 months out, so I'll see. But
and you mentioned one of our favourite words to be in the car park. You're going to be a proper disruptor today, aren't you, in terms of that championship battle?
yeah, well, I hope not to be. I hope to not aggravate any people at the front, but it's racing. You can't stop me. I'm gonna do it if you really, yeah.
Good stuff. We'll bring Ellis Cox back in. Ellis, great to see you in the paddock. You're not racing today. You're here to support some of your former rivals out there on circuit. Tell us a little about what you've been up to in recent weeks.
Yeah, so I've stopped Club 100 this year. Well, I did one round of Rizzington. It's so I can start racing cars for the future with Fiesta Juniors.
And what's the plan? Are you looking for sponsorship? You know, this is the time. Make the pitch for those racing at home, or watching at home and maybe got a bit of cash.
The main thing really for me now is sponsors. As I've got my license now. I've done testing. I've got everything. I just need the sponsors to help fund my season.
So there we go, folks. If you're sat at home thinking, want to get involved, I want my company name on the side of a car, contact Ellis Cox, who's got a fast peddler there who deserves the chance in that championship. Pictures at Buckmore Park. Apologies, we weren't quite able to get all of the Paddock show in for you. We'll look to get that sorted and up online at a later point, because right now we're getting ready, Reeve Taylor, for the first bit of racing action here this afternoon. The pre-grid has been cleared of parents, and we should be good to go in the next few moments. This is the pre-C final for Cadet Super Lightweights. All of today's racing is Super Lightweights. Whether it's Cadets, Juniors, it's all Super Lightweights here today. The Lightweights were yesterday. It is the same format for this afternoon that we saw yesterday. Each of these lower grade races, Reeve, the C tier races, the B tier races, we're going to be talking about these top two places to go through, effectively promote yourself up to the next grid.
Yeah, absolutely. Those two positions you repcharge up on through into the B group, for example, if you're in the C race, and that just gives you the opportunity to get a few more points on the doors. We're not saying that necessarily going to be right at the top end of the pack in the division up, but it just gives you that extra chance to maybe make up for a qualifying session that didn't quite go your way earlier on during the day. And we have seen it's a great format. I really enjoy it because it does give drivers that chance of, maybe they had an iffy qualifying, and in a way they are sort of punished for that in the sense that they are still starting in those low pre-finals, but then you get to see some brilliant drives through as drivers make amends for that later on and work their way up even into the A division if they started off in the C's.
Just before we go through the full grid readout, drivers to keep an eye on in terms of, based on the form book, we perhaps wouldn't have expected them to be in a C level race. Freddie Powell, our pole sitter, is definitely one of them. Has been at least the B level races on the 3 appearances so far this season, and also at the very opposite end of things, Zach Mumba has had a few penalties from qualifying, so it's down the grid in this one. Let's take you through that full grid here for this pre-C final for the Cadet Super Lightweights. Reeve, take it away.
Here we go then, front row of the grid, it will be Freddie Powell and Jack Mills. It's Theo Sowell and Xander Cameron on the second row of the grid. Samuel Fowler and Ethan McNally-Roberts complete row 3. Moving on, it's Finley West and Barnaby Roll from row 4. Frankie Charles-Jones, Chloe Van Beneden on row 5. Jaden Williams and Jensen Fuller complete row 6. Moving on to the 7th row, Valley Finberg, Samuel Singh. Then we have Chloe Hankin and Teddy Mullan on row 8. Guy Baxter, Murphy Hogarth complete row 8 and row 9. Then final 2 rows, it's Ralph Broderick, Teddy Morton, Lewis Mill and Zach Mumba completing row 10 and 11 of this 22 cars grid for our first pre-C final of the day.
So here we go then. Theo Sowell was actually a late entry to this round, or has done only one round before, so we'll see how he can do in this one. It'll be 11 minutes once again. And again, keep an eye on those drivers in the middle of this pack. I think there's some quite quick drivers who are a bit further down. Just by the way, absolute time method did get used for setting the grids for the cadets and juniors. This is going to be an interesting one, I think, this pre-C final. 22 drivers ready to go here in a sold-out cadet field at Buckmore Park for the last round of the year in the super lightweights category. Drivers are going to want to keep as far to drivers right as possible as well. They're not going to want to run up through that damp part of the track. Here we go though, into the tram lines, to the start line. Away we go then for 11 minutes at Buckmore Park. Good start for Freddie Powell, who will lead into turn 1. You can see straight away how much more grip there is on the inside of the first 2 turns. Oh dear, one spinner towards the middle of the pack,
Sowell.
And more drivers involved at hairpin 1, Reeve.
Yeah, indeed, that was Sowell who worked their way up into P2. Unfortunately, A little bit of a collision there brings all of that progress to an end. This is a great start if you're Freddie Powell, who's just been able to clear away now at the start of this race.
Yeah, Freddie Powell, or arguably could already be through to the pre-B final. Just needs to stay calm and go into almost like time trial mode. It's a bit wide there, the number 80 of Barnaby Rolfe. You're going to see a fair bit of that, I think, today. It's still a little bit slippery through that part of the course. Braking formation penalty for driver number 40, Frankie Charles Jones. So if you're new to Club 100 racing, what we mean by that is these tram lines that we'll see in a moment through the final corner. You've got to stay in those. Even after the lights have gone out and you're in the second half of the field, you've got to stay in the tram lines all the way to the control line, to the start line, under the nose of race control. If you don't, it's a slam dunk penalty. That in this case means you can't go through. Even if you win the race on the road, if you get a penalty like that, at least 2 places dropped, you can at best hope to be third in the race classification. Back at the front though, Finley West, really good second lap this from Finley West, has caught up to the back of Freddie Powell and has brought the likes of Frankie Charles Jones, Jensen Fuller and Jaden Williams with him.
Yeah, absolutely. Really strong laps, as you say, Andrew, closing up and now putting that pressure on Powell. We have a bit of an update on Mills, obviously started this race very well. Unfortunately, it's an ABC takeout penalty for one of our front-running drivers at the start of this session, and that is Finley West spinning all of their own volition, just heading into hairpin 1. Unfortunately, a bit too much braking, I suspect. A bit of a lock-up that upset the cart.
Yeah, just a little bit bumpy through hairpin 1 as well. So Finley West is out of contention for moving through to the pre-B final. That opens things for Jensen Fuller now to look to continue a run of getting through to a B-tier race. Oh, now there's another spinner there, and that's another one from second place. Oh, well, this is a race where nobody seems to want to hold on to P2. Jensen Fuller spins down at Paddock corner. So now this is going to bring Frankie Charles Jones into P. No, Barnaby Rolfe is through. So did something else happen to Frankie Charles Jones there down at the far end of the circuit? Because the number 40 has dropped down the order as well to P6. So it's now Powell and Rolfe looking to go through.
Absolutely. Zach Mumba, by the way, in all this has worked their way up to P3 from 22nd on the grid.
Well, I mean, to an extent, it's to be expected. Zach has had, I think, 4 previous round entries and has never missed a pre-A or a Trophy A final. So based on that, yeah, probably got a bit more experience and a bit more pace than those around him. But you've still got to make your way through all of that traffic. And I'm just going to check to make absolutely 100% sure. Yeah, no penalties, no contact warnings. Oh, sorry, 1 contact warning for Zach Mumba earlier on in this race. So this has been a very efficient bit of work from the driver of the number 24. I love the coordination as well.
Yes.
The Dayglow yellow gloves, the boots with the Sir Lewis Hamilton replica helmet from a few seasons ago. I've got to say that Zach Mumba looks good here. He's closing in on this second place.
Absolutely, this is exactly what you want if you're Freddie Powers, controlling this race nicely whilst Rolfe and Mumba are going to be embroiled in a battle as we head into the latter half of the lap now. Just gets better and better for Powell in this early phase of the day. Rolfe goes for the inside. It's a slightly messy run through Paddock, and this allows Mumba to scythe on through as we head through Garda. Mumba up into second now.
I think what happened to Barnaby there, he just ran out wide a little bit and onto a curb. A little bit like certain scenes in the Formula 1 yesterday. Onto curbs, they're a little bit wet, get a bit of moisture on your tyres and whoop, have a bit of a moment. 6.5 minutes to go in this one through hairpin number 1. Powell still doing a good job at the front of this field. Mumba now the fastest driver out and circuit on a 50.017. Barnaby Rolfe looking to rebuild here in third. Valley Finborough there as well in 4th place. Unfortunately, Valley does have a bump and pass penalty from earlier on in the race. That is +4 positions at the end of 11 minutes. So Valley will not go through. We'll try and move up to at least 3rd place on the road though. Good move through Garda.
Yep, cracking move. Saw that line open up for them. There's just over a cart's width and through. They go on to the next lap. Now, as we can see, Rolfe's going to try and fight this back as we head into that first corner. We do know that inside line is an available opportunity for the drivers now. I think they're both going for that apex. The inside line is looking like the quicker way through this corner now.
I've got another case of Hamilton versus Leclerc immediately behind with Jaden Williams and Frankie Charles Jones through hairpin number 2 once again. A little bit trickier today, but always described by Nicky Richardson, legendary Club 100 tester and former British cadet champion back in the day. Easiest place on the Club 100 calendar to overtake is hairpin 2. It's such a wide entry and a very slow apex, so you really can just chuck it in, slam it on the brakes, block past the driver on the outside, and there's not really anything that they can do to get back through. 5 minutes to go in this one then. Powell, and that's a good bit of tactics there from Mumba, just to point to Powell to say, let's work together. We've got a second over the rest of the field. We're both going through at the moment to the pre-B final. No need to over-defend and fight this position because it's a good slot to be in right now. Powell is defending a little bit through hairpin number 2. Mumba's going to draw alongside, try and get through there. Good racing room given by Freddie Powell. Contact warning for Finley West in the number 64.
Yeah, that's exactly what these two drivers need to do now. They need to work together. Finberg's on a charge. Mumba closed up that 2-second gap and might be going for first as we head into Garden now as well. Through goes Mumba into the lead of this race. Finberg looking like they could have done the same thing as well. No, still hangs back for the time being. Powell's going to try and fight this when, as you say, Andrew, now's the time to work together. Have this battle in the pre-B final coming up in a moment.
Indeed. Remember, you don't score points if you transfer through because you get that extra chance to score your championship points in the next race. So this is just all about getting through, getting one of those 2 repechage spots into the higher level of grid. Finberg's still there. They're actually quite helped at the moment by Finberg and all drivers being there because the number 22 has a penalty. So even if Valley was able to get through, those positions would come back to Mumba and Powell, so they really need to be keeping an eye on Rolf behind. Finberg's going to have a go here. Of course, this is still for positions on the grid for the Trophy C final. And through goes Finberg into second place on the road. So right now, if Finberg was able to get through into the lead of this one, would then drop down to P5 in the final classification, would start third for the Trophy C final. But again, we saw a little bit of this yesterday. Not necessarily the case that Freddie Powell knows that full situation, that Finberg has a penalty, so he's inevitably going to try and fight back.
And he is, and he's picking up contact warnings in that fight as well, so needs to keep the nose clean at this point. It's still looking good, Freddie, as long as you can just bring it home, at least where you are for now. Barnaby Rolf is just behind as well, of course. As far as I'm aware, Barnaby doesn't have any penalties to their name. So just need to be careful that Rolf isn't going to seize any opportunities that might present themselves to close up on these 2 leading drivers now.
Penalty for forcing a driver wide there for Jensen Fuller. Jensen Fuller currently the fastest driver on circuit, up to 5th place on the road, but again we'll lose a few of those positions just gained through that FDW discretion. 2 minutes of this race to go. Who else has made good progress in this one? Teddy Mullen, I'm going to give a mention to, in the number 55. He's gained 7 places in this race as Teddy. It's up to P9. Samai Singh as well. We had a chat to Samai during the practice this morning. It's now up to P10 as here goes a move for the race lead on the road. Mumba defends it round the outside. No way through to Finberg. Again, Mumba doesn't probably know that number 22 has a penalty at this stage. There is so much going on for a young driver in these kind of races. They can't be expected. Oh, that's a brave move from Finberg down the inside. There's no grip there, Valley. That was a little bit too tight to the inside. That's the kind of move, or the end result of a move that we saw through a wider part of turn 1 yesterday, Reeve, but on that occasion, really deep down the inside on driver's right, there really still is no grip there at all.
Absolutely not. Look at how much that has cost Finberg now. I think we're at the point where you can kiss that apex. There's grip there, but if you're hugging that inside line, as you say, absolutely no grip still, as well demonstrated by Finberg. This means it's now Mumba under pressure from Powell as it was a few laps ago, and they have all this squabbling to do yet again. They don't need to do it, but the young racing drivers, they are going to do it out on track in the final minutes of this race. We'll be crossing line and we'll see the final lap board now presenting itself as our 2 leading drivers are mere probably a kart length apart from each other before they headed into turn 1, and less so now. Into hairpin 1 we go. Powell goes for the outside, the wider entry there. Doesn't gain any major time compared to Mumba, just behind is Finberg and Rolf. Finberg holding on to P3 quite nicely.
I liked that line from Freddie Powell. That was quite safe.
Yeah.
You know, it would have been tempting to try and throw it down the inside of Zach Mumba when Zach Mumba was already subtly defending to the inside. He just took a slightly calmer, wider line, knowing he'd like to win this race, but he doesn't necessarily need to. He just needs to get in the top 2 and then through to that next level of race. It looks like that is going to be the case. Out of Senna Curve, up round Cafe Corner. Zach Mumba from the back of the grid recovers after penalties in qualifying and marches through into the Pre-B final. Is joined by Freddie Powell. Valley Finberg, third on the road, will drop a few positions because of that place deduction in the race earlier on for, what was it, forcing driver wide, I think. Barnaby Rolfe will be nicely positioned on the grid for the Trophy C final from P4. Jensen Fuller, Teddy Mullen, more positions gained in the end for Teddy Mullen, up 10 spots in that one, ahead of Williams, McNally Roberts, Jones and Singh, all in the top 5. But Mumba and Powell, they will march on into the Pre-B final, and you never know for Mumba, with that kind of pace, could get another promotion.
Absolutely. We have to leave our cadets for a moment, though, and head on to our first junior pre-final of the day. Here we go then, our junior pre-C final heading out underway. Our drivers forming up as we speak. Front row of the grid, it's Jamie Warner and Nathaniel Garay, Hooray Hushnu and Leo Belamenko on row 2. Daniel Thompson and Milo Stewart complete the third row of the grid. Moving on to row 4 then, it is going to be Ethan Miles, Imogen Owen, Jack Hayhoe, Edward Jones, Iris Treese and Charlie Murray complete row 4, 5 and 6. Before we move on to row 7, which is going to be Henry Eaton, Austin Lawrence Fielden, Amy Gualtieri, Caden Serville, Voiding Kajayan, Daniel Booton, Ramos completing row 7 and 8 and 9. Then it's Ryan Bock, Ruben Tucker, Max Winfield, Daniel Harmon, Gabriel Dematia, Thomas Wordley completing row 10, 11 and 12 to packed grid this one. Harry Thompson, Logan Caulfield, Charlie Wiltshire, Joshua Hawkins, Theo Brown and Onyx Hogarth complete row 13, 14 and 15. And then we have Liam Weatherall completing row 16.
Biggest field of the weekend, I think,
yes.
This. 31 drivers, only 2 spots available to go through to the Pre-B final. I think if you're in the middle part of the grid, the second half of the grid, got to think long game. I know that's sometimes a little bit trickier for the juniors. They want to go full send. But you've got to take your time with this one if you want to make your way through to a higher grade of race later on in the day. It'll be 11 minutes again here. Shorts on display for Sam Taylor there. Weather conditions continuing to be quite mild here. But Reeve, looks like we're good for a race start.
We are indeed. It's going to be Warner versus Garay as we head down the tram lines once more. That is, I'm going to call it a definite braking formation as we head into turn 1. False start, in fact. That is the correct decision.
Yeah.
I think that was a mid-pack shuffle causing... Oh.
Yeah, we saw one of these yesterday where I think that was the middle part of driver's left-hand side just got a little bit too eager on the gas pedal.
Yeah.
And what driver in P2 is trying to do is not jump the start.
Yeah.
Trying to respect that the pole sitter has control of the pace. And second place can't go over the line, and you know it's a pretty slam dunk here at Buckmore Park. JV on the move, just to indicate to the drivers, let's take the shortcut through. I think we'll have another roll-up lap to get things in control. So if you can imagine, I'm not saying it was the drivers in around 10th, 12th, 14th place, but it probably was. They go a little bit too quickly. Second and fourth are like, whoa, for a minute. We don't want to jump the start here. And they just kind of get spat out of the pack. It wasn't that they turned out of the tram lines. They're just trying to hold their position relative to pole and third place. So,
but when the cart's got that much momentum pushing against it, there's only so much a front wheels can do.
Yeah, so that's why that was a judge to be a false start.
And it looks like a couple minutes have been taken off this race because it's a false start.
So, in a way, it works against those in the midfield and towards the back, because what did I just say? You've got to take your time. Well, they've just taken 2 minutes off of their own clock to make their way through the field. Anyway, This is looking better. Race has begun. 9 minutes away we go.
Warner getting a good start here into turn 1. Buckmore trying to hang it round the outside. It might work. We know there's decent grip here as we run down into turn 1 in just a moment. The number 16 of Warner still leading and controlling this pack nicely, I believe. That is the number 131 and 38. That is Garay holding on to P2, but Daniel Thompson working their way up nicely into top end of the pack. We're going 3 wide as we head down towards the sign sweep. That is particularly brave, but just look at the control of this race. The likes of Thompson, the likes of Warner now have over the rest of the pack. Oh dear, spat out wide. That's the number 38 of Nathaniel Garay heading through Paddock. Nothing else to be done. That's what happens when you have that many carts heading through the same part of the track. We are still pointing in the right direction. We are still good to continue on, but some time lost for some important names in this race so far.
Yeah, it's a good start though for Jamie Warner down the inside. Ethan Miles looking to take third place away from Daniel Thompson. And we'll get the move done by the time they get through hairpin 1. Oh, is that a little cheeky move coming in from Milo Stewart? Trying to gain 2 positions for the price of 1. Loses out a little bit through hairpin number 2. Penalty for Daniel Harmon. ABC bump and pass. That'll be plus 4 positions at the end of this race. Joshua Hawkins has had a braking formation penalty. Caden Seville has also had a forcing driver wide penalty on that first lap. A little bit wide there for the number 56. It's pinball wizard time. Charlie Murray, that was, on the outside hitting the cone into then somebody else's path who was perfectly innocent in all of that one. Contact warning for Milo Stewart in the number 88. Great news, though, for Jamie Warner. Jamie Warner should just drive away now from the rest of this field while all of this is going on, whatever this is. 2 seconds clear. And likewise, Hurai Husnu now 2 seconds clear of the battle for third. So they've really got to get themselves organised. Because there is still an opportunity here for the likes of Miles, Stewart, Belimenko, but not if they're losing 2 seconds a lap, Reeve.
Not at all, no. When Warner is flying along in the low 47s, might be breaking into those 46s soon enough, he's controlling this race so well. And as you mentioned earlier on, Andrew, they've taken time off themselves effectively. Yeah. With 31 karts on the grid for this first pre-final for the juniors, it is going to be a bit eclectic, I suspect, for the remainder of this race.
It's a bit fraught out there for the drivers. There on your screens with the 117 penalty that we mentioned earlier on for Seville down the inside. Milo Stewart trying to get back up the order here. Actually, no, that was another suit, a red and white helmet suit a little bit further back. It's the 117 of Caden Seville. It really is having a bit of a rough time out there. Onyx Hogarth down the order in the number 66 for an ABC bump and pass penalty, side by side through the S's. And look, the more that this kind of, I know it's to be expected, you know, drivers are keen to get themselves up the order, but the more they fight, it stretches out at the front, and those opportunities to progress sadly slip away. So they're better at the moment, just trying to get into a more comfortable rhythm.
Absolutely, and a rhythm is exactly what Warner has found in the front. 46.6 on that last lap. Fastest lap by a mile, as we see. Number 131 having a look down the inside. Daniel Thompson wasn't able to make a move stick from that far back, but is certainly going to have more attempts at it later on.
Trying to go for a move on Charlie Murray for 6th place. I mean, it's good entertainment. I'll give them that as a bit of a moment there, I think, for Vojan Kajayan in the number 50. 98 has got a cone warning. That's Ethan Miles. Just a warning at the moment. Nothing more than that right now. 5 minutes of this race to go. Now it starts to feel like it's simmering down and getting into more of a rhythm. I tell you what, is that Ethan Miles close? It is. Ethan Miles has done a really good job here the last couple of laps. Reeve has closed up to Hurai Hushnu, so just going into hairpin 1 now. Battle for 2nd place.
Yeah, absolutely. Hushnu kept the nose clean, and all of that was a silent benefactor, really, of this squabbling, as we see Miles heading on through the second hairpin now into 2nd place. I thought Hushnu might have had a glance at Warner potentially, but has been comfortable and by no means is not doing a bad job now running in P3 in this race. But Miles just had that slight edge, able to close up, and is going to push on now in 2nd position, unless Hushnu can do anything about that heading into the last couple of corners. 4.6 seconds, by the way, is now your gap to a P1. 46.5 has been improved upon ever so slightly once more.
So Ethan Miles looking to secure back-to-back pre-B final appearances for the first time this season. Made that breakthrough last time out at Lid. Actually finished 3rd in the pre-B final, so nearly made it through to the A-tier races back in September, but hasn't done it back-to-back. Has had, say, one B final here or there, and then interspersed with a run of C finals. So this will be a good performance from Ethan Miles to get through here. In comparison, Husnu has only made it through to a B-tier race once so far this season. That was back at Clay Pigeon at round number 4. So still could do that, still could beat that best result so far this season with a run through the Trophy C final. You'd rather get it done here earlier on in the day, maximise the opportunity for points as the racing goes on. Big scrap going on. This is the number 48 of Jack Hayhoe down the inside of Daniel Thompson. This is for P8. Thompson holding round the outside there. Ooh, some good, oh dear, as there is a spin. That's a tricky place to recover from in the middle of hairpin 1.
Yeah, done well, all things considering, though. There was a huge pack heading through, but seized upon a perfect little gap to just get the cars back underway. Fastest lap coming down from P17, Henry Eaton, a 46.4. So as you say, I think the drivers are now settling down, finding a rhythm. They just wanted a few more minutes in this race potentially to make a difference.
Yeah, and it's a shame for the likes of Henry, because Henry's another one. I'm just looking through some of the results from earlier in the year. Has made A-tier races earlier on this season as Henry, so bit of a surprise to be seeing the number 53 here in this C-tier race. Likewise for Jack Hayhoe. Jack's had a decent run of results in recent times. In fact, has never failed to get to at least a pre-B final this season. So, yeah, this is what can sometimes happen at the end of a year. Just maybe not quite have the A-game installed for Buckmore Park. Bolton Ramos, contact warning in the 119. 2 minutes to go. And we've not really seen much of Jamie Warner so far in this race, Reeve, because Jamie has been miles out front, hitting purple sectors, hitting purple lap times all the way through. 5.8 seconds in the lead.
Make it 6.3 as we start the next lap. An impeccable job from Warner. Did everything that a driver on pole needs to do right at the start of what is going to be a packed grid.
Whilst it's calming down, this wasn't intentional, but I just said the 2 magic words there. Purple sectors. Event happening later on this week at Simply Race Milton Keynes, run by a good friend Chris McCarthy. It's going to be covered by Alpha Live, all in aid of young epilepsy. Do get involved. I think there's going to be donation links. I'm looking to Stuart now, see if he's involved for Purple Sectors on the week. All the information's on the social medias for Alpha Live and Chris McCarthy. But he tells me it's on Monday. Monday or Tuesday, you can't quite remember. But it's all the details there. Really good event. We had Chris and the Young Epilepsy team at the British Kart Championships earlier in the year at Kimbolton. Great initiative. Tuesday evening confirmed in my ear for that one. It would be great to get as much of the Club 100 community supporting that one as possible. Back to the racing. 43 seconds remaining on the clock. Warner now 6.8 seconds in the lead of this race.
Yeah, absolutely checked out at this point. Is looking rather lonesome on our timing graphic, just heading around on the track or on track almost. But we see heading into Garda now. This is the number 88 of Milo Stewart and Hurry Hushnu. They're getting pretty close as we head on towards the next lap on this race. This will be their penultimate lap. And this could be a good squabble here as we see Stewart actually goes for the outside. Well defended by Hurry Hushnu. Actually just parks the kart pretty much in the middle of the track that says, I'm going to make the wide line difficult for you. I'm going to make the run down the inside difficult as well. Perfect positioning there by Hushnu as we head now into that second hairpin. We are on that last lap. Our lead driver has been shown that last lap board by the looks of things. Timer hitting 0.
This is for pole position, that battle for third on the road is for pole position in the Trophy C final. So there is warrant there to hold on to that position and not try and get back up to second place, because I think Ethan Martin's just a little bit too quick in this race. Jamie Warner was way too quick for all of them. Wins the pre-C final in dominant fashion by 7 seconds. Well done, Ethan Miles. Through to the pre-B final. Hushnu will start on pole position later on in the Trophy C final. We'll have Milo Stewart for company on the front row. Belemenko, Seville, Murray, Hayhoe, Thompson and Owen all in the top 10 on the road. Kajayan, Winfield, Harmon, Eaton, Garai in the top 15. As a flying washing machine is back out.
That was. Oh,
and there's a dog.
Paddock dog.
Paddock pooch of the day, number 1. Good race that. I mean, it was a bit chaotic in the midfield in the first few laps, but good performances from Warner and Miles. We'll leave that for later on, because next, our pre-B final for the cadets.
And here we go, cadets heading out on track. We've just got to wait a moment to see our official grids, but here's some of the names you are going to be seeing, the likes of Manze Nwosu, Jacob McClone, but here's how the grid is looking. Alicia Waterhouse, Manze Nwosu on row 1, Alex Ivanescu and Milan Pillay on row 2. Jacob McClone, Zachary Smith complete the 3rd row of the grid. Moving on to row 4, Edward Sybri, Hamad Umar Abdeen, Dexter Hazeldine, Freddie Turner, Sarah Telford, Oscar Bradley complete rows 4, 5 and 6. Moving on to row 7, it's Oakley Sands, Juan Almendiras Bocanegra, and then we have Lucien Costant, Rocco Tichol, and then we have Jamie Watson and Zahi Lada. Moving on then, it's going to be James Palin, Mia Gualtieri, Zach Mumba and Freddie Powell complete row 10 and 11 of this 22-kart grid. Just behind the pace cart at the moment, we're looking pretty well formed up and ready to go. Well done, our cadets.
Looking good here for running towards the start line, getting us going for 11 minutes once again. 2 places available in the pre-A final. Away we go towards turn 1. The number 82 of Alicia Waterhouse on the inside. And Manze Nwosu trying to go round the outside. Oh, that's a brave bit of driving from the 2024 BIKC Cadet Champion to take the lead of this race. Alex Ivanescu has had a good start as well. There's a spinner in the middle of the pack that's now slipped to the back of the pack. We'll work out who that was in a moment, but what a start there for Manze Nwosu. Plenty of speed, plenty of confidence around the outside, but now under a challenge for the race lead.
Yeah, absolutely. The number 9 of Alex Ivanescu flying on through down the side sweep. Not a traditional overtaking spot here, but heading into Garda, takes charge of this race. Nwosu down into 3rd as Waterhouse recovers.
Yeah, good stuff there from Waterhouse. This is going to be a close race for these 2 places. Zachary Smith at the order there as well, and the number 29 will hold one of those places at the end of this first lap. So it's Ivanescu, Smith, Nwosu, Pillay, Hazeldine, Umar Abdeen, Waterhouse actually down to 7th place. Off the road. And that is Alicia Waterhouse. And was that the number 27 or the 37? I think it was the 37. It was Mohammed Umar Abdeen. Thankfully, a soft touch into the wall there. We have seen some sizable hits into those safer barriers, those padded barriers on the outside confines. They might need a little bit of help just to get out of there, but I don't think there's going to be any need to neutralise this race.
No, there shouldn't be, as we now see an out-and-out fight between Ivanescu and Nwosu, who is just a little ways back here, and Zach Smith taking charge of this race. Great start for Zach.
We've had a good question coming. I think it's had a good answer as well from Charlie France. Hello to Pirate, who's doing a Club 100 test for the first time. Any advice? Yeah, I will absolutely second what Charlie's put. Make sure you're clean. Often when we're looking as Club 100 at assessing drivers for are they ready to race, it's not about speed. There is a speed element there, but it's not like, oh, you've got to be top 5 of the practice session to, get your license. In fact, you could be top 5 in your session, but if you've had 17 spins, I'm exaggerating, of course, but if you've had lots of incidents out there, as there's a change for the lead there, Ivanescu down the inside of Smith. It's a good scrap, this. Smith trying to go around the outside. They're going to be side by side. This is what we're talking about. Can you race? Can you go wheel to wheel? Can you share the track with others and race in a fair and safe manner? Smith holds onto the lead very nicely there ahead of Ivanescu. That's what the assessors are looking for before you get your license. So it's not necessarily all about speed, it's about making sure you can keep control of the cars.
Absolutely, as we say, a fantastic start for Zachary Smith in this race, working their way up from 6th and putting themselves in the best possible position to try and jump up into that pre-A final in just a moment. Hello to Jamie Moore Karting. That's a very good question there. Is that
yes,
the same Manze who won BIKC Cadet? Indeed it is. That is the one, Manze Nwosu there. Obviously, BIKC, part of that karting pathway.
Won this race entry for the whole season as a result of winning the BIKC last year. So again, good luck to everyone who's competing at Warrington in less than 7 days' time. 7 minutes and 35 seconds remaining in this one. You can see Ivanescu there saying, come on, no, let's work together, because we've broken clear of the rest of the pack. Nwosu and Umar Abdeen. So apologies, it wasn't Umar Abdeen who spun earlier on. Oh dear.
That's an unusual
that
spot.
That is an unusual spot. That's a BUKC spot to spin around. Who was that falling down the order? Can't quite make it out at the moment. Apologies for that.
I think it was Edwards.
I think it was, yeah. Ed Cyberry's gone down to 20th place. Oscar Bradley also may have been the other car. I knew I saw a 7 flying into that incident. It was just on the first digits, a 7-4 of Oscar Bradley with Alicia Whitehouse, unfortunately, now at the back of the field.
Indeed, he does. But we head back on to our start-finish straight with our 2 frontrunners who have done a nice job of breaking away from this pack. I suspect that Umar Abdeen and Mos have been slowing themselves down ever so slightly in their own squabble for P3, which has allowed our leaders to have their own fight as Ibanescu has a look down the inside through the first couple of corners into the first hairpin we go. Has to maintain P2 for the time being, has the fastest lap, does Ibanescu, heading in to the second hairpin, that fabulous overtaking opportunity which presents itself. I imagine there's going to be plenty of footage to look back upon for these 2 drivers as they try and learn how their rivals are negotiating these couple of corners. Down through the time sweep we go. Zach Smith still controls things as we run through Paddock, get achingly close to that cone, but not too close. Zach defending the inside through Garda, which has been an opportunity for so many drivers so far into this race weekend. We see some of our audience members looking on to the racing action going on onto the start-finish straight now as we have a huge fleet of carts heading on to the start-finish straight.
Yes, this is, I want to say, 5th place downwards. Yeah, Oakley Sands has got to the front of this group for 5th place with Milam Pillai, Lucien Postan, Jamie Watson, Sarah Telford and Rocco Titchell all in the top 10. There are some penalties, though, in this one, including Watson and ABC bumping past. That's going to be +4. Oh, it gets worse for Edward Cyberry. Now unsafe release. That's going to be a -6 positions at the end of this one. A couple of questions as well as why Zachary Smith in the B final? Yeah, just didn't quite get the lap time in qualifying. Was in Group B, which was fully dry conditions. Well, mostly dry conditions. Group A, you could argue maybe got a bit of a rough run of the green. I think there was maybe 3 or 4 tenths missing in terms of track performance for them. But no, Zachary Smith was in Group B. But he's doing the business right now to get through. Alex Ibanescu still the fastest driver on circuit. Those 2 working together. Here's some moves further down the field. Jamie Watson trying to get down the inside there in the red suits and the white helmet. Maybe getting a bit of an assist from Rocco Titchell behind. And could be through here into 7th place ahead of Lucien Postan. Some good racing once again from our cadets.
Yeah, absolutely. Navigating their way through this pack very nicely indeed. We head back to our race leaders over there, running through Garda and Zachary Smith, defending well against Alex Ivanescu, who they're trading purple sectors at the moment, actually, which is really strong stuff. These 2 race leaders are controlling this race so nicely, still getting those fastest laps in, still maintaining their lead, not compromising their run, despite having their own, I'm sure, very enjoyable battle.
Indeed, and
I've just seen
why
that.
does Dante not look out of place in a cadet car? Well, I'm only going to leave the comments to discuss that one. He tests them very, very well, is all I'll say on that one. Less than 4 minutes of this race to go. Moves further down the order to yellow flag out at Marshall Post 5. This might be for you-know-which cone being replaced on the exit of Paddock, and I think it's already been replaced. Good work from our Buckmore Park Marshals team. Big thanks to Clinton Bell, who looks over the shop here. So they're all in the Marshals posts, waving the flags. Of course, you've got your observers out there moving around. And Johnny Patterson there as well. I just saw Johnny getting ready for some winners shots, perhaps over the start line. Remember as well, photos. If you raced on Saturday, they'll be out first lots on Monday. If they're out, if you raced today, first lots Tuesday. That's all over on the Facebook page. Some more good moves coming in. Jamie Watson there was on the inside, moving up to 6th place.
We head back to our race leaders, though, where they are looking pretty settled. Charlie France makes a very good comment, as we have mentioned. Yeah, smart move from these 2 race leaders. They're doing such a good job of making sure that they put their best foot forward for that pre-A final coming up later on. There'll be even more points opportunities available to them in that pre-A final as they run through. We head back to this mid-pack battle being led by Oakley Sands running through Garda. We go side by side, and we're also side by side briefly with our 2 race leaders who head through turn 1. Zachary Smith looking over the shoulder ever so slightly because Ibanescu looking like they're taking a better line through that first hairpin. We go side by side. Second hairpin now. Nicely defended by Zachary Smith. Has that compromised the exit through that second hairpin? We'll have to wait and see. It's a great run down through Simon Sweep. We're still side by side. Zachary Smith does not relent, is not rattled by Alex Ibanescu's charge. Takes the tighter inside line. Into Paddock we go. Zachary Smith still leads the race. Has another opportunity though. It does Ibanescu into Garda. Has to switch back, take another line, and into Senna we go. Still, the driver in the red suit maintains this race lead, but it's looked a lot less convincing this time around. We're side by side as we head onto the next lap. Over the shoulder looks Zachary Smith and defending well into turn 1.
This is really good racing between these two because, one, they're putting on a great show for us here trackside. They're also not losing too much time to those drivers behind. So, well, they've lost about half a second there, but they can afford to do that with the gap that they've got that they've built up earlier on in this race. So, continuing to lead it then, Zachary Smith heads down the hill through Simon Sweep. Careful not to hit those bollards on the inside. Sweeping down through Simon Sweep towards Paddock Corner. There is Umar Abdeen at the moment. And here's a chance for Ibanescu. Down the inside, into Garda. Through and into the lead. Zachary Smith trying to hold it around the outside. That's going to be a brave run to retake the lead. Brilliant stuff yet again.
Amazing confidence from Zachary Smith, though, who just attached the car to the inside line there through Garda. Defends into turn 1 once again. These drivers are having their cake and eating it. Not that cake is the sore point in this comms box today, but they are able to battle and still maintain a nice lead here, having their fun before they head into the Pre-A final as well.
Do indeed. The gap, 3 seconds now to Mohammed in the number 37 behind it. The trouble for Mohammed, he's not really got anybody else behind him to
push him along.
Shake and bake back towards the top 2 at the moment. 30 seconds remaining in this race, so I think we'll get 2 more laps. There is Mohammed Umar Abdeen in the number 37. Is top rookie at the moment in this race, so that is a feather in the cap of the driver in the number 37. Still, Zachary Smith has the lead in this race. 1 more lap to go here, Reeve. Properly enjoyed this.
Absolutely. Final lap board is shown, and I'm sure Zachary Smith and Alex Ibanescu are going to make the absolute most of it. Have actually slightly extended their lead, not just maintained it. Into the first hairpin we go. Slightly wider entry for Ibanescu. Hangs it round the outside. Just look at the defence now from Zachary Smith. He gets that impression that Ibanescu is flying along at the moment. Down through the Simon Sweep we go. That was a brilliant move. I'm just thinking back still of that move through Garda, but Zachary Smith thought, you know what, it's not over yet. So I think even if Ibanescu can pull something off in these final couple of corners, it's not all said and done until we cross the line. But Zachary Smith runs wide through Garda. Is that going to compromise him through Senna? We're still side by side. It's an out-and-out drag race, and it's a great run for Ibanescu, but somehow Zachary Smith holds it off after fighting tooth and nail. Zachary Smith takes your victory. Alex Ibanescu coming home P2. Aberdeen, round your podium.
That's how it's done. Really, really good racing there between Zachary Smith and Alex Ibanescu. They will both go through to the Pre-A final, and it'll be pole position in the Trophy B final for Mohammed Umar Abdeen. Amanzi Nwosu will start P2. I think that's worth a click of the like button.
Absolutely.
If you haven't done so already. Can we get to 100 before we get to the end of this rotation of races? We've got 2 more juniors and another cadet to go. And talking of juniors, their Pre-B final is next.
Here we go then, our juniors are back out on track for their Pre-B final. Now this was a brilliant race to behold yesterday for our lightweights. Hopefully our super lightweights can do the same thing. We'll take a look at their grids in just a moment. We're going to see the likes of Miles Harrison, Max Miller out on track. Here we go, it's time for our grids for our junior Pre-B final. Jules Larkin, Jasper Clark, Sass on row 1, Stefan Chiefan, Asan Iqbal, Quinton Vazur and Max Miller complete row 2 and row 3. Moving on to the 4th row of the grid, it's going to be Oscar Machawiak, and then we have Miles Harrison of Yangyu, and then Lila Kaufman, Josh Melling and Leo Edger on row 5 and 6. Moving on to row 7, it's going to be Senna Chappell, Fowers, Adra, Caden Ward, Kai Ferner, Amo Zayana, and Sean Steele complete row 7, 8, and 9. Nikolai Isgard, Samuel Spencer, George Greed, Callum White, Harrison Bishop, and Harry Harvey complete row 10, 11, and 12. And then our final row of the grid, Jamie Warner and Ethan Miles for our 26 kart grid today. As I say, pre-B final yesterday was brilliant. Our cadets also putting on a show. These pre-B categories, we've got some drivers trying to make progression from C, while also some trying to fight into A. It just adds that extra element of spice. Are we going to see that same spice as we start this pre-B final for our juniors? It is the 47 of Larkin against Clark Sass. Into turn 1 we go. It is a great run for Jasper around the outside. Into turn 1 is still side by side with Jules Larkin as we head into that hairpin. In fact, never mind side by side. Oh, we have quite a few karts being caught up in a hairpin entry incident, and perhaps no surprise there, we are called a false start for that race.
Yeah, so a false start called there because there were more than 3 or 4 karts involved in an incident inside
of the grid,
inside the false start zone. So that zone that, if I'm right in saying, continues on to just beyond hairpin 2 around this track. So we go again. But what we will see, most likely, is a couple of minutes dropped
2 minutes taken off
the
time.
9-minute race.
Yeah, absolutely. So we see our grid now needing to reform back up into the positions that we started on. That race start never happened, even if overtakes, etc. did take place in those first couple of corners. They don't matter. That race never begun. Our 9-minute race will be coming up in just a moment. But that was a bit of heroics through turn 1 for Jules Larkin, wasn't it? Just hanging it round the outside. Sorry, no, Jasper Clark Sass was the driver to be hanging it round the outside when we all saw it go a little bit awry further down the pack. We take the shortcut once more and get ready to race again. Hello to Callum, who says, hope everyone's all right, but that was perhaps foreseen. And yes, of course, everyone is okay. It was just a minor little skirmish that we thought, you know what, not a fair condition to undergo racing in when a few drivers are involved so early on. So we get to go racing once more once we are fully formed up again. Down into that first hairpin, we do get a bit of a thumbs up from our pace kart there. Big thank you to all of our Club 100 event staff, organisers, marshals, officials, etc., who all put in so much effort to make these sessions run as smoothly as they can. Just the last couple of karts, by the look of things, getting into the correct position. We take that shortcut run through, and the pace kart dips out of the way. Down the tram lines we go once more. Jules Larkin versus Jasper Clark Sass at the front row of the grid. Here we go into turn 1, and it's Jasper yet again with a fantastic start into that first couple of corners. Everyone behaving themselves for those first 2 corners. Into the hairpin we go. Let's see some clean running drivers, and we are 3 or 4 karts wide, a couple of spinners, but I think we're good to continue on. Everyone pointing in the correct direction. Just again now through the second hairpin we go. We see a little bit of oversteer for a few of our drivers, but everyone making it through. Look at that fleet of karts that are all grouped together, exiting that second hairpin now. Here we see Clark Sass. Oh, that's a big bit of news for our race leader. I was just about to say controlling things already, but it's a jump start. I thought it was a good start. I didn't realise it was quite that good for Jasper Clark Sass. They cannot take victory in this race now.
Yeah, and that'll be 2 positions for Jasper Clark Sass. It's always done on the basis of its number of rows gained times 2 for the number of positions. So effectively, there's a change at the front. Larkin's taken the lead on the road, doesn't need penalties to hand it towards him. Effectively, we call this that Jasper Clark Sass has moved to row 0 from row 1. So has jumped to row 2 places. At best, can hope for classification of 3rd in this one. And right now, it would be 4th, with Larkin having taken the lead in this race. And it could get worse because there's Hassan Iqbal on the move, trying to attack Miles Harrison in there as well. Hassan Iqbal, one of our drivers who was competing on Tuesday night in the Club 100 iRacing Championship, has just been pushed down to 4th place now. Stefan Chiffan not too far out of play in this one as well, completing that top 5.
He is indeed our top 5, looking very closely compacted together as we head through that hairpin section once again. Yeah, Miles Harrison, great progression on those first couple of laps. Jules Larkin might not be aware of that. The driver just behind has a penalty to their name in this early phase of the race, so he's still going to fight tooth and nail to maintain that race lead. Obviously, this being the pre-B final, you rep a charge up if you take away the top 2 positions here. As we can see, Clark Sass running in 3rd on the road is trying to claw back 2nd position at least to make the best of a bad situation in terms of the penalties. Miles Harrison, though, jumping into 2nd position as we start another lap here at Buckmore Park. That gap is around about a car length, but is looking to be closed up as we see we head into that first hairpin now. Harrison taking your fastest lap of this first full speed, realistically, lap that we've enjoyed so far in the race. Huge pack of karts, and because we've got that truncated running once again, we're going to see 29 karts out on the grid here trying to sieve their way through that pack. They're going to struggle a little bit because we have less time to do so. It's going to take a while. It's going to take you until longer into that race until you're in a bit of a rhythm and you've got some clean running ahead of you. Here we go, though, overtaking OTY actually for Kai Ferner there, sorry, the number 90 plated kart. Not a penalty we've seen so far this weekend, I believe.
No, I don't seem to remember an overtake under yellow so far this weekend. 5 minutes and 44 seconds of this one to go. Still in the balance. Bit of a surprise to see Miles Harrison in this B final. He's had a bit of an up and down middle part of the season, but on a good day, Miles has got the speed to go through to the A-level races. Contact warning for the number 111 of Caden Ward we just saw there.
I'm liking the back of Jasper Clark Sass's race suit there. It's sassy on the back of it. That is a nice touch as we run through Senna once more. Here we can see over the shoulder looks Larkin. He feels that pressure. Miles Harrison is pushing along, as you say, potentially out of position here and trying to make amends for it. Is flying along to maintain that fastest lap of the race for a little while. Is embroiled in some racing action, so might struggle to set those purple sectors, although we have seen it done today so far. As we go too wide, has a look around that side into hairpin 2. Does Harrison, has to clang back just for the time being. Jasper's fancying his chances as well. And there's Hassan Iqbal also poised for the overtake. 0.6 of a second is that gap from first down to fourth as we run through Syme sweeping just in single file succession and into the Paddock bend we go. Here we go then. Hassan Iqbal having a look around the outside into Garda, actually wasn't able to make any moves stick there. Garda's looking really nice and dry and raceable at the moment. It wasn't quite a given in yesterday's racing that you were going to be able to take all of the racing lines through that corner, but you certainly are now as Larkin leads us into that first corner. And it's an unfortunate race that gets just that little bit worse off for Kai Ferner as they also pick up a bump and pass penalty as well. So we see Harrison hanging around the inside into hairpin 2, is closing up on Larkin, but Larkin doing an almighty defensive job at the moment. Less than a tenth separates these two drivers heading down that Syme sweep now. Really impressive running from Jules Larkin at this point. Hasn't shown any cracks in the armour, so to speak. Is just carrying on, less than a tenth separating himself from Miles Harrison. Has looked over the shoulder a couple of times, but other than that, seemingly has the measure for the time being. We still have 3.5 minutes to go, so still a few laps to play for these drivers. And Miles Harrison is trying to make his kart as imposing as possible as he heads up into that first corner. Clark Sass is otherwise occupied with Hassan Iqbal now. Stefan Chiffin's been brought into the mix, heading through the two hairpins as well. Very well spotted by Jamie in the chat that yes, Jules Larkin does have the flag of St Andrews on his back, proudly flying the flag for Scotland. And I just wanted to see, which bit of Scotland is Jules from? I hate to break it to you, Jamie. Jules lives in Surrey. Oh. It's not as far as a trip as perhaps we thought, but it's still been a good race so far from Jules Larkin, holding off Miles Harrison here for a good few laps. 2 and 3/4 minutes to go, and look at how many drivers are still there waiting to pick up the pieces. If these two fall, Hassan Iqbal trying to go around the outside there of Jasper Clark Sass, and Stefan Schiffan's going to try and take advantage of this in the Fernando Alonso replica helmet there in P5. Max Miller could still be in play as well, currently running 6th on the road. Efforts further down the order. Should note Harrison Bishop Jr. up 11 spots. Now he is going to lose some of those spots, so I've definitely seen the number 79 come up on the penalty board so far in this race, but making good progress nonetheless. Likewise, Amor Zayana, oh dear, every single driver I seem to mention at the moment keeps getting a penalty. Is up for 8 places on the road at the moment, is Amor, but a penalty for multiple pieces of contact there. You see it on your screen. Here we can see Harrison having another bite of the cherries. We head into that first corner. Was going for a bit of a late switchback, went wide on entry, tried to cut across, but there's a barrier there, Miles. So unfortunately, luckily, we're still pointing in the right direction. Has got ahead into the race lead now as Larkin hangs back in P2. Iqbal and Sass, by the way, side by side, running through that second hairpin. Sass has had some really impressive runs on the past couple of laps, has the fastest lap of the race overall, and did that only a couple of laps ago, is past Iqbal now, and might just be a bit of a problem if you are Jules Larkin at this point. Might be now closing up and potentially taking away any chances at a repecharge up on through to that A final.
So cone warning for Miles Harrison. I wonder if that was right on the inside of turn number 2. You get one of those for free as Larkin's going to repay the favour back down the inside and maybe join now. That's really well recovered by Miles Harrison. He let Larkin go there and just went, right, chop back to P2. That's the position that you really need. If you can't win, just get that second place if you're Miles Harrison, because you'll still get through to that pre-A final. Samuel Spencer not having a good race, 2 ABCs now. So he's going to be falling a long way down the order with penalties post-race. This is still very open as we go on to the final lap here, Reeve. Larkin starting to pull away from Harrison. Hassan Iqbal needs a first half of this lap that's big if he's going to have any chance of going through.
Absolutely. There we can see Clark Sass having another look potentially into the first part of the lap. Has to hang back for the time being, but what a turnaround for Larkin. Has built up a gap, which is something he wasn't able to do in the previous squabbling with Harrison in the mid-phase of the race. The timer just about hit 0 as we run down the Symes sweep, and Larkin controls things for the time being. A couple of kart lengths between these two drivers. We are on the last lap of this race now. Sean Steele sets a new fastest lap with a 46.1. That's a nice turn of pace for Sean Steele. Through Garda we go then and into Senna. Jules Larkin has certainly had to fight for it. Onto the start-finish straight we go. Harrison has made it difficult, but in the end, Jules Larkin doesn't crack under pressure and takes your race victory. Harrison comes home in P2, Iqbal P3, and Clark Sass completing the top 4, with Chifan heading home in 5th as well.
Good stuff there from Jules Larkin. He had not missed an A-tier race in any entered round so far this year, and he's going to continue that streak to the end of the season. Wrestles his way through into the pre-A final. He's joined by Miles Harrison. We've got to move on though. Our first pre-A final of the day is up next.
Here we go then. For one last time in the pre-finals, it's our cadets out on track. Harvey Drury, David Cadar on row 1. Then we have Jack Thompson and Ronnie Deacon on the second row of the grid. James out and Mohamed Issa Subadar complete your first 3 rows. Then we go on to Freya Lally, Omar Ullah, Senna Panna, Jacob Underhill, Adam Telford and Kabir Singh complete row 4 and 5. It's row 7 with Hugo McMillan and Jack Dowding. Then Ben Cape, William Moore, Rory Hamilton, House and Outram complete row 8 and 9. Moving on to the 10th row, Zachary Smith and Alex Ivanescu charging up on through from that pre-B final.
First A final or A-tier race for Mohamed Issa Subadar since round 2 at Shennington, if my notes are correct. So really good effort there from the driver, the number 43, to get through in this one. This championship campaign is of course already decided. Rory Hamilton does start this race quite far back though, so it'll be interesting to see if the number 1 plate can move through the order in this one. It'll be another 11-minute race. Getting ready for the start of this one. 2 those lights, they'll turn green, and we will begin racing once again here at Buckmore Park. Good start for Drury. Kadar's going to have to be patient around the outside, starting from P2 here. Oh, there's a few drivers off at the start. I think only 2 of them round there, as is that an attack coming in from Jack Thompson in the number 65? Yes, it is. In the red suit and the black helmet. Brilliant start for Thompson.
Absolutely. Kadar a little bit compromised through the first couple of corners, ran wide, and that gap just opened up to loud likes of Thompson through, and with a great start in this race. Down the Symes sweep we go, everyone pointing in the right direction once more. Over the shoulder looks Thompson. There is the number 8 of David Kadar, still putting that pressure on, trying to take back a good spot in this race. Lead still started very well indeed. No, sorry, that is the number 3 of James Vout. Yeah. It's James Vout who's worked their way up. Again, big screen. You'd think I'd be able to tell, but James Vout is up in 2nd position. Head into turn 1 we go. What a start for Mr. Vout.
Yeah, really good stuff there from James Vout. He's got a bit of an opportunity here to regain points on rival for 2nd place in the championship, the runners-up spot. Jacob Underhill currently holding that spot. By the way, it will be called a runners-up spot here in this commentary team. None of that vice-champion nonsense. Yeah, I don't like it. 9 minutes and 40 seconds to go in this race. Thompson leads from Vout, Drury, Deacon, Underhill, David Cadar still there in the top 6.
Look at how much Jack Thompson's having to work to know exactly where Vout is trying to attack as we run through Garda there. I'm convinced that was a 172, by the way, that briefly flashed on the screen. Either way, we head on to the next lap, and it's still going to be Jack Thompson controlling things at the moment. Senna Panna flies on through with the fastest lap, is trying to make their way through the pack. But having a look around the outside, it's James Vout. A bit of rotation creeps in through that first hairpin, but it works. We go side by side. Could he hang it round the outside? It would be a feat. Nice little switchback here, potentially. It's a good run for Vout, but looks like Thompson could just about win out. No, he can't. We run down the center. The time sweep was still side by side. Vout has to relent in the end, but gave it a damn good go.
Really, really good racing once again from our Cadet Super Lightweights up towards Garda now. Thompson defends from Vout. Drury looks like Underhill's trying to make a move on Ronnie Deacon for 4th place. In fact, no, sorry, Ronnie Deacon's through into 3rd. So Drury now down to 4th and having to fend off the Cadet Super Lightweight champion in the North Championships. Won that one at Warden Law a couple of weekends ago. Senna Panna having a really good run as well, up in 6th place now.
Rory Hamilton is as well, has worked his way up from 17th into 8th.
Yeah, this has been a properly good run for Rory. To say he's already got enough points to be champion, and we've checked through the penalties. Big thanks to Dante Dillon. He's been doing all the hard work on this one. None of our real top-end championship contenders are anywhere near the threshold that kicks in -5 points. Basically, you've got to be deducted 15 positions across the course of the season to start getting championship points penalties. Hamilton is nowhere near that at the moment. Underhill not particularly happy there with Harley Drury as they fight over 4th place. That has allowed the top 3 to break away. Thompson continuing to do a great job holding the lead.
Absolutely is, although it's not an easy lead to try and maintain. Deacon's caught up and is now in the midst of this battle as well. Could throw a spanner into the works for James Vout here. Was briefly having a glance along side by side, but we head further back into the action, heading through the 2nd hairpin. Now Jacob Underhill leads this pack that we head down through the Sime Sweep with now. And there we see curving around beautifully, one of the fantastic bits of racing circuit here in the UK. But Jack Thompson hasn't had a moment to breathe. I mean, you can't miss James Vout, so there's no need to look all that much. And a very distinct race suit there for Vout as we head back onto the start-finish straight. It is still Thompson who leads us, head round the kink in the back straight, start the next lap, defend the insides as Thompson. Meanwhile, Harley Drury has a look over the shoulder there against Senna Panna, who's on a bit of a charge himself, but Vout goes down the inside, sees a gap into that first hairpin, and absolutely jumped on the opportunity to find a way through. Nice recovery, though, from Jack Thompson. It once again comes down to a drag race here. Who gets the best run into the sweep? Well, Thompson's having a nice little drive through. Here we go, through the S's, and maintains that race lead. Now watch out for Ronnie Deacon, who nearly goes side by side with Vout as well before we drop down into Paddock.
Thompson hasn't had, it's the Rissington
effect.
Effect, I like that. I was about to say, what's the opposite of a curse? The Rissington streaming effect. We've not seen Jack Thompson take a 130 maximum point score since the pre-final at an A level here in this championship, in the South Championships. James Vout, of course, won last time out at Lit, so has very good form at this stage of the season. Ronnie Deacon's right there as well in 3rd place. Jacob Underhill has been able to cross the gap here, running in a very relaxed manner, knowing he's already got one of the championships sewn up this year. Isn't quite going to be able to get enough points to win this one, but could still get 2nd place and needs to race well here with his rival for that 2nd place in the championship. James Vout still having an opportunity to win this race. David Cadar and Rory Hamilton are on the scene. We could have 6 drivers fighting for this one with 5.5 minutes to go, or thereabouts. Jack Thompson continuing to do a great job here. Reeve leads at the end of lap number 7.
This is what we want to see, isn't it? Hamilton closing in to now within a second. As you say, 6 karts involved in this one. We head round the first couple of corners. Wout not able to find a way past yet. Could this be the opportunity into that first hairpin? Pincers onto an opportunity that just absolutely grabs it by the throat, and it goes on through into the race lead.
Yeah, it's a good bit of overtaking there from James Wout. Committed to the inside, had the control for me on the inside of the corner, and there was nothing. That was your classic Buckmore hairpins block pass. Yep. From James Wout, who now leads this race. Ronnie Deacon's on the inside. This is for second place for Deacon, who needs the points, has had some penalty championship point deductions already so far this season that he's going to want to kind of like negate the effects of. Zachary Smith, ABC bump and pass. That's a little bit further down the order. Smith, who moved through from the pre-B final, is up to 8th place on the road. Will drop down now as Jacob Underhill now down the inside takes second place away from Ronnie Deacon. Great stuff here. Thompson back to 3rd. Deacon's going to have to be a little bit patient now, trying to wrestle himself in there, keep ahead of Rory Hamilton for P4. David Cadar will now have an opportunity of getting by the champion-elect, but Hamilton is just able to nip back ahead into P5. Wout versus Underhill now for the lead of this race.
Yeah, absolutely. A complete change in the dynamic for this battle, because perhaps more so than ever we're seeing the positions down P2 down to P6 squabbling and fighting it out as we head through the final couple of corners. We go side by side. Wout goes deep towards the entry into Senna, and that's a great run for Underhill, who was nearly under threat from Jack Thompson there, but is instead going to continue on. It's Thompson in 3rd, Underhill in 2nd. Wout clings on to 1st position. Hamilton hangs back in 4th for the time being, occupied with Ronnie Deacon.
I think if Underhill gets 2nd place in this race, it ties up 2nd in the championship as well. It moves his max possible, or his score guaranteed ahead of what James Wout could do with a double victory here today, but he's dropped down another place now, so he's dropped down to 3rd. That should still be enough, but Thompson is not going to be too worried about that. Thompson, who hasn't had this kind of position since earlier in the season at Ella Park. This is a cracking race. As here comes Hamilton down the inside, on the scene, going for 3rd place, 3 wide now, with Kada trying to get involved as well there in the number 8. I think Kada has indeed got through, so that's great driving from David Kada, reading the 2 championship leaders like a book there. Here goes Jack Thompson once again trying to get around the outside of James Wout. Brilliant switch back there, and here comes Kada down the inside. Nearly takes the race lead towards hairpin number 1.
Cadar laying in waiting while the top 5 really squabbling it out over the past couple of laps, and then out of nowhere is on the scene. Rory Hamilton, that lap not quite going his way potentially. Look at what this battling is doing for this race. There's so many drivers occupying the same part of the circuit. They are closing right up to our front-running pack here. Before we know it, we're going to see the likes of Zachary Smith, Harley Drury joining in on this fight as well. There's still 2 minutes to go. Thompson leads us, Wout just behind here, as Kadar's had a little bit of an iffy run on the second half of this lap.
Yeah, he has indeed. This is an opportunity now for Wout and Thompson to break away from the rest. Underhill has got a bit of a gap to cross. Thompson defends into the first bend, through Henry's bend, towards hairpin number 1 now. James Wout trying to keep himself in position. Underhill, there's not enough grip at this time of year around the outside of hairpin 1 like that. Jacob to do some heroics. As Kada has a half spin and drops down the order. Will drop now down behind Zachary Smith. It's a shame that Zachary Smith's got an ABC bump and pass penalty in this race, because this has been a brilliant run from one of our repechargees through from the pre-B final. Harley Drury as well is up the order, as wide goes Ronnie Deacon. It's not going to be able to hold on to position there ahead of Hamilton, and just about holds on ahead of Smith. Underhill has done a great job on this lap, Reeve, to cross that gap, and it's a 3-kart battle once again at the front.
It is indeed. We do have a penalty coming in for Deacon, bump and pass, so P5 will not be able to finish where they do on paper, where they have on the road. But there we see Wout against Jack Thompson. Meanwhile, just behind it's Hamilton with all the work to do against the likes of Deacon and Zachary Smith. But James Wout, previously race leader, of course, has the threat of Underhill from behind. Thompson just ahead. Thompson started this race in 1st, worked their way up into 1st position, and there's only 30 seconds left on the clock. The last lap board will be shown next time we head out as we round Paddock bend now over the shoulder, looks at Thompson, hasn't had a moment to breathe. Anyone really in the top 6 that can be attributed to, as we now start the next lap in just a moment.
Final lap board out then. Jack Thompson has not won a Cadet Super Lightweight Club 100 race since Rissington round 3. This stage of round 3, in fact. Into hairpin 1. Defends that one nicely. Rory Hamilton still there in 4th place. Ronnie Deacon does, of course, as mentioned, have that ABC bump and pass penalty. So Zachary Smith's going to try and get down the inside and take 5th place on the road. Still Thompson leading this one. Vout holding in 2nd place. Underhill doing enough right now to secure the runners-up spot in the championship. A race early towards Garda then. This is where surely there's got to be a move if there's going to be one for James Vout. Jack Thompson got really, really good speed off of Paddock corner there. Has just got to drive it straight to the line now. For the 2nd time this year, Jack Thompson takes a maximum score. First time since round 3. Wins the Pre-A final at Buckmore Park. Vout P2, Underhill P3. That moves Underhill's score beyond what anybody else can achieve, I believe. Or it might, no, I think it's still just in play if James Vout, but he has to win the Trophy A final, does James Vout. So it's looking good for Underhill still to secure that spot. Rory Hamilton, great drive there, further improves his score with P4. That is definitely a contender for Race of the Week. We've got to move on, though, because the juniors, their Pre-A final, a big one, is up next.
Here we go then, our junior super lightweight Pre-A final will be underway in just a few moments. Here's what the grid is looking like, and it is advantage Logan McAllister on the first row of the grid. Matteo Ehrenfeuchter on row 2. It is going to be Ollie Bruno-Weil, George Palmer-Mobsby, Ellis McKenzie and Sam Moore. Then it's Thomas Welsford, Benjamin Hamilton, Dina Rowan, Edgar Azevedo, Ethan Pritchard and Ty Jewish-Sherlock completing row 6. Then we have Lewis Taylor, Harvey Newton-Pearce, Hartley, Jensen Barnard, Carter Kenny and Kieran Stebbin on row 7, 8 and 9. It's Dan Griffin, William Harvey, Jack Bromham, JB Richard, Jules Larkin, Miles Harrison on the next few rows, and that's your grid for our junior Pre-A final.
We're going to be talking about drop scores in this one. We'll keep you up to date with what's happening in the championship. Are we ready then for the Pre-A final in the juniors? Yes, we are. Racing once again at Buckmore Park. Solid start for Logan McAllister. Many wide as there's one driver off, 2 drivers off at Henry's Bend. Many wide again into hairpin number 1. Keep an eye out for the number 3. Benji Hamilton has got to survive in the early stages of this race and let this race come to him. He's in around 6th place right now as they run down towards the S's. I think Jensen Barnard was one of the drivers involved at turn 1. Kieran Steadman was the other driver. They're both going again, which is good to see. Ethan Pritchard, ABC takeout penalty early on in this race. Great situation straight away though, Reeve, for Logan McAllister. He's trying to get rid of an 11th place finish in the A final at Lid. That's his next score to be jettisoned. Right now, this would be a perfect way to do it leading this race. And if he can't win this race, 2nd will do right now, and there's a good gap back to Ethan Pritchard there in 3rd.
Absolutely, it becomes the age-old phrase from this weekend's worth of racing. These 2 drivers just work together.
Yep.
Just make sure that you are picking up a nice P1 on a P2 at least without picking up any penalties, McAllister. That's what you need to do if you are McAllister. Hamilton had a, not going to call it a questionable start, there's nothing that he necessarily did wrong, but you're in that mid-pack and you're in that squabble, and he was able to keep pointing in the right direction, so he's in a relatively good position, has Lewis Taylor for company to try and make the way up on through.
This is a tricky position for Benji now, because in terms of Benji's next drop score, it's a 3rd place. He's had really good consistency, pretty much always been in the top 4 so far this year, so he's got to make hay here. He's got to get up the road. That was a nice move on Lewis Taylor to take P5. This is why we think this one's going to run very, very close to the points towards the end of the season. Remember, the finishing results of this race also set the grid for the Trophy A final later on today, which right now will be a last race of the season, last race of the weekend, title decider between Hamilton and McAllister. McAllister right now doing a great job. Oh, now who hit that? That hasn't moved by itself. So there could be a cone warning coming in for somebody out there. Pritchard and Hartley doing a good job as well. Pierce Hartley, top rookie at the moment there in the 118. On for third place, because remember, Pritchard does have a penalty.
He does indeed, and is under a lot of pressure, is Pritchard. We go back to our two front runners though, McAllister versus Bruno Weil, looking fairly competitive in terms of their pace. They are stuck to each other seemingly at the front end of this pack. But Benji Hamilton's going to be one of those drivers, very thankful for this format at the moment. It's such a good format, one that overall rewards good racecraft over multiple opportunities, but it's all on the basis of getting those good one-lap pace runs in.
I thought it was Benji Hamilton who hit the cone, and so do the race officials. The observers out there who are stood trackside have given Benji Hamilton a cone warning. Jamie Richards has had one as well. Change for the lead. Bruno Weil is through. Oh, now this takes 2 points now away from Logan McAllister, which in a tight championship campaign could be important right now. Virtue of the spreadsheet of doom, working hard here in the box. I've got McAllister and Hamilton now tied on points.
That's what we want.
1-5-4-3 apiece. And remember, they've got the same number of wins as well. Yeah. This is going to be, in fact, I'm going to put it out there. I think they've got the exact same set of 12 results. Leave that one with me.
Especially if McAllister stays where he is right now.
Yes, especially if McAllister stays. Yeah, I think they're exactly tied on best 12 scores at the moment.
We'd have to settle it with a heads or tails, seemingly, if we finished on equal points. Either way, we head through the first couple of corners. Pritchard's on the scene now. He's closed up in this little squabble. McAllister's desperate to find a way past, but Wiles doing a fantastic job of keeping McAllister behind. Fastest lap of the moment, it's Benjamin Hamilton, 45.6. Quite a ways quicker than anyone else for the time being. You have to look further down the pack. You'll be looking at Miles Harrison, who started this race obviously charging up on through, already in 11th position. 6.5 minutes to go then. Over the shoulder looks Bruno Weil. McAllister, one of your championship protagonists as we run on through with Benjamin Hamilton there as well. Goes through Garda into Senna we are. And it's still going to be Bruno Weil in this out-and-out drag race towards turn one. Turns in nicely, does Weil. McAllister just behind Pritchard, running in P3, just ever so slightly a foot in comparison to the two front runners. And there is Benjamin Hamilton, who will be putting pressure on Pritchard very soon. 6 minutes left on the clock, then this race has absolutely flown by. I'm not going to be quite so sure as to whether or not it feels like it's a quick one if you are McAllister, or if it is going to feel like an eternity here, because you know at this point, as a junior driver in contention for the championship, in close contention for a championship, that every overtake at this point has a huge influence on just what the end of your day is going to look like. Of course, it makes a huge influence on what the next few races, next few months are going to look like, with all that is to play for in terms of running at Belgium in a few months' time.
So, we've had the question already from Jamie Moore. What would happen if they get the same set of results?
Heads or tails?
No. No. We do have a rule for this. BUKC had this a few years ago. It would go back to the first round. It would be the driver who gets the better race position in their first scoring race of the year. And I'll get back to you on that one as to what that answer is. Oh, but Logan McAllister is going to support the fun for all of us in terms of tie-break corner. Go down the inside
watch out.
And take the race lead. But here comes Benji Hamilton. Benji Hamilton, who needs these points. This is the kind of position that will extend his points tally. And they, in fact, take the race lead. Benji Hamilton, from nowhere, now leads this Pre-A final. This is what he needs to do to win the championship, not in this race, but in the next one. Get track position ahead of Logan McAllister. Logan McAllister shakes his head because all of a sudden this championship situation has changed big time.
Absolutely. The weight of every overtake can be felt by every driver as we head through that Syme sweep. Benjamin Hamilton with a fantastic charge. What can McAllister do, though? We head through Senna in just a moment. Onto that start-finish straight. Bruno Weil is just behind. Benjamin Hamilton is by no means secure at this point. Does have the fastest lap overall, has had some really strong pace, but McAllister is going to be just that little bit more charged up now.
This is going to be big, though, because also with how these scores are working, this could put us in a position where McAllister cannot beat Hamilton's score. Now, this is going to be one of those, folks, that it's just simply too close for us to call here in the box. As here comes Brunel Wild. Brunel Wild trying to draw alongside, but it's imperative now that Hamilton holds on to this race lead. Down through Syme Sweep, 3 minutes 30. Championship on the line for these two. And I've got to say, the body language of the karts, especially pulling there out of Paddock, Hamilton looks a good degree quicker than McAllister right now. McAllister's got to dig deep, not only to get on the pace of Benji Hamilton, but have enough to overtake. Look, Hamilton's not having to defend there into turn one.
Absolutely, there's at least an extra couple of tenths overall in terms of pace in that kart. Benjamin Hamilton currently saying, what P8 grid start in this race, seemingly, because controlling it so well. But McAllister has a look down the inside into the second hairpin, has a great run, manages to make it stick and keeps the speed up, doesn't bog down, but is going to lose that drag race on down through the Syme Sweep. Through goes Weil as well, as we now run into Paddock. Side by side, it's McAllister and Weil. Who is going to win out? Weil just about takes it. There's a cone in the way there, McAllister, and unfortunately it could be fourth position. It is, because it's going to be Hartley through as well.
And this will change things. This will put Logan McAllister out of a position that could improve his score beyond what Hamilton is getting at this moment. Cone warning for Logan McAllister. That's to be expected. Was trying to hold it round the outside. McAllister's got to get back down up the order. Down the inside where he takes third place. Puts himself back to 1.542. This is so close now. It's Logan McAllister trying to keep his championship open. But look at Benji Hamilton. Hamilton now pulling away. Hamilton probably now has at least a second in his back pocket.
Absolutely, this is the biggest gap we've seen at the front end of this pack so far. McAllister has a glance down the inside into Garda and makes the move stick. What a drive, late on the brakes, he hangs it round, and through goes Logan McAllister there. Hamilton is just looking so composed at this point in the race. And there is McAllister furiously saying, please, give me the chance. Let's work together. Let's get back up to Benjamin Hamilton. We can't release him now. That's what he's saying to Brunel Weil as we head through the two hairpins once more. Hamilton is just having a nice drive at the front end of this pack. 8th into first. Potentially, it could be that first for the championship as well. We still got a couple of laps here to go before it's looking a bit more decided.
Yeah, this is still on potentially for Logan McAllister. That second place gives him another championship point. But the problem is that Benji Hamilton is turning over the max possible gain of points on his own record right now. It, by our calculations, is going to 1.546. Still trying to do what the sums are in terms of the championship scores. ABC bump and pass penalty for Acevedo. Cone penalty as well for Jamie Richards.
It is indeed no penalties for our front runners at the moment. Benji Hamilton is leading still by a good number of tenths. McAllister has all the work to do. 30 seconds left on the clock as well. It is such a tricky situation to be in if you are McAllister. Brunel Weil flies on down through the Syme Sweep, is closing up on McAllister, but it's McAllister in second position and now trying his utmost to close up that gap.
13 seconds left on the clock. Last lap board is going to be out. Benji Hamilton could only further extend his points tally if he got a top 2 in this race. He's gone better than a top 2. He's got one more lap in this one. To be clear, this might be championship winning position. It will be a provisional championship winning position, of course. We will do the maths, we will do the checks. You will definitely see Hamilton racing in the trophy final as well. But what a performance, having had a few difficulties in qualifying. It's going to be win number 6 in an A-tier race this year. It is going to be a run through the second half of the season that hasn't seen him lower than second. Hamilton wins the pre-A final, and that may be it. Logan McAllister over the line knows second place. It is an improvement in terms of his scores. That 11th place from Lid is gone, but at best on our scores he can match Benji Hamilton, but I don't think Logan McAllister can beat him on tiebreakers. That's the key thing that we'll check over before we get to the next few races. Benji Hamilton has done the maximum. What a win.
Absolutely, what an important race for our championship. We now move on to our finals. Our cadets are out on track now. Here we go then, a bit of a reset after that brilliant action from our Junior Pre-A final. It's going to be Barnaby Rolfe, Teddy Mullen on row 1, Jaden Williams, Ethan McNally Roberts complete your second row, Valley Finberg and Sammy Singh on row 3. Moving on to the 4th row of the grid, it's going to be Chloe Van Beneden, Frankie Charles Jones, Ralph Broderick, Jensen Fuller, Theo Sowell and Guy Baxter complete row 4 and 5 and 6. Then we have Xander Cameron, Murdy Hogarth, Samuel Fowler, Finlay West, Chloe Hankin and Lewis Milne on row 7, 8 and 9. Row 10 goes to Jack Mills and Teddy Morton completing your 20-car grid for this Cadet C Final for our super lightweight division this afternoon. And already the sun sets away. The floodlights won't be that far away from being turned on here at Buckmore Park, so it'll be the last time we're going to be seeing some tinted visors, I suspect, in the next couple of races. We still got a bit of work to do by the looks of things to get formed up on this grid. No, we're not. We are going to go racing. In fact, everyone's in the correct position, as it looks to be already a few braking formations. Number 79 spins around, but we are good to go racing still. Barnaby Rolfe versus Teddy Mullen into the first couple of corners. Through the hairpins we go. That is the number 65 there of Teddy Mullen we saw on our screens. Heading on through we go. 11 minutes left in this cadet race. 55 leading the charge. Teddy Mullen doing a very nice job out there, as we can see. Pace cars heading out on the track, I suspect, just to make sure that all the cones are in the correct position. We are still good to go racing, and perhaps unsurprisingly, the first couple of braking formation penalties coming into effect there. Frankie Charles Jones, Ethan McNally Roberts being caught up in that, so a couple of positions lost based on how many rows it was determined that they jumped ahead, but we continue on to the first full racing lap of our cadet finals this afternoon. Teddy Mullen leads us on. Jaden Williams crosses that line in P2 with Ethan McNally Roberts just behind as well. 10 minutes left on the clock, and just look at the confidence that Mullen has in that kart already, sliding on through into that first hairpin to get the car to rotate in nicely. Number 60 of Jaden Williams has a look down the inside of Ethan McNally Roberts there, who tries to hang it round wide through that first hairpin, hangs back in P3 for the time being. Down Simon Swift becoming, just look at the gap that Teddy Mullen has already built up as we now head into Paddock in just a moment. That is a nice sizable gap, and what a difference in the fleet size, I must say, as we jump into the cadet final for our C group. Spin around there for Ethan McNally Roberts in the midst of that podium battle, of course. Didn't quite see the start of that incident, but either way, unfortunately, it's pointing in the wrong direction. It's early on in the race, so tumbles down to the very back end of the running. An unfortunate place to find yourself pointing in the wrong direction, because you've got to carry that momentum all the way up on to the turn 1 up the hill.
Sorry, just to cut across here, we've just put this one in the comments. We do believe that in the juniors, just a step from the cadets for a moment, is championship winning position for Benji Hamilton. This is on the basis that now Benji has 6 race wins, 4 seconds and 2/3 as his best 12. Logan has 5 wins, 4 seconds, 3/3. If Logan won the Trophy A Final, one of those thirds would be out, go back to 2/3, 4 seconds and 6/1. It would be the same best 12 at that point. It is a rule, folks. It's in the rule book, and I've seen it be used before a few years ago in the BUKC. You then go back to the very first race of the season. Benji Hamilton won the Pre-A Final at round 1 at Wilton Mill, and Logan McAllister finished second.
Wow.
So in tiebreaker world, right now, Benji Hamilton is always going to win that one.
Yeah.
And Logan can't go past, even if he wins the race. And Benji finishes, last,
yeah.
Whatever. Logan can't beat Benji's score, so that is it. Unless something changes, of course. Unless there's a, underweight or something strange like that. It looks like it's Benji's championship, so well done to the Hamilton family.
Absolutely, and what a close tiebreaker, I must say. Hats off to Logan McAllister there. When it comes back to looking back at a P1 versus a P2 in the first round of the season, it's been a great drive.
If that scenario is required, it still might not happen, of course. That would only be the case if McAllister won the Trophy A Final and then Hamilton no scored. But if it does happen, that's the best that McAllister can hope for. It's still not going to quite be enough this year.
What a drive nonetheless, though. 7 minutes to go in this race. Teddy Mullen controlling things quite nicely. Had that early advantage as we see side by side go Jensen Fuller and Jaden Williams briefly into Paddock. It is going to be Williams who wins out this time around. And then Jensen follows on behind. That's taking me back to early 2000s. Formula One. A bit of Jensen, a bit of Williams action.
Yep, it does indeed. And indeed, I'll tell you as well, that is the piece of history for Benji Hamilton.
Yes, of course.
First driver to be a cadet champion and a junior champion in his Club 100 career. 2022 in the super lightweights, 2025 I say super lightweight titles, 2022 in cadet and 2025 in juniors. Right, let's give service to our C finalists. Remember, it is those 2 spots available to transfer through into the pre-B. Teddy Mullen looking good at the moment at the front of the field. Still on for this second place battle between Williams and Fuller.
Fuller does have a penalty to their name, unfortunately.
Does he? Oh, yes, he does. ABC takeout from early on in the show.
So has just got ahead of Jaden Williams here, but will not be able to do that on paper as it stands. It's still on for a great squabble between these 2 drivers, though, as we head on to the next lap. But Teddy Mullen, as I say earlier on, control things very nicely now. We're going to see Williams having a look down the inside into turn 1. An opportunity not presented to our drivers in yesterday's racing is being used to its maximum here in the second day out for our super lightweights. Fuller takes it back as we head into that first hairpin, but we could have a nice bit of a switch back here from Williams. We've seen just how important the exit is down towards the Symes sweep, and for the moment, Fuller has the upper hand on Williams. And you might be thinking, well, what, if you've got a penalty, does it really matter anyway? Yes, because the higher up you finish, the worse, but the less bad that penalty effectively is. Although
it still equates to championship points.
Yes, exactly.
Is the easy way of looking at it. Because I say you get points for every single position in this championship. It's not like Formula One, where you only get points if you're in the top 10. Every position counts for something here in Club 100. 5 minutes of this race to go then. Valley Finberg up to 6th place. It's just, I think has there been a problem for Frankie Charles Jones, because Frankie's fallen down the order. There's a move down the inside. Fuller takes 2nd place on the road.
He does indeed, and what this squabble is doing, it's bringing back the likes of Van Beneden and Ralph Broderick into the mix here. They're not too far behind. They're a few kart lengths back, but could close up, given that we have a half of this race to go still. Teddy Mullen checked out completely, had a really strong start, had a few kart lengths and has been able to build upon that. So he's not too concerned with how this race is shaping up, as Williams very nearly finds himself being a perpetrator in another episode of that poor cone on the outside of Paddock this season, as we have had at Buckmore Park this round, but just about avoids it.
Further down the order, Jack Mills, kart number 90, just about to come over the line, having a really good race there in that blue helmet, blue and white suit, up 8 places in this one. Just outside the top 10 at the moment is Jack. Of course, for a lot of these drivers, this will be their last race of the year. They're just doing Club 100 campaigns in this calendar year. If you want to get involved, want to get on the grid, registrations are open for 2026, and places are going fast as well. There is still time for you to get them in, and a little bit of advice from the office. Obviously, budgets and all the like. Do what you can, but the priority will be given for the new drivers, if there's allowable space, to those new drivers who have got plans to do fuller seasons. So an entry that's saying, yeah, we want to do 8 rounds is going to get priority over an entry that wants to do 2 rounds.
Yeah.
So just a note on that one. It's not necessarily in order of when you get your registration in. It's, as I say, it's done on that basis of priority with the full season entries and so on and so forth, down to the occasional entrance. 3 minutes of this race to go. Teddy Mullen, brilliant job at the front of this field. There's the number 60 on your screens of Jaden Williams. Just being caught now by the likes of Chloe Van Beneden. We spoke to Chloe earlier. Unfortunately, I think it was in part of the Paddock show that we just got timed out on as we recouped some time during the lunch break. Chloe spoke very well about her first season in Club 100 and in kart number 81. Actually, I think could be on for a best result of the season here for Chloe. Best result for Chloe, yeah, it's a P5 in a C final. So there is Chloe in the number 81, doing a really good job there. Not only on for 4th place here, but of course is in range of Fuller's takeout penalties. So this could be a P3.
Yeah, that would be a really nice way to end the season for some of our young drivers, because they build on that confidence, they build on that progression that they've had throughout the season, can take that into their next year's worth of running and just take off from there, really. Yeah. So nice to see here a track the likes of Buckmore, where it is technical, it is a fun track to navigate as well, that we are seeing some good results from some of our newer drivers, perhaps less experienced. They are starting to pick up more results under their belt.
Chat is very active at that. Hello,
yes,
Sal.
they found the emoji button,
I
think.
the emoji button. Hey, it helps with the algorithm. I'm not going to complain. 90 seconds of this race to go. As long as everyone's behaving themselves, it's all good. So we have another look at Chloe Van Beneden there. 4th place on the road. Fastest lap of the race in at the moment from Sam Fowler in 6th place, a 49.557.
I think back to a certain endurance race here at this very venue, which I was on comms for, where you couldn't actually read any of the comments because it was all just full of frog emojis.
And the lemons, don't forget the zesty lemons.
But yeah, so wasn't everyone?
If you do, there'll be certain members of this team. Well, actually, no, you're not here for the seniors, are you?
No,
it's Jacob. But in fact, yeah, you can be as rude about zesty drink racing as you possibly want. He's responsible for his own words, ladies and gentlemen, not me.
And don't I know it? I'm very well behaved for that reason.
40 seconds of this race to go then. Teddy Mullen marching through. I'm going to make the smooth operator pun again for kart number 55. He's done a really good job in this race. Waltzed out to a 3.6 second lead. If you're just joining us, there is a place deduction to be applied for the number 69. So actually, no, there is a fight for the second spot here. Because Valley Finberg is right on the rear bumper now of Jaden Williams, and I don't think either of them have had a penalty.
They haven't, and this is going to be that fight. Obviously, that Fuller will be effectively taken out of after the race is all said and done. We are on the last lap of this race.
Oh, big move down the inside from Finberg.
Now through goes Fuller into turn 1.
Now we didn't quite see what happened there, but 2 into 1 normally doesn't go on the apex of the first bend through Conways. Now, is that going to be something coming in for Valley Finberg? Jaden Williams has got back down the inside. Chloe Van Beneden. Chloe might still have a chance of getting a P2 here, as there is Teddy Mullen away and gone for the lead of this one. This has been a great race from Teddy, and a well-deserved route through to the B final.
Yeah, absolutely. Nothing really major to talk about from Mullen's race, apart from the good job they've done, which is what you want sometimes as a racing driver. We head through the tram lines, and Mullen takes the checkered flag. Victory for Teddy Mullen in this C final. Congratulations, Teddy. In the end, Valley Finberg comes home second on the road. Jaden Williams P3 and Van Beneden on P4. Broderick comes home P5. Fuller, unfortunately, dropping down to P6 with that instant there. So that penalty is going to hurt. Then we have Xander Cameron, Guy Baxter, Samuel Fowler, and Theo Sowell being your top 10.
Nothing on our screens at the moment for the number 22. We didn't see what happened, and it is very easy for when you're on the outside. If you just turn in a little bit too early and there's a cart there, you're travelling at such speed. Just a little turn in early, boom, a cart on the inside that's fully under control in its own regard can result in a spin. So we'll keep on top of that one. We'll see who is confirmed that's through to that second spot in the at the back of the B final grid. Oh dear, the lemons have started.
I know, I'd rather feared that might happen after I brought it up. I regret it.
Let's move on. Junior Super Lightweight South C final is next. So juniors back out for their last opportunity to continue their campaigns. This is your C final. 2 places available for it. Here's your grid.
Has to be a quick one, but Hurry Huston, Milo Stewart, Leo Belamenko, Charlie Murray, Jack Aho and Daniel Thompson, your first 3 rows. Move on to Imogen Owen, Caden Seville, Voyden Kajayan, Max Winfield, Henry Eaton and Amy Gualtieri, your next 3 rows. Iris Crease, Austin Lawrence Fielden, Daniel Harmon, Edward Jones, and Daniel Garay and Joshua Hawkins complete row 7, 8 and 9. Harry Thompson, Daniel Bulton Ramos, Liam Weatherall, Theo Brown, Thomas Wordley and Gabriel Dematia. Then we have Onyx Hogarth, Ruben Tucker, Charlie Wiltshire, Ryan Boch and then Logan Caulfield completing our grid for this Junior C final.
Watch this now be a false start.
I know, it's always the way.
It's looking pretty good for 11 minutes here in our Junior C final. It's going to be another busy one as, Milo Stewart got a very good start there. Was it too good a start? There is a tolerance zone, so we'll wait and see on that one. He's not been able to hold on to the lead as Husnu's got down the inside, and Charlie Murray in the best race number of them all. Number 56 is through into the race lead. Imogen Owen is not too happy about something there. Owen gets turned into some of the blocks on the inside of the entrance to the S's. But Murray leads jump start for Milo Stewart. I thought that was going to come in. That is Milo Stewart out of contention. That's a 2-place penalty. Mr. Cone, Mr. Bollard has gone dancing better than Nicky Richardson on a Southeast dance floor on a Saturday night. And is going to be replaced back into position in a moment. So Murray and Belimenko right now would be heading through.
They will indeed. Belimenko had a fantastic little run down into this first hairpin. We saw it was looking pretty sketchy, but then was just able to jump on those brakes. The back end kicks out and jumps into P2.
I just want to say I apologise to Nikki. Nikki, you were the first team member, Club 100 team member, who came to my mind of dance floor moves on a Saturday night. And we're here in the locality. 9 minutes and 40 seconds to go. In this one, good start for Iris Crease. Iris up 6 places in this one to P7 as there's a move down the inside. Belimenko to the race lead.
Yep, fantastic progression for Belimenko at the very first phase of this race. Charlie Murray just behind then as we continue on to that next lap. Milo Stewart obviously with that penalty under the belt, but still pushing on and doing a very nice job here of maintaining this top 3 position. Just look at the gap that the top 3 have built up to the rest of the pack already. The question is, are we going to see the likes of Husnu and Heyho closing up, or could we see a bit of a split of the field?
Belimenko on form book should get through this race. Has been in the A-tier races at the 2 preceding rounds to this season finale at Buckmore Park. Charlie Murray, I really hope I don't put the curse of the commentator on Charlie here, has through both races at Lid, finished arguably one of the worst places of all, 3rd in the C races both times. Has not been to a B-tier race since Ella Park. And at least has the comfort at the moment of actually it's got, a 2.5 second gap to Husnu, because even if Milo Stewart was able to catch and overtake, he's got a jump start penalty as the driver of the number 88. So, that we should note in terms of Charlie Murray's situation.
Yeah, absolutely. Husnu, we know, has certainly got some pace to have a scrap at the top end of this C final, but at the moment it's preoccupied with Heyho and Kajayan just behind. So we see, that's Belimenko with a pretty clear excursion with the cone, shall we put it. Ran a little bit too deep into Paddock and is going to be warned for that one. We head on to the start of finish straight. Murray is just behind Stewart a little bit further back, but here we go. Here is Charlie Murray having a look down the inside. Nice run into turn 1, done before we even need to head into the corner realistically, but it's a nice switch back for Belimenko, who heads into hairpin 1 now and with the race lead back under his belt.
Yeah, this is good racing between these two. Not losing too much time to Milo Stewart, but again, Milo Stewart has that penalty from earlier on, just was a little bit too eager. That's why when we've seen those false starts where carts are almost being spat out of the tram lines, that's the thing they're trying to avoid. They're trying to avoid crossing that control line before the race leader. Here's another go from Murray down the inside, takes the race lead. Can he control it on the exit of Garda? Belimenko trying to hold around the outside. Great racing again. That's what we like to see in the juniors. Proper back and forth racing, no pushing through, showing that this is such a good circuit for racing Club 100 karts. I don't think it's done yet as Belimenko heads through hairpin 1.
Absolutely, it's certainly not done. What a well-judged battle between these two drivers so far. They're being very respectful yet competitive, which is what we like to see. Stewart was a couple of kart lengths behind as well. They've built up such a nice gap. Despite their battling, they're still keeping a really good pace here. Husnu's down about 4 seconds, has broken away from Jack Heyho at the start of this last lap, but nowhere else for Husnu to push on. It's like what we've seen in the past couple of races. Without that driver behind giving you that pressure, you're not kind of spurred on. Not to say you're running slowly, but you're just enjoying your own little race. effectively, and the top 3 are able to still break away despite their squabbles, as we see Charlie Murray goes deep into the outside of the track to try and get the kart rotated in.
I tell you what, Charlie Murray is not satisfied of just being in second place in this one. They do get a little trophy for winning one of the later finals in the day. Charlie Murray, after the disappointment of those couple of thirds at Lid, of course, a 4th place earlier on today, wants to break through with a race victory into those B-tier races. There's a yellow flag out at MP5. That's why the cone being replaced back into position. Further down the order, some good driving. Daniel Bolton Ramos up 10 spots to P10. And as well, Charlie Wiltshire in the number 148. In the middle of the pack at the moment is Charlie, but started this race 27th and is now up to 15th.
This is a great battle going on between Murray and Belamenko. They're just being really fair. This is great racecraft from our 2 race leaders here. They're not just going side by side, elbows out and compromising each other's run. They are, in a way, working together. It's those 2 words once more as they head into the final 5 minutes of this race. We're at 94 likes on the broadcast, by the way.
Yep.
We're getting close to that 100. Come on, folks, you can do it.
Well, you know super lightweight viewership. You know you are so much better than the lightweight viewership, all right? You know you're superior to them. You're far better than another 2 likes across the whole day. Come on.
Ironically, it's probably a lot of the lightweight drivers who are now tuning in.
That's why I'm using the word viewership.
Yes, yeah.
The ones out on circuit, where were they? Where were they yesterday?
Either way, 4.5 minutes to go. Belamenko and Murray still controlling things to head into that second half. And Milo Stewart is just, I wonder if this is going to be something we've seen on a couple of occasions so far this weekend, is just laying in waiting. Is not pushing on and not trying to ruin their own race by pushing too hard. Might be waiting for something to happen out in front.
Absolute flurry of racing under yellow penalties has come in for the 131 of Daniel Thompson, the 116 of Liam Weatherall, the 82 of Theo Brown, the 174 of Logan Caulfield. And Logan Caulfield's now at an ABC bump and pass penalty. Just to explain what's happened there, if I think I'm right in saying this, I'm sure I'll be told by JB and Molly if I'm not. We have sector times around this circuit, of course. Brilliant circuit, great infrastructure here at Buckmore Park. And how this helps with the judicials is it can really hone in as there's a battle here between Husnu and Jack Cahill. Basically, one of the observers, I'm going to take a punt here. I bet it was for replacing the cone down out on the outside of Paddock.
Yes.
The observer's probably called in there and gone, Molly, race control, can you check sector times of the whole field through sector number 2 on this particular lap, because they were going by me a little bit quick. And anyone who's set a green sector time has gone and set their personal best. Clearly not been backing off, have they?
No. Yeah,
boom, boom,
exactly.
boom, 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 boom. There you get a load of racing under yellow penalties. They can't do it on every single track because not all tracks have the level, the granularity of sector times that we do here at Buckmore Park. So that's probably what's happened there. That was a move for 4th place. Husnu going through past Hayho.
A little lockup was there as well for Crease, who was able to continue on. But yeah, I should say Husnu working back towards the top end of this pack. Belamenko setting a new fastest lap of this race out in front. There's now got a half a second gap. Milo Stewart just seems to be dropping a little bit further back, and there is that waved yellow.
Yep.
We're going to have no guesses, I think, as to what is being done down at Paddock. As we head on through, look, drivers looking like they behave themselves a little bit more as we head into Garden. Now we're still side by side as we are clear to go racing once more. 2 minutes left on the clock, and what a fleet of karts heading through the latter half of this lap. It has been a very close little battle.
So pretty calm at the front of the order. That's why we're just looking a little bit further down the field. There's the 140 having a go. Was that the 140? No, I think that was the 148. That was Charlie Wiltshire, who is now 14 places in this race. Yes, indeed, it is the 148. So good drive from the pilot there in green and white. Oh, change for the lead. So Charlie Murray has got through past Leo Belamenko. They've been about a quarter of a second apart for the last few tours of the circuit. Apologies, not quite able to see whether that was just a straight overtake or whether Belamenko made a mistake. Either way, they're still going to go through here, Reeve. But Charlie Murray, who said he was wanting to win this race, but Charlie, they're doing a great job right now in that number 56 machine.
They are indeed. It took a little while, but eventually it has happened. Milo Stewart is closing up ever so slightly, but Belimenko still looks charged, still looks poised to try and find a way back past. We've got just over a minute left on the clock in this race. Now there is Stewart just heading in to Shot. They have cleared the rest of the pack to the tune of about 9 seconds now on this top three. They have cleared that upper midfield order. We head on to the start-finish straight once more. Final lap board might not be displayed just yet. It's not displayed just yet. We're on the penultimate lap of this race for our two front runners here as they navigate their way through the first couple of corners. Hairpin up next. Fantastic overtaking opportunities, as we've mentioned already, this race weekend. But it is Murray who controls things quite nicely at the moment. Belimenko not able to find a way past.
Indeed. Charlie Murray. Oh, nice. Poor Sam. Poor Sam Taylor. Is on that job today. But I say, he's got his calves out and he'll be getting his 15,000 steps in today.
You could probably sell this as a DVD workout DVD after the fact. The Buckmore workout.
5 seconds remaining in this one, so they will see the last lap board this time around. There it is. Charlie Murray. Oh, big move coming in from Belimenko. Murray trying to hold it around the outside. Gets a little bit crossed up. That's a great move from Belimenko. That was spot on. If Leo tried to take a bit more of an inside line, he would have got on the damp stuff and washed out. That was spot on from the driver of the 133, Charlie Murray. Oh, guys, you don't need to do this. You're both going through. You don't need to be picking up silly penalties now. Oh dear, down through. I think now they've calmed down. Through into Garda. It is, I think, going to be Leo Belimenko's win, but my oh my, these two have fought for this.
They have, and what a great battle that has been, just putting pressure on each other, not necessarily for the most part going side by side, but it is Belimenko who takes your race victory in the end. Charlie Murray, a close fought battle, settles for P2. Milo Stewart laying in waiting. It didn't work out, but it's still a P3 overall. Has that jump start penalty, so will drop down, which means Void and Kajayan comes home P4 in the end to round out your podium. Iris Crease takes P5. That's your top 5 settled from our first junior final of the afternoon. That brings an end to the junior action, at least temporarily, but we're going to head over now. Oh, actually, we've got a replay.
Yeah, this was...
wow.
That was the hit. I thought I heard a oof from the gallery, and that was why. Wow. Okay, let's move on. Let's go to our Cadet B final.
Here we go then for the penultimate time. You'll be seeing our cadets heading out on track in just a moment. We'll see in just a second what those grids are looking like, but here they are. Coming out of pit exit and heading through Garda now. It's Mohammed Umar Abdeen, Amanzi Nwosu on row 1, Rocco Titchell, and then Oakley Sands, Lucian Postan and Zach Mummer complete first 3 rows. Then we move on to James Palin, Freddie Turner, Sarah Telford, Dexter Hazeldine, Freddie Powell, Juan Amadeus Bocanegra complete the next 3 rows. Oscar Bradley, Milan Pillay, Mia Gualtieri, Jacob McClone, Edward Sybry and Zahi Lada, row 7, 8 and 9. Final 2 rows, it's Alicia Waterhouse, Jamie Watson, Teddy Mullan and Jaden Williams completing this 22 kart grid for our B final.
Indeed, and you know the score by now. Top 2 places go through to the Trophy A final later on today. We're watching live coverage of Club 100 Cadets and Juniors. Last day of the season for our young drivers. We will be back in 2 weeks' time for the seniors, for the Sprint Championship deciders. Hope you can be with us. It'll be myself and Jacob Harris on commentary duties for that day. Really looking forward to it. Had some spectacular championship finales over the years here at Buckmore Park, and 2 weeks' time promises to be the same. Thank you very much, guys. We've hit 100 likes.
Fantastic.
But I'm not done there. 125 next. We've still got another 4 races to go. If you've been enjoying the coverage as well and you've not done so before, please do click that subscribe button and the notification bell so you do not miss a single broadcast. Are we ready then for this Cadet Super Lightweight B final? No, not yet. So I think there's probably, there might be a driver just out of position. Maybe they've just had a little issue with the kart, getting it checked over before we get this race underway. That's Dante Dillon. That was not a cadet kart as well. That was him just testing a junior. Now I think we're ready to go.
Yeah.
The question earlier, who's in the pace kart? Is Elliot Old here today?
Ah.
Yep.
Fantastic.
L's on track.
Good to know.
Yeah.
Here we go. We head through the shortcut layout once more. It is going to be Abdeen versus Mosu as we head on to the tram lines once more. Pace kart dips away into the tram lines. We go, and already it's a strong start there for Abdeen, who heads. Oh dear, we have a couple of karts collecting the barriers there. Seemingly, we head through that first turn. Everyone's still pointing in the right direction, just a few seconds off where they'd want to be, but we are now side by side. They're heading through that first hairpin, everyone else making it on through.
Yeah, Zach Mumba's had a break. Formation penalty. Oh, there's a spinner there in the middle of the pack. That was from quite high up as well. It's all a little bit scrappy here on this this first tour of the circuit.
I think that might have been Titchell, potentially.
I think it was, yeah, 87. That would make sense for Rocco Titchell to be out of contention in this one. Yeah, it's not come through has come through sector number 1 now, but delayed. I think Lucien Postan possibly slowed up in all of that as well. We'll count them through, of course, at the end of the first lap. 10 minutes and 7 seconds remaining on the clock. So Mohammed Umar Abdeen currently going through. Zach Mumba second, but remember, it's a braking formation penalty from the start of the race, so cannot go through. And Manzi Nuosu at the moment would be carrying on into the A final. It's all getting a little bit shuffly. I think Oakley Sands also got caught out. 17th, down 13 spots for Oakley Sands.
Likewise, James Palin as well, 7th down to 21st. Not an ideal start for some of our young drivers here. We head through the Syme Sweep, though. Looking further up the pack, there is the aforementioned Zach Mumba. Just behind it, Dexter Hazeldine as well. Juan Armendariz Bocanegra runs through your Garda right-hander before we get ready to start the next lap of the race. Hello to everyone watching along, seeing support from Charlie France for Amanzi Nwosu, seeing plenty of support for all of our drivers, so a big thank you for watching along with our broadcast, even if you're not all liking it. 9 minutes left on the clock, and we head into the hairpins once more.
Wow.
I know,
I've just called you out there. As, Amanzi Nwosu losing out there down the inside. So this is for the race lead. So Mumba has taken the lead on the road, but remember, has a penalty from earlier on in this one. Umar Abdeen in second place now would inherit the first of the 2 record charge spots. Manzi Nwosu has not been through to an A final since round 5 at Llandau in South Wales. That's a nice move from Amanzi down the inside. Good control through Garda corner. Looks like Dexter Hazeldine has had a good run as well. And the number 15, in fact, Dexter has. Dexter hasn't been through to an A-tier race for quite a while. In fact, I think back to round 2 at Shennington. Is now having a go for an effective race lead. Amanzi Nwosu trying to hold on around the outside, but Hazeldine is through.
Yep, great charge through that first couple of corners there. Dwansu just behind. Mumba obviously has that penalty to serve, but is breaking away here. Is going to probably be a big beneficiary of this squabble going on for P2. Abdeen just behind obviously started this race on pole, currently laying in waiting in P4.
A good run so far for Juan Armendariz Bocanegra. We had Edgar here yesterday, and Juan's up 7 places in this race in the number 23. Is that Freddie Powell I just saw as well? I think it was.
It is.
Freddie Powell from the C final, from the C tier races. He's having a great run here now up in P6. So Zach Mumba's a bit of a ghost at the moment because of that braking formation penalty. It's a place penalty, not a time penalty. So even if Mumba finishes 20 seconds down the road, unfortunately, still got to take that place deduction at the end of this race. So quite a few drivers here looking at potentially going through. Could Freddie Powell go from a C-tier race? Or we've seen it be done here at Buckmore Park before. Hello, Supermo Hassan, if you're watching. Did it in senior sprints a few years ago around this place, of going from the very back all the way through to the biggest race of the day. Nwosu there in 3rd place on the road. In fact, no, they've swapped, haven't they? So Nwosu back through into 2nd place ahead of Hazeldine. So they've swapped the record charging positions right now. Then it's Armendariz Bocanegra. There's Sarah Telford down the inside. Sarah using her experience to go through. and is now running in 7th place ahead of Freddie
dear.
Turner. Oh dear, isn't that a spin for one of our Charles Leclerc helmets? Didn't quite. Was that the number 87 again, possibly?
I think it was definitely something ending in 7 there.
Yeah, that's unfortunately had a spin at hairpin 1.
Yeah, one of those unfortunate incidents where you could see it coming from a mile back pretty much, a little bit too much speed. You have to dart on the brakes, that upsets the kart, and round you go. Well, here we go. It's Mosu leading this pack, running in P2 at the moment. There's Hazeldine trying the final line through Senna. Just behind there is Boccanegra, and then we have Abdeen as well, all staying in single file succession to start the next lap.
Juan Amadeus Boccanegra has done 6 rounds so far this year and has never missed getting into a Trophy B final. So down the inside, not quite able to fully commit. That's a really tricky one, hairpin 1. I think what would have been better there perhaps for Juan is just hold off and then go for hairpin 2. Hairpin 2 is a much higher percentage, or has a much higher potential success rate, shall we say, of going for a move, getting it done through hairpin number 2 than versus hairpin number 1. It's a tricky one. I think it's because you have such speed coming into hairpin 1 that it's not necessarily the easiest place on this circuit to overtake.
Certainly isn't. There are more opportunities elsewhere here at Buckmore Park, but Zach Mumba takes a new fastest lap of this race, 49.6. We look back just a position as we see. Oh, that's a great little run there for Freddie Turner. Had the inside line against Sarah Telford, has to hang it back though and give it back as a bit of a switchback move.
Less than 5 minutes of this race to go then. If you're just joining us, the leader does have a braking formation penalty from the very early moments of this race, so that's why we're just staying a little bit further back in the order at the moment. Manzi Nawosu trying to get back into a we're past the pre-finals, of course, back into a Trophy A final for the first time in a few rounds. Still 2 from these 5, you think, going through. Hazeldine, Amadeus Boccanegra, and Powell at the moment in this group. And then a little bit further back, Mohamed Umar Abdeen, who led in the early stages of this one, has just started to fall back a bit here. Lucien Poston has just taken 9th place away from Milan Pillay in that battle between the 70 and the 53. And Freddie Turner is on the move as well. He's past Sarah Telford for P7.
4 minutes left on the clock then. We've actually got some very close running here. You have to go down 16 positions to find, in fact more than that, 18 positions to find a driver. That is more than 10 seconds behind our race leader, which is impressive given that Mumba's got a 3-second advantage thereabouts on the effective net leader when all is said and done, P2. Through Garda we go. All staying in single file, no major challenges that time around. We're heading back onto the start-finish straight yet again, and Mosu just controlling things so well. Hasn't really seemed to acknowledge the fact that Hazeldine's behind for a little while. I say that, here goes Hazeldine into turn 1. They are side by side. It's a good run for Dexter. Saw a cart's width, and through goes Boccanegra as well. Nwosu could really be on the back foot here as we head into that first hairpin, because Freddie Powell's on the scene as well. Side by side, it's Powell and Nwosu. Hazeldine and Boccanegra are clear.
Yeah, this is good stuff from Hazeldine. They're trying to make a bit of a break here to get clear of the rest of this pack. Maybe just been watching Nwosu's lines the last couple of laps and gone, yep, this is the time to strike. We've got more speed at this stage. As Nwosu trying to wrestle back through ahead of Amadeus Boccanegra. That's going to open the door for Powell to step through. Freddie Powell up another position and is now only 1 spot away from doing what I like to call the Super Northern Strat. Get as much racing as you possibly can, going through from a C-level race to a B-level race to an A-level race. That's how we like to do it here in this comms box. And Nwosu now attacking Hazeldine down the inside for 2nd place on the road. And as a bump and pass penalty. Oh no! Manzi Nwosu, I did think there was a little bit too much contact in that move, and so did the race officials. That's +4 positions then for last year's BIKC Cadet champion. That means the number 12 cannot go through to the A final, and right now Powell is going to be stepping through because of course again the penalties are applied from the back of the field first. So Nwosu's penalty will put Powell up to 3rd. Mumba's penalty will then put both Powell and Hazeldine up a position. So at the moment they've got those spots through to the A final. Nuosi's not going to give this one up, though. Down the inside of Hazeldine, takes second place on the road.
Yeah, back in to that spot. Hazeldine needn't worry for the time being unless he's more concerned about Freddie Powell just behind. Freddie Powell, as far as I can tell, we've got full course yellow being waved at the moment, so officials needing to make sure that the track is safe to go running. That neutralises the race for a little while.
Mia Gualtieri has not come through sector number 1. Teddy Mullen has also not come through sector number 1. So the race is neutralised. This might be it. This might be race over because timer is going to tick through to 55 seconds now. We'll see if last lap board is put out this time around. Of course, the field doing the correct thing in terms of pace. Red flag. I don't think that race will restart. To be clear, folks, we don't know what the reason for the red flag is. We can only report on what facts we have here in the box, and all we can say is that Mia Gualtieri and Teddy Mullen did not come through Sector 1 on that last tour of the circuit. As I say, we were only, 40-odd seconds remaining on that race, so I think that race will get called. We're well over the percentage distance for calling a race result in a red flag situation, so it should be the Hazeldine and Powell going through then on the basis that Nwosu has a +4 and Mumba has a +2.
What a drive for Freddie Powell.
Yeah, great drive there.
Pre-C all the way up to A.
And across 2 races as well. That's what we were meaning. We were talking about particularly with the juniors earlier, how the wise thing to do sometimes is just take your time with it, not try and gain 25 places in 4 corners and pick up a load of penalties on the way through. But know that, like, okay, Freddie got from the pre-C to the pre-B, use the pre-B to then get a good degree up the order for this race, and has then done the same again to get, as we understand it at the moment, of course, all results are provisional, folks, through to the pre-A final. Keep the comments coming in. Thank you very much, everybody, for your kind support of the broadcast today. If you're enjoying it, maybe if you're not enjoying it, if you're just timid on it as well, do give it a like and click that subscribe button. If you're enjoying the commentary, at @MM on your social medias, at Andrew Mather Commentary and at RT Media. If you particularly like us as individuals. This is your last comms of the year, mate, isn't it?
It is. There will be some Club 100 iRacing stuff, obviously, still to come. Last in person.
Full metal and full plastic racing.
Yes.
It's your last one of in the flesh racing for the year.
Absolutely, which is a terrible shame. I've actually very much enjoyed some of the Club 100 action this season. Looking forward to a bit more next year as well. But as I say, I've got something to tide me over, at least in the form of some iRacing, which obviously our cadets not eligible for, but most of them. But if you are 13 or over,
they are if they're 13.
Yeah, 13 or over, you are eligible for.
That's an iRacing rule, folks. And the thing is, I can find out. It's like, but our cadet is 13, and it's not year of like we do in karting. But he nicely segued into that, not me. That yes, the next one is a week on Tuesday for round 4 of the Club 100 iRacing Championship. If it's new to you, if you're wondering what is that, it's a championship open to any existing or past Club 100 or BUKC racer. Basically, if you've turned 1 racing lap in a Club 100 kart, you are eligible. Doesn't matter if it was even back in 1999, you are eligible. Of course, you've got to be over the age of 13 because that's the terms of service for iRacing. If you're 12 years old, you shouldn't be on iRacing in the first place. And then, of course, anyone currently running in the British Pro Karts Endurance Championship, it's current drivers, not past drivers. You have to be a current driver to be eligible. A noted relation of the above. So if you are a cadet driver and you are 10, 11, you can't race.
Your mum can.
But mum and dad can if they want to. Next list of eligibility is anyone who is part of a BUKC affiliated motorsport society. That is a mouthful. What do I actually mean by that? That means if you're part of UBMRC but you're not good enough yet to be part of their qualifiers team next weekend at Wilton Mill, but you've paid your subs, you're part of the social
You go
races,
to the socials.
You go to all of that. you're eligible. And then also, if you've got and this is probably the easiest way to get on the grid if you've not ticked any of those boxes already, if you've got a Motorsport UK esports license, including the free one, it's literally just to check, make sure that you're real and that you're not an AI.
You know how a car works.
And that well, we question that later on, but just to make sure that you're real, because, of course, the prizes for winning the Club 100 iRacing Championship in both the Premier, the Clubman and the intermediate classes, I'm not going to go through how we decide those right now because I want to keep you awake for the next race. But essentially, there's 3 prize drives on offer in the Senior SP40 North Championship or the Club 100 Experience Championships, which, of course, next year has got a junior category coming into play as well. So we get 3 drivers for the following 2026 in real life Club 100 season on the grid, and quite a sizable prize pot as well now for drivers who aren't quite able to win their respective classes. We've got 48 entries on the grid now for the whole season. If you get yourself on the grid, we've got 2 more spaces for round 4, and then do every single race between now and the end of the season, which takes you through to about the end of February. You still get a full championship score because you have 3 drop scores across the course of the season. And how do you enter? Head across to the DDMM socials, or if you're already on thesimgrid.com. Club 100 Racing has got a sim racing community on there already. If you follow that, you can then get the links to sign up. As I say, it's been a really good championship so far this year. You made your commentary debut on it earlier on this week. It was a bit of a crazy one.
It was. Knock Hill.
Who thought it would be a good idea to run 36 drivers in MX-5s around Knock Hill?
The photos are brilliant, and if you're part of the Club 100 iRacing Discord, you see those obviously again in terms of service, etc., etc., etc. But yeah, some fantastic shots of some cars heading. I'm going to use the word heading through the chicane.
Over the chicane.
Mainly over. And sometimes exploring some of the Scottish scenery. Sean Connery.
Sean Connery this time,
yes. Sean Connery enters the comments box.
Scenery in the MX-5. That's Dutch. Anyway, a few questions of what's happening next. So obviously we'll have this red flag. We're not going to speculate on what's happened because we don't know, and that wouldn't be fair to drivers. It particularly wouldn't be fair to those individuals who have particularly tuned in for those drivers. We don't want to cause anyone alarm or distress with that through speculating things that we don't fully know about. So what we do know, of course, we're under red flag. The timing is now showing a checkered flag for that Cadet Super Lightweight B Final. That race will not restart. So the result is called before penalties as Mumba, Hazeldine, Nwosu, Powell. But that is, of course, before any penalties are applied. We've still got our Juniors B Final to go, and then both of our A Finals as well. So more racing to come here at Buckmore Park that we can enjoy, Reeve.
Absolutely, yeah. 3 more finals to go after this one, and they have delivered so far, having some fantastic battles in both our Cadets and Juniors divisions. We will be seeing the Juniors head out for the penultimate time in the B Final, and obviously we have our 2As to round out the Cadet and Juniors action overall across the country for this season. The Northern Championships obviously decided 2 weeks ago at Warden Law, and we head back down to our old favourite Buckmore Park for not only today, but also at the seniors next week as well.
Whilst we're filling for time, don't go anywhere. We'll get back to racing as soon as possible. The good news is I say, a few more of the incidents have been happening through Sector 1 so far this weekend. Sector 1 is cleared. I think we're now in that period where the medics are doing what they need to do. They will not be rushed because they need to do their jobs fully and properly. But once the medics are then clear of their current responsibilities, it's then, right, now we can go racing. Now the medics can be on standby. That is what I think is going on at this time. And it does give us enough time to talk through calendar. We did a little bit of this yesterday, but I appreciate we had some people probably not watching the live broadcast yesterday. They were perhaps busy, they were perhaps watching other motorsport.
Or driving the cart.
Driving the cart. They might have been watching the rugby at Twickenham. It was very interesting yesterday as well. They might have been doing anything different. 2026, we talked about the North calendar up at Warden Law, so we've done that bit. We'll talk about the seniors well, myself and Jacob will talk about the seniors in 2 weeks' time.
Oh, sorry, 2 weeks, not
2
next
weeks'
week.
time, not next week. I'd say next week, the whole crew is at Wilton Mill for the BUKC qualifiers.
Of course, yeah.
Not a broadcast event, just to be clear on that one, but I'm sure you'll be able to follow all of the news and the scores on what is often one of the most dramatic weekends of the season in any kind of Club 100 race in those BUKC qualifiers.
I might find my way down there.
Yeah, come
Even
on,
bored.
The thing is, we also run deep into the night. It's often quite dark and difficult to see from a broadcast perspective. Also, it's qualifiers and a lot of stuff happens. Anyway,
Exactly.
Let's talk calendar for 2026 Southern Championship. We once again, of course, start with the Academy Days. Particularly, this is of note to anyone who's looking to get on the grid for the first time. Say they've been doing team sports and BIKC this year, or like here, there's a very, very active rental Sodi kart based set of championships that Clint and the team run here at Buckmore Park. They're looking to take that next step into Club 100 level racing. Well, what better place but to get involved in one of the Academy Days? First of all, there'll be an Academy full weekend, which is done by both the North entrance and the South entrance, where you get a good amount of training. And of course, if you're brand new, you get your Motorsport UK, not esports license, your race license, your Club 100 race license. You get assessed for that at Wilton Mill. So that'll be the weekend of the 7th and the 8th of February. If you are brand new, you need to go and do one of those Academy Days. So if you can't do the weekend of the 7th or the 8th and the 8th of February, there is another one here at Buckmore Park on the 21st of February. Once you've got your race license, then you can take part in the full season, which gets going for the South Championships on the 14th of March for the super lightweights, and then the 15th of March, so it's the weekend of the 14th and the 15th of March for round one at Wilton Mill. The super lightweights and lightweights will alternate back and forth, so let me get this right. If you're super lightweight and it's an odd numbered round, you're on a Saturday. If it's an even numbered round, you're on a Sunday. If it's the lightweights, you're the other way round. Of course, all of these details are across on the club100.co.uk website. So Wilton Mill the weekend of the 14th and the 15th of March for round one. Round two takes us not too far from Wilton Mill, across to Shennington for the weekend of the 2nd and the 3rd of May. That should be a good way to kick off the latter part of the spring. Really excited to see Dunk as well in Club 100 form. That will be round three on the weekend of the 6th and the 7th of June. That is a new circuit to Club 100 racing. I think the Club 100 community are really, really going to like it based on my first visit down there earlier this year for the British Championships. It was fantastic. Later on in June, we're then back at Rissington, so in the Cotswolds, the now nearest circuit to DDMM HQ. 27th and the 28th of June for that one. Bit of a summer break, of course, so there's no race in July. We're then back on the first weekend of August, the 1st and 2nd of August at Llandow in South Wales. Then it's over to Planet Lyd, down to Lyd. You go if you've driven too far past Lyd, you've hit the sea, you've gone to France. It's on the weekend of the 12th and the 13th of September. Love a bit of Lyd. Then we are back here for the penultimate round of the season, not the season finale at Buckmore Park for 2026. That'll be the weekend of the October the 31st and November 1st. Why is it not the season finale? Is because with an asterisk, this is a pending, this is the plan. Just need things to go through contracts and all of that business that happens behind the scenes. But we should be on the brand new Silverstone karts track on the weekend of the 21st and 22nd of November. That is once it gets to 100%, then we can get really, 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 really excited about it. That should be absolutely fantastic. I've been talking to a few people who have sampled that new track. For those not aware, in the karting world. Where have you been? Have you been living under a rock? Full CIK grade circuit. There have, of course, Lark Hall's got its FIA license now. PF has, of course, had it for eons. So Silverstone joins that list, definitely in terms of scale of circuit, comparable with PF, but a very different style. We were looking over that Silverstone circuit in the pub last night, weren't we?
Yes.
I would describe it. It's very
in the office. Yeah.
It's in the office. Yes. Yeah. The roaming office. It's very Euro. The style of it is more akin to some of the tracks that I've had the personal and professional pleasure of commentating on, say, out in Europe, and actually it reminds me a little bit in terms of looking at it as like the Slovakia Rings circuit. So I think it's going to be a very interesting one to race. Another bit that's TBC at the moment is which format Club 100 will race on, because of course the full version is big.
Yes,
it is a big long boy of a circuit, and that's because the plan is that is a circuit that will be able to host the very highest levels of karting as a sport in the world. Typically, your circuits like that, your Franciacortas, your Valencias, your circuits like this, 1 kilometre is nothing. We're talking 1.4, 1.5, 1.6 kilometres, similar to PF. PF is actually one of the shorter ones in that case. So there is a question mark as to whether Club 100 will run on the full circuit, and I think I'm right in saying there's some testing planned for the team to head down there and kind of assess things before we then go and do it for real. Fingers crossed, actually, for the first round of the North Championships in March.
Fantastic stuff. So look forward to that. Just looking on to Buckmore here. Big change. The floodlights are on.
Floodlights are on.
It's getting dark.
Public service announcement, if you've not got your clear visors, if you've not got the white visor,
you need to get
your
clear visor on.
That's a reference that's now 15, 16 years old. Oh, no. But yes, do get your visors correctly on, if not already. That's not a plane. That's a glove. I think Rochester Airport is closed for the weekend because I don't think we've had anything in the sky for a while for No Jet TV. But yes, keep your comments coming in. Is the track damp? Offline, yes. On the racing line, no. But this is the time of day, Reeve. We saw a little bit of this 24 hours ago where now the sun's gone down, there will be a little bit of dew starting to fall, a little bit of moisture forming across the whole surface that could catch drivers out. Whistle goes. That means we're good for racing again. Let's get ready for our Junior B Final.
Here we go. It's our juniors back out on track for the resumption of racing. Let's have a look at how their grid is forming up. Front row of the grid, Asad Iqbal, Stefan Chifan, Max Miller, Jasper Clark, Sass, Sean Steele, Fawaz Adra at your first 3 rows. Moving on then, we are going to have on row 4, Amor Zayana, Caden Ward, George DeGuide, Nikolai Eisgaard, Leo Edgar, and then Jamie Warner on the next 3 rows. Moving on to row 7 of the grid, Harrison Bishop, Sienna Chappell, Josh Melling, Leela Kaufman, Ethan Miles and Oscar Machowiak completing row 7, 8 and 9. Callum White, Oliver Yangyu, Quintens Vahur, and then we have Samuel Spencer, Harry Harvey, Kai Fern at row 10, 11 and 12. Final row of the grid, Leo Belamenko and Vorden Kajayan charging up on from the C Final. A couple of carts left to get onto the back of this pack, so unsurprisingly we're going around for another lap here at Buckmore Park to get formed up and get ready to go racing. This should be a good one now under the floodlights. Everyone's got the clear visors on, just having a quick glance. That is good to see, and it's looking like it's going to be a little bit more ready to go racing, shall we say. A few gaps yet to fill, but other than that the pace car seems a little bit happier. We head down through the Syme Sweep. We cut it off on the shortcut formation. We don't need to head around the full lap. It'd be tricky to form the grid heading through Garda as well, but we head onto the start-finish straight, onto the tram lines we go. It's Iqbal versus Shifan as we start the Junior B Final. The inside then, it's Iqbal trying to defend, goes a little bit deep into the corner. It has got cold. There's going to be less grip at turn 1. I think we are seeing that coming into effect. Round go a few drivers. Sean Steele's caught up in a big instant there through the first hairpin. Is able to continue on. Unsurprisingly though, that is a false start in this race. Race is neutralised. That race start never happened, folks. A few too many carts in that false start zone, pointing the wrong direction or otherwise displaced, means that we do have to get reformed once again. That race start never happened. 9 minutes will be this race after all is said and done. Yeah, a few too many carts through the first hairpin, pointing the wrong direction, unfortunately. So we wait to get formed up once more for a 9-minute race start in this one. That just means it's going to be all to play for, even more so than usual, trying to capture glimpse of how many cars. We've got 26 carts in this race. Those mid-pack drivers are going to have it all to do in just 9 minutes here at Buckmore Park. I think a lot of the jostling that we saw heading into that first turn was just a result of the track temperature has dropped dramatically. I noticed this in the morning, I noticed this in the evening, leaving the track yesterday as well. There was mild conditions, but that was all in that sunlight. As soon as that sun completely disappeared, winter arrives, and it's cold out there. It's going to be slippy out there in turn 1. That's why we saw a bit of a frenetic start to this Junior B Final.
So 9 minutes on the board then. We'll go around again for another formation lap just to make sure that everybody is back into position. Clear visors on throughout the field. See right into the eyes of our Junior B finalists. So as we say, provisionally, we think the championship is done when we get to our A final later on today. But it does mean we can talk and speculate a little bit more about who's going to get top 5 in the final championship standings, remember, get pathways of qualification through to the first ever Rotax Racing Club International Finals at Genk in May 2026. Will there be some of these drivers in the B Final heading to Belgium? We're about to find out. Away we go then for the last B Final of the year. Oh, big slides there. Shifan trying to go around the outside, but it's Hassan Iqbal leading this race through hairpin 1 for the first time. Not a good start for Shifan. Shifan shuffled down to, I think, around 6th place there, Reeve.
Yeah, absolutely. Same as we had on that first race start. Just ran a little bit wider to turn 1. The grip a little bit less than ideal and suffered with that deficit all the way down into that first hairpin. Great start if you are Iqbal, though, and through goes Miller too. Now we see Shifan right in the mix in that battle out for P3. Bump and pass comes in for Amor Zayana there, but we are good to continue on in this race. Oh, as it gets a very frenetic heading in to Paddock there. A few carts off towards that poor victimised cone throughout this race weekend's worth of racing. Yellow flags being waved into Sector 1.
Really good start for Sean Steele. Is up 3 places and into 2nd place. And that's very good to see. There were just local yellows there through the first couple of corners, I think, that the drivers were just adhering to. So Steele looking good at the moment to be going through to this, or through to the A Final from this B Final. Kart specs, asked Goofy. Head across to the website, www. Sorry, I did it again. You don't even need the www these days. CLUB100.co.uk. There's a big FAQs page all on there. One of the answers, of course, is for specs of the karts. But basically, junior Rotax Max engines. 115cc. Slightly, detuned from a normal owner junior Rotax, just to give it that longevity.
Yeah, throughout the season.
All the engines tuned as we've gone full course yellow. It's a good time actually to talk about tech specs of karts. Yes, they're all Robertson Sports prepared Junior Max engines, which are backed off from what you would have, in a full owner. The term wrong there. That was last week. There's the number. That's why we've gone in the full course yellow. It's Oscar Makowiak is out of contention. As I say, just to give that longevity, the number of hours that these engines do, you could not run an owner Rotax engine for the number of hours that CLUB100 engines do.
It's really impressive what they do.
Pelt. it's not designed to do that straight up in that part of things. And then the chassis are all the same as well. They're all Birol ART chassis.
Dunlop tyres?
Dunlop tyres, yeah. So Dunlop, they're a harder compound again than anything that you would get in an owner race, again, for the longevity, because, again, a big part of keeping these days turning around quickly is not having to change tyres every 3 races. You know, the tyres will go the whole weekend for our competitors here. So under pace kart conditions for this full course yellow, Hassan Iqbal, this will actually be quite useful for Hassan because the timer still ticks on by. 5 minutes and 40 seconds to go, and he's got a very easy job at the moment of retaining the lead.
Absolutely. What it does do is it keeps not only Sean Steele, but Amor Zayan and Fawaz Adra brought into the mix here as well. Yep. So when it might have been a scrap of 2, all of a sudden the whole pack effectively gets near enough another race start here.
That is true, but it'll be a single line restart. And the other useful thing for the top 2 at the moment is they've got a kart, they've got a driver in 3rd place who's got a penalty. So even if they lose track position to Amor Zayana, they're not going to lose their spots in the A Final at the moment. I think they're just trying to sort out the number 20 that is observing the full course yellow, but is right ahead of the field. So you don't really want to unleash the pack with that kart directly ahead, still thinking it's under full course yellow. I think they've now been told by the observers, they're the more mobile members of the crew in the high vis that you can see, to say, number 20, okay, just speed up a bit, get to the back of this queue.
Yeah.
And then we can have a far more controlled restart without effectively a back marker right at the front of the field, not doing full race speed.
Yeah, absolutely. So 4.5 minutes on the clock. It's going to be a sprint shootout for this race, isn't it? With still plenty of jostling to be had in that mid-pack. The front end certainly not settled. It has been difficult to get this race underway, but we are going to be able to do so for at least a few more laps.
Indeed. So there's Dante Dillon. That's not a race car. It's going slowly. I think it's just trying to keep out of the way of the number 20 that's trying to join the pack at the back of the pack here. So it will only be about 3 minutes for Hassan Iqbal to defend this lead. That's why. That's why. Okay, so Harrison Chapman, one of our hard-working team there, I think just doing a bit of barrier repair. So I wonder if there was quite a hard hit, because we saw Oscar on driver's right on the other side of Cafe Corner. So I wonder if there's been a bit of a bump through that part of the course that means there just needs to be a bit of barrier repair, because that is quite a high-speed circuit. You don't often see karts end up driver's left. So I wonder if there's been a bit of a pinching moment off camera. So, in a way, this is further good news for us, I think. Well, time is still going on. Still going on by 3 minutes to go. And, yeah, we'll probably only have to defend this one for about 2 minutes.
Yeah, so a real shootout. That is going to mean that the drivers are going to try and take the most of the few overtaking opportunities that will now present themselves in this race. 2.5 minutes to go. We have had the green flag wave, which means that the pace kart will dip away when it can, and we are going to be good to go racing once more.
So full course yellow coming to an end. 125cc Rotax power concophony is about to,
sorry.
I thought I was going to say 15, right?
Sorry.
25 cc. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go. 115 is what we had in the generation before with the other engines. That's what we're going to get involved in that one. Pace kart will pull over to driver's left, and away we go then. So Hassan Iqbal takes us back to full race pace. 2 minutes to play then on the clock here in this B final. Sean Steele, I think, will try and work in the early stages with Hassan Iqbal. Well, not if Hassan defends. Oh, it was a bit of a moment for 3rd place.
Was that Zayana, I think, spinning round?
Yeah, had a half little turn, got back under control. I think it just all kind of stacked up right ahead of Amor there. There's not much that the driver of the 103 could have done at that stage. But that's actually, I think, helped Iqbal and Steele a bit. It's allowed them to stretch away.
It has indeed. Fawaz Adra picks up a forcing driver wide penalty on that race restart, so not a good day out for the drivers, squabbling for that bottom step on the podium. 1 minute 25 left on the clock. We have very little racing time left, but Hassan Iqbal is going to be delighted to hear that, because controlling this race now, a couple of kart lengths, is the advantage. Max Miller up into P3, then Samuel Spencer picks up a bumper pass as well. These drivers are trying everything to get some points, clambering for those points in the few racing minutes we have left.
I think we're going to have 2 laps, including the one that we're on. Hassan Iqbal has not been through to an A-tier race since round 4. Clay Pigeon has only been through to an A-tier race in 2 meetings so far this year. The other one being in front of the cameras in the Cotswolds at Rissington for round number 3. And I've got to say, Hassan Iqbal's done a really good job here of managing this restart. Hassan's got this. It's now down to Sean Steele to deal with the pressure of those behind, but not if Max Miller and Jasper Clark-Sass fight over 3rd place. They're going to drop away from Sean Steele here. That's just a leaf that the race leader ran over there. Nothing coming off of the kart. 20 seconds on the clock. This will be the last lap, and I think this one is done. The drivers fighting for 3rd have kind of cost themselves.
Max Miller gets a very good run.
Cuts back inside there. It's good driving, but it's not going to be for 2nd place today.
It won't, unfortunately, but Sean Steele making the most of any opportunities available right at the race start, picked up a few grid spots, and then obviously we had that long wait as soon as we get underway. You can't ask for much better given the amount of racing we have had, but the timer hit 0. Iqbal heads round Garda. Sean Steele is closing up, but doesn't have the opportunity to do much more than that. We head through Senna, and after only a brief moment of racing, Hassan Iqbal takes race victory, brings it home in P1. Sean Steele P2. Miller, after that brilliant run through that 2nd hairpin, takes the 3rd step on the podium. Amozana Clark-Sass top 5.
Really, really mature drive there from Hassan. That was not easy, as the number 51 of Fawaz Adra finishes 26th in that one. Not too happy at all. Hassan Iqbal and Sean Steele, they continue. Their seasons do not end here in the B Final. We'll see them in the A Final later on today. Talking of those A Finals, our first one is ready. Cadet Super Lightweight A Final. Last cadet race of the year is up next.
Here we go then. This is our grid for our cadets turning a wheel in anger for one last time. Jack Thompson, James out on row 1. Jacob Underhill, Rory Hamilton, and then Panna and Cadar complete the first 3 rows. Moving on to Harrison Outram, Ben Cape, Zachary Smith, Ronnie Deacon, it's Omar Ulla and Freya Lally completing the next 3 rows. Row 7, it's William Moore, Hugo McMillan, Adam Telford, Harley Drury, Alex Ivanescu and Jack Dowding completing the 9th row. Final 2 rows, Mohamed Issa Subadar, Kabir Singh, Dexter Hazeltine and Freddie Powell make their way onto the track for one last time under racing conditions this year.
They do indeed. So the championship is decided in this one. Rory Hamilton means the name Hamilton has been on the trophy for Cadet Super Lightweights every single year of this championship's existence. Benji won it in 2022. Rory has now done the 3-peat. And from talking to Benji earlier, Rory's still of an age where he's going to be in cadets again next year. Wow. So whether it'll be super lightweight or lightweight, we'll wait and see on that one. So, yeah, it's been a great run for Rory Hamilton this year. We'll start this race from 4th place. We're just waiting for a few other drivers to join. As we say, the battle for 2nd in the championship. So at the moment, Underhill has 1.526 secured. Could move to 1.531. James Vout has 1.516. If he wins this race, though, we'll go all the way to 1.527. So there could be a change in who has 2nd place in the championship heading into this one. To do so, of course, James Vout has got to win this race. If he was to finish 2nd, he would be 1 point short of Underhill right now. The other way of looking at it is, what does Underhill need to go past 1.527? Needs 3rd. So if Jacob Underhill is able to hold 3rd place in this race, at least, then Jacob Underhill will be the runner-up for this year's Club 100 Cadet Super Lightweight South Championship. We'll have a number 1 plate and a number 2 plate to play with if he's still in super lightweight for 2026 in the north and the south.
Here we go then. Pace car looks like it's heading around one more time. It is indeed. So still waiting to make sure that everyone's in the correct grid spot to go racing. Make sure everyone has caught up to the back end of that pack. There we go. Yeah, a couple more drivers waiting to jump in on the Aston Martin, just a little bit behind. Sorry, it's not at all. I'm still looking at the old the previous races results there.
Lights drive. We're only 7 away. Come on. 272 people watching. Thank you very much, everybody, for tuning in. If you're enjoying the coverage, do make sure you click that like button. We're not just saying it for vanity and ego purposes here in the box. It does genuinely help. Get the word of Club 100 and karting as a sport to more and more people. Right, ready to go then for the last time in 2025. We are racing in Club 100 Cadets. The super lightweights round 8 A final is go. Great start for James Vout round the outside. It definitely wasn't a jump start, it was just pure pace for Vout from the outside line. Takes the race lead away from Jack Thompson. Battle for third is going on. David Cadar is up to P3. Jacob Underhill shuffled down to P4. Where's Rory Hamilton all of a sudden? Where's Rory Hamilton? He's changed race suits. He's gone from his normal red one to a blue one. I think he's had a bit of a growth spurt. I think he might be in one of Benji's previous race suits, to be honest. But where is he? He's definitely not in the top 5. Here goes Thompson down the inside, takes the race lead.
He does indeed, side by side. What a move for Vout, as we see. That is 52 of Outtrim there, unfortunately out of position. I think that was out of that second hairpin. But Vout with a great move down that first couple of corners. Thompson claws it back through Garda. We see Underhill's on the scene now as well into this first corner. Through we go into the hairpin, the first hairpin on the track. Don't miss out on Cadar as well. He closes up to make it a 4-kart battle. And here is Ben Cape. It's going to be a 5-kart battle. Fantastic stuff.
Yes, Rory Hamilton's fallen down to 8th place, so he's still in play in the top 10, but he's got a bit of work to do if he wants to add another round victory to his tally here this year. And a contact warning for Adam Telford further down the field. 9.5 minutes of this race to go. Good defence there from Thompson.
Absolutely, we head on to the next lap. Already they come so thick and fast in this circuit, rather. Thompson leads us through into turn 1, just behind his Vout Underhill. Ben Cape with the fastest lap, closing up on this top 3 so quickly. As we now head into that first hairpin, could we see a few karts going side by side into the first hairpin? We're going to wait potentially for that run through the second, where you get another brilliant opportunity to overtake. Here we go, into the Symes sweep. It's all looking pretty steady through that top 5. No one's going for any bold moves just yet. This might be the last race of the season. This might be the last opportunity for some trophies, but these are very experienced, very competent drivers who know how to play the game of racecraft.
Well, we saw a couple of drivers yesterday get their best results of the season. Oh, is Jacob Underhill's in trouble?
He is.
Jacob Underhill down the order. Well. Now, what happened there through Paddock corner? At the moment, James Vout is not in a position that would take second place in the championship away anyway, because he can only do that if he wins this race. Second place is not going to be enough. At the moment, it would leave him short, but Jacob Underhill, similar to what we saw in the pre-final at Warden Law, is now, after all that hard work in the early stages, down the order. P17.
Whoa,
that's going to be a
Underhill's
drop score, and Underhill's round again. Oh, it's definitely out of control now for Jacob Underhill. Jack Thompson, though, continues to lead this race. Could it be a double race victory here today?
I wouldn't be shocked. He's building up a nice gap in comparison to Vout now, but what a shame for Underhill. Second hairpin. It looks like this race has unravelled very quickly over the past couple of laps. It's such a shame to end the season on this type of note, but we know Underhill's got some pace, and I'm sure we'll see more of that later on. Vout has closed up on Thompson, though. Watch out for Cadar, who's on the scene as well. It's now Drury, who started a little bit further down, started in 16th, in fact, who finds himself in P4. Cadar with a nice run through that first hairpin. Is going to be side by side with Vout. In fact, forget about Vout, could be going on for a move with Thompson here. Is compromised, though. Great run for Vout through that second hairpin. Maintains P2.
Oh, Cadar keeping his nose in there, and that's going to be a good move to get him up to second place. Here comes Harley Drury as well, side by side, down through Symes sweep here with 7 minutes of this race to go. Rory Hamilton, unsurprisingly, is the fastest driver out on circuit at the moment. He's back up to make that P4 now. So Rory Hamilton back through after that difficult start. Thompson defending from David Cadar. Cadar trying to look around the outside through Conway's and then into Henry's Bend. This is a good race so far.
Fantastic stuff from our young drivers here. We're following along with Jacob Underhill, who is a little ways back in this one. Unfortunately, Outram also caught up in an early race incident, but our top four side on through, down through the side sweep. Thompson leads Cadar, Vout putting pressure on Cadar, but Rory Hamilton, don't count him out in this one. He's flying along.
David Cadar has not had an A final podium this year. He's consistently he's made every single A-tier race so far this season. His best result was back at Shennington, a 5th and a 6th across the pre-final and trophy final on that particular day in the history of this championship. 6 minutes to go. Jack Thompson again has to think about defending down into turn 1. Rory Hamilton trying to wind it up around the outside, switches to the inside now as they run towards hairpin number 1. This is good balanced racing between Thompson, Cadar, Vout and Hamilton, as William Moore starting to close in now in the number 42.
Absolutely, as we see side by side go Hamilton and Vout as we run down through the Symes sweep. This gives a little bit of reprieve if you are Thompson and Cadar, because there's now about a 3 kart length gap back down to Vout. Cadar now focusing his efforts on trying to take this final race victory for our cadets this year.
5 minutes of this race to go, so we're into the second half on time, a little bit further down the order. Good drives. We've mentioned Harley Drury up 10 places as here goes Cadar with Vout. Vout's in a difficult spot here because Vout is out of the main racing lane. It could allow Rory Hamilton to get down the inside and take third place away. That's good news for Jacob Underhill because it means Vout's a little bit further back now in the battle for second place in the championship. Underhill is out of control of his own destiny here today in that regard, but if other drivers can get between James Vout and a repeat of the race victory that Vout had at Lydd last time out, Underhill will hold on to second spot in the point standing. So now Hamilton through into third place. Hamilton, though, will not really be too interested in being the deciding piece of that battle for second in the standings. Hamilton will want to get another race victory. Actually hasn't had one since the pre-final of Lydd. And in terms of a round victory, you have to go all the way back to Llandau, round number 5. Vout's got back through into third place. Hamilton back down to 4th. But at the moment here, Reeve, under the lights, this is why we love it here at Buckmore Park. There's just an energy around this place at the end of a season. Got to say, Jack Thompson doing a brilliant job here. Continues to lead this race.
He does indeed. William Moore's now on the scene in this scrap for the top 5. I'm just wondering if Jacob Underhill's up into 17th. He's not that far behind in terms of seconds. He's only about 7 seconds down on our race leaders when all is said and done. He is flying along. And it is a top plaudits to all of the competitors in this race to be so close when we have gone racing for just under 10 minutes so far. Thompson leads us then. Just behind is Cadar. Vout maintaining P3 ahead of Hamilton. Not to say that Hamilton hasn't been putting in any effort to change that fact, but here we go, hanging it round the outside, it's Cadar. Can he make that move stick? It will be impressive. No, Vout's going to see an opportunity instead. Goes into that first hairpin. It's going to be side by side with Cadar. Into second position goes James Vout. Watch out for Hamilton here. Goes side by side as well.
Yeah, good stuff from James Vout. Read that one very, very nicely. The trouble for Jacob Underhill, whilst he's got good pace and is starting to charge back through the field, it's drop scores time. It's drop scores territory. To further improve his championship score, he has to be in the top 5. 6th, 7th, 8th, everything else, it would be a drop score for Jacob Underhill. It would not improve his score from what it is currently. 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining on the clock. Contact warning for James Vout. So James needs to be careful here because he's under the watch. They're all under the watchful eye of the race officials around this circuit. Jack Thompson continues to lead this race down towards hairpin number 1. Good defence again there from Thompson. Nicely just sitting middle of the road and then just a little bit to the right. There is a lane down the inside there that Vout could have gone for, but it would have left him so tight to the apex of hairpin number 1, probably bogged down. That's good tactical play from Jack Thompson, knowing that he puts his kart there. Vout is not going to throw it down the inside. It's going to be a diminishing return kind of move. as they head in towards Garda once again. Cadet still there. Hamilton P4. Keep an eye on the green and white helmet of Jacob Underhill, who's now up to P14, has just got purple sector through sectors 1 and 2, so could still have a chance here. In a way, this defensive work from Thompson is helping Underhill right now. It's keeping it close. Top 13 covered by only 3 seconds.
And what a defensive drive it is from Thompson here. He has really risen to the pressure from behind. I should mention Wout does have a contact warning to his name, so needs to make sure that he just keeps the nose clean. The elbows don't go too far out in the final few laps for our cadet running this season. As you say, Underhill not too far behind when all is said and done in this battle. Thompson leads us in to Garda yet again. We're on board with Hamilton. Just behind is going to be Ronnie Deacon in the number 50 plated kart as we get ready to start the next lap.
I tell you what, Jack Thompson might be stealing 4th place in the championship with this as well. Now, Jack does have a 5-second championship points deduction to have come into play. We have got that on the big spreadsheet in the commentary box. We've got those points applied now, and I think he's still got a 2-point advantage over Zachary Smith at the moment. Zachary Smith is down in 11th place in this race. Just checking, would a gain of position gain in points? No. So Zachary Smith similarly is in drop scores territory. You just got a quarter side to Jacob Underhill there as well.
Yep.
I think it's that Jacob up to P13 now. Needs another 8 positions, and time is running out. Right now, though, it's not going to matter too much. Oh, James was very close. Cadet was out wide there as well. That was a little tickle. And James Vowder's had a 2nd contact warning. But with 1 lap to go here, Reeve, Jack Thompson has got a great chance here to make it a double race victory at Buckmore Park.
He does indeed. Hamilton and Deacon are up into 4th and 3rd respectively as we now head through the first couple of corners. Wout all of a sudden must be feeling a little bit like the cork in the bottle. This is great from Thompson. Finally, he's unleashed himself. Just a little bit more pace has become present in that kart, and this could make the difference. This could see him take that race victory. Look at Hamilton there under pressure from Cadet, from Ulla, as we head now through the 2nd hairpin.
Jack Thompson has not had a round win this year in the Club 100 South Championships for the Cadet Super Lightweights. He is a matter of corners away from doing so. Out of the final couple of corners, round centre, just up the hill now. What a day for Jack Thompson. Makes it a double, wins the final at Buckmore Park, possibly moves himself up the order with the championship as well. Over the line there, 2nd for James Wout, and I think will just fall short of taking 2nd place in the championship away from Jacob Underhill. Ronnie Deacon, P3. What a drive there. Top rookie is Ronnie Deacon. I'm just going to check because that might be, yes, a 1st podium of the year for Ronnie Deacon. Great to see drivers achieving their best results of the season late on at the last possible opportunity. We've got to sadly move away from the cadets. That is them done for 2025. Next up, 1 race to go here this weekend. It is the Junior A Final. So a few practice laps for the drivers, of course. They've earned it by qualifying through to this Junior Super Lightweight A Final. This should be a really good race. As we say, we think provisionally Benji Hamilton has already got the championship secured, but we won't call it 100% until we're further more confident of that result. But as things stand, Benji Hamilton 1546, Logan McAllister 1543. By our very provisional calculations, the highest that McAllister can go to is 1546 as well. And virtue of what I'm going to be honest is a quite complicated set of tiebreakers and all the rest of it. McAllister can't. The only way that McAllister can draw equal with that points tally for Hamilton is winning this race. That would then give, and on the basis that Hamilton doesn't further improve his score, of course, that would then give him the exact same set of points, in terms of not just points, but also race results for their best 12. Doesn't matter what they do in their drops. It's almost as if they didn't happen. They are out the door. You then go back to the very first race of the year. That becomes the tiebreaker, and Benji Hamilton won that race. So that's why at the moment we are saying, and big thanks to the Alpha, genuinely, big thanks to the Alpha Timing team, because on our board, they agree. I think the spreadsheet is working. They also have officially Hamilton 1546 and McAllister 1543 before this race has run.
Fantastic stuff. What a season it has been for those two drivers to bring it this close to the wire, and it might be done on paper, but I'm pleased to report, folks, we're going to see them battling it out at the start of this race once
Do you
again.
want to give us a grid?
You know what? I will give us a grid if we can in just a moment. We've gone to cinema vision. We've gone back.
Yes.
Motion pictures, no sound, that sort of thing. That's when you need a black and white filter. There we go. But in terms of our grid, then let's see how it is shaping up. And as I mentioned, on the front row of the order, it is going to be Benjamin Hamilton and Logan McAllister lining up at the front end of things. Then it's going to be Ollie Bruno, Weil and Piers Hartley on row 2. Ty Joyce Sherlock and Harvey Newton complete row 3. Moving on to the fourth row of the grid, it will be Miles Harrison and Lewis Taylor, before we have Ellis McKenzie and Thomas Welsford on row 5. Edgar Azevedo and George Palmer Mobsby complete row 5 and row 6. Then we have Matteo Erdenfeuchter and then Jensen Barnard, Jules Larkin, Jamie Richards, Dana Owen and Jack Bromley complete row 7, 8 and 9. 10th row of the grid goes to Sam Morse and Kieran Stedman. Then we have William Harvey and Dan Griffin completing row 11. Connor Kenny and Ethan Pritchard are on your 12th row, and then rounding out the field for one last time, it's Asan Iqbal and Sean Steele charging up from our B final.
Just to be clear, it's the rule that we're talking about here of absolute equal scores of everything. It's the first counting score for a driver, because in theory, a driver could not be at round 1, for example, and that would be a drop. So it's not that, it's much more straightforward than that, believe me. It's the pre-final of round 1 that if we need that tiebreaker scenario between McAllister and Hamilton, which we might not, we've still, that will only come in play if McAllister wins this race and Hamilton drops in this one. It's the pre-final at Wilton Mill round 1, which was a race that Benji won.
Yeah.
So that's why we're saying at the moment, provisionally, that Hamilton has this title. Knowing Benji, he will want to win this race, though. He will want to do the double. He will not want to rely on very, very complicated maths and tiebreakers to seal this title. He will want to win it with a flourish. We're not going to go this time around, because I think, was that Edgar Azevedo? I just saw there, or it might have been somebody else just getting into position. Yes, it was Edgar Azevedo. And the number 10, who just needs to, where's Edgar starting this race? P11. Just needs to shuffle back in the pack a little bit. Edgar's probably just had a cart change there. In terms of tickets to Genk as well, we're going to try and keep on top of that one in this as well. And given that we've got the update from Alpha Timing, Hamilton, McAllister, Bromham, McKenzie, Moore. Those are the top 5 at the moment, and there is quite a gap between Morse and Larkin. What we will say, though, is there are some drivers who have already secured their tickets in the North Championship.
Yes.
Watch this space as to how those tickets may transfer down. We're not going yet. So another extra formation lap for the drivers. You do sometimes see this with the Rotax Grand Finals in owner racing as well. If a driver, say, perhaps has won the British Championship, but has also done things out in Europe, in continental level championships, their national ticket then falls to the next driver down in the national standings, so forth, so on and so forth. You want a good example this year, Emerson McCann Inter competition, who's got a lot of tickets. So that's what we're meaning. It's top 5, that's how you automatically get in, but there's always a chance if there's someone who's got 2 tickets across the top 5, a 6th place driver could get through as well. We'll all work it out in due course. Right now, though, we've got an A final to watch. Here we go, then, for the last time this year in Club 100 Cadet and Junior competition. It is the Junior Super Lightweight A final. The two rivals at the front of the field, at the front of the championship, have gone wheel to wheel through the first couple of corners here, Reeve. Oh, dear. Quite the mess off of hairpin number 1. 3 drivers involved. That's not enough for a critical mass to call a restart, I think. So I think we'll carry on here. Benji Hamilton has the early race lead. Logan McAllister still there, P2.
He does indeed. Well judged start by both of our drivers at the front end of the pack there, but it just looks like Hamilton had the edge. As we saw in our pre-final, McAllister has a bit of a thorn in the side in the form of Brunel Weil, is making his day just a little bit more tough. Yellow flag through sector one, of course, owing to probably some barrier readjustment that needs to be made after that early race incident.
Connor Kenny, 137 there, had been shown the mechanical flag. Well, actually, hadn't been shown the mechanical flag yet because Connor
he hasn't gone round.
Hadn't got round to the end of lap number 1, but is out of this race. Here's Logan McAllister having a go for the race lead down the inside into the S's. Hamilton holding around the outside will take the lead once again as they sweep down through Simon Sweep, the most appropriately named couple of corners in the country, down into Paddock Bend. Hamilton doing the defence. McAllister trying to go around the outside. It's going to be a bit slippery there, Logan, and retains second place, as is that Miles Harrison starts to come up through the field, and others as well. Ollie Brunel Weil and Pierce Hartley. Pierce Hartley having one heck of a run here up in the top 5.
We head back into the first few corners. Yellow flags being waved. The race is briefly neutralised before we continue on into the hairpins we go. It's Hamilton ahead of McAllister. A great run up on through for Miles Harrison here. Oh yeah, Logan McAllister a little bit sketchy through that Garda corner, but is able to pick up the pieces, continue on. We run down through the sweep. These two drivers giving each other just enough racing room. They are judging their little battle perfectly, but Hamilton, it must be said, looks so composed in that front end, but seems to be a little bit compromised. We run down towards Garda. It was a great run for McAllister, who does have to hang it round the outside once more. This might let Harrison on through.
It might do indeed. Miles Harrison has not been on the podium this year. In his first year in the juniors, he's being hustled out there by Ollie Brunel Weil. Just to be clear, is McAllister trying to look around the outside of Hamilton towards hairpin number 1. This would be a brave move. Hamilton is wise to it, retakes the position. Hamilton will further improve his score with a second place as well, just to be clear on that one. As look at Brunel Weil. Brunel Weil trying to go around the outside. He's going to have the inside now for the end of the S's. Down Simon Sweep. What a move to take the race lead, but he's not quite got it. Hamilton still holding in there. 8 minutes to go. Somehow the driver of the number 3 has still got this. The number 95 of Lewis Taylor was out there running wide out of the final corner. Take a step back from the circuit here. This is full action once again here in Club 100. For the first time in this one, Hamilton has a bit of a breathing gap. McAllister now down to P3.
Yeah, this is huge for McAllister's race, who's still occupied by Brunel Weil. Heads down through that first hairpin. McAllister has to sit on back. I think Benjamin Hamilton is currently driving the widest Club 100 kart in the land, seemingly, because he has now built up a nice gap. He dropped down the side sweep, and there we see McAllister seizing an opportunity. It doesn't work out as the corner turns back on itself, and it's still Brunel Weil in P2.
This is brilliant stuff. 7 minutes and 12 seconds to go. Quite a few drivers running wide there. Need to be careful with the track limits. Logan McAllister, at the moment, this would not be improved. Would it actually even be improving his score at all? I don't think it would be. He's got 1.543 at the start of this race. Yeah, third place would be effectively a drop or equal to one of his drops already. So this is good stuff. And I've got to say, for Ollie Brunel Weil, this is what we mean, disruptor. He doesn't care about championship. He wants to get a first podium of the season at this level. This is going to be frustrating, Logan McAllister. You can see him tapping the back of his helmet to Miles Harrison there to say, let's work together. Miles has changed his helmet. That's what was confusing me earlier on. He's no longer got that. It's down the hill. Now Ollie Brunel Weil needs to be careful there. That was, to me, very much track limits. It's down the inside. McAllister trying to retake second place. This is all just giving this one, though, to Benji Hamilton. Look at the gap that he's got now. This is not going to end well. 4 wide coming out of the penultimate corner. Miles Harrison needs to be careful here. 4 wide again. Sparks coming off the bottom of the chassis. It's all breaking down a little bit in the last race of the year.
It is indeed. This is perfect for our 2 race leaders. Now, as we see some of these drivers exploring curbs we are yet to see in this race weekend. See a few warnings piling in, perhaps unsurprisingly, as we run through that second hairpin now. There is number 2 of Logan McAllister down in 4th as we have a spin out the second hairpin. And there we go, waved yellows, frustration in that kart, but should be able to continue on once they're off the grass and able to restart properly.
Bump and pass penalty. Ollie Brunel-Weil. I mean, Ollie has fallen down the order, but that's any hopes of a podium gone. That's +4 positions at the end of this race. Matteo Ehrenfeuchter has also got a cone penalty. That's just one. Sam Morse had one from earlier in the race. Someone's just launched into space. One of the bollards there. Yeah, this is all breaking down a little bit at the end of the season. A few drivers there just overdriving right now. Hamilton, Morse, McAllister. Morse, of course, has a +6 from earlier on in this race. So right now, McAllister would be back into P2 once all of that has shaken itself out. Who else is coming up the order? I tell you what, Jack Bromham's having a good run.
Yeah.
He's had a bit of a quiet day, but up to P7 now, having started 18th.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic day for Bromham as we see the number 47. That is Jules Larkin under pressure from Miles Harrison as we head back towards the end of the lap. Get ready to start another one. Only less than 5 minutes of racing action to go here at Buckmore Park for one last time this season. There we go. There is the number 22, Harrison, having a look down the inside. Great move there. Saw the gap and went for it into that first hairpin. As we see, that is going to be Jules Larkin looking a little bit upset heading into that first hairpin. Is sideways, but does pick it up in the end. I mean, you can't ask for a better race for Benjamin Hamilton. Had such a clean start, kept a level head whilst all ensued behind. Yellow waved flags through Sector 2. No guesses, no prizes for what that could be for as we head on through into Garda yet again.
So right now, Miles Harrison is sitting on a podium here. This is the Miles that we saw often in his cadet days. I was never quite able to get it over the line to win a championship in that one, but he's giving it a good go here. Now, Sam Morse, I don't think has fought that one too hard with Logan McAllister for good reason. Sam knows he's got an ABCTO as the number 64 Thomas Wellsford goes through there on Miles Harrison. So I think the logic there for Sam is like, look, I can't take second place. If a fight for second place on the road, we could end up falling back into all of this lot. So cut your losses. Know you're going to get a +6. Still maybe get a top 10 position in the final result by just working with Logan McAllister here for these remaining 3 minutes.
Absolutely, and these remaining 3 minutes, I think Sam Morse could well be pinching himself from this race start. 17 positions made. We have seen the last the first today, but that is still an impressive run if you are Sam Morse. And here is a scrap for Logan McAllister, who's actually just got ahead of the aforementioned Sam Morse. Didn't catch that one on screen, but all of a sudden Logan McAllister, it's looking like a slightly more positive outcome than otherwise it could have been.
Yeah, it could have gone all wrong for Logan this race. It's been a solid run. It's as I say, it's the second half of the season. Just to explain it for those wondering, how has Benji Hamilton got this one over the line? Because Logan had a great start to the year. Second, first through the first 4 races of the year. Didn't race at Rissington, that becomes a drop, and then first and second at Clay Pigeon. The second half of the season, though, for Benji Hamilton, ironically, they both dropped Rissington. Rissington was a bad day by Benji Hamilton standards, but since then, his results have gone like this. All A-tier races, third, second, first, second, first, and this would be another first. What a run that is from Benji Hamilton. I say, someone's doing a similar job in the Formula 1 at the moment, just getting, by the scruff of the neck in the second half of the season and going, I've still got this in my hands. There's still enough time. There's still enough races to turn the tide in this battle against a very strong driver in Logan McAllister.
Yes,
Logan McAllister, of course, has won Club 100 titles before. He won a cadet title 2 years ago. You knew that one of them was going to be the history maker today of the first cadet and junior Club 100 champion in the history of the club and of the sport. And I have no doubt that we're at some time in the future again, in terms of these South Championships, going to see Logan McAllister pick up one of those P1s in the future.
Absolutely. So 1 minute left on the clock. I can't believe just how quickly yet another day's worth of racing has gone. Our final time we are going to be able to save 1 minute on the clock for the cadets and juniors this season. Logan McAllister flying along then purple sectors last time out. He's trying to close up that gap. It's too big of a gap, unfortunately. But a great drive from both of our young drivers at the top end of the pack so far.
We'll both, of course, be picking up championship trophies, because of course Logan took the North Championship. I think this one still carries a little bit more weight. The fact that you've got 8 rounds over 5, for me, that'll change, of course, in the future. You know,
Absolutely.
7 rounds for the North next year as that championship continues to grow. Give it a few years, it will be one of the titles to win in karting in the UK, just as this championship has grown since its introduction early on in the decade. It's the Young Drivers Championship, of course. But final lap board about to come out here. This will be a special moment for Benji Hamilton and for the Hamilton family. They already knew they had one title at the start of the day in the hands of Rory in the cadets. They know now that trophy, that second title here in the South, and first one for Benji in the junior categories, it's his.
Absolutely. This is what we want to see from a young racing driver. The weight of the world, in effect, on their shoulders. They know going into it just what is at stake. You've got some really impressive rivals in the form of Logan McAllister, but at no point would you see Benjamin Hamilton rattled by that fact. He heads round the final sector for one last time under racing conditions today and knows that he will be doing so to be crowned champion heading on to the start-finish straight. We see onlookers watching as Benjamin Hamilton celebrates, takes race victory, takes a championship as well.
That is it. He's done the double here today at Wilton Mill. He has finished the season with 5 victories in a row, 3 of them A finals. Now the emotion comes out for Benji Hamilton. He becomes the first driver in the Southern-based championships to win both a cadet title. He did that back in 2022. And in 2025, he wins the junior super lightweight title. His younger brother Rory has taken the cadet title as well. Plaudits to Logan McAllister as well. The final scores will see 2 very talented young drivers separated by 5 points. And the results at the end of the season look like this. Hamilton 6 wins, 4 second places and 2 thirds. For McAllister, 5 wins, 5 seconds, and then 2 thirds as well. We were literally talking about the difference of a win here, a second place there between these two. It has been a titanic duel. We don't need tiebreaker situations, thankfully, of course, for us statistics nerds in the box. But in the end, Hamilton 1.549. I really do hope I know Benji said earlier he's not planning to do that much racing next year. Maybe planning to do a bit more work behind the scenes, because he has become a part of the Club 100 family in terms of the staff and a lot of the testing work that he's doing. I think we'll probably see him in 2 weeks' time here for the seniors. But I do hope we get to see him race at Genk. We know Logan will be there. Logan got his fully funded ticket through winning in the North Championship, the 5-round championship, earlier on in the autumn. He will definitely be there. That does mean I think we will get a cascade down in some shape or form. Someone who's finished 6th in junior super lightweight. Apologies, I've just not quite got the full cascade of how those tickets fall, and I don't want to say the wrong thing. But yeah, that is absolutely tremendous. Jamie Moore makes a very good point as well. You know, Benji's performance at Warden Law was very good as well. Really, really top performance there. Jack Bromham's 6th place. I think secures 3rd in the championship, and then obviously that cascade of tickets down, where you can all see on results.alphatime.co.uk/Club100. Reeve, what a final! What a weekend!
Absolutely, yet again, our young drivers fight tooth and nail down to the wire and give us just some truly heart-pumping action as we bring an end to yet another season.
We do indeed. Thank you very much for your interactions, for your messages, for your likes on the stream. Way, we did beat 125. That was my target today. Thank you very much, everybody. If you have enjoyed the stream, do make sure that you click that like button if you haven't done so already, and subscribe as well. In terms of what we've got coming up, that's the end for the cadets and juniors. That is them done for the year. It is not us done from a Double Dash Motorsport media perspective in terms of commentaries. We'll start with the the real-life racing ones first. The last DDMM commentary of the year will be 2 weeks' time. We're back here again at Buckmore Park. Finale of the seniors. Have a look at how the championships are lined up. There's still a lot of things to be decided in that one. And what a place to have a season finale here at Buckmore Park. We've, of course, got lots of Club 100 iRacing action every other Tuesday over on the DDMM YouTube channel that we've got that. So that runs all the way through the winter. The only little break in that routine is when we get to Christmas week, because people are away, obviously. So we have a week off for that one. Again, if you want to get involved, if you're a sim racer, if you've got any connection to Club 100, we'll find a way for you to get you racing. Do head across to that. Big thanks at the end of the season as well to JV, to Molly, who's pretty much running the show now. Is Molly up in race control? To Bards, to all the team. It's a huge team that keep this Club 100 circus in motion. To Jimbo, to everyone here at Buckmore Park as well. Always love coming here. To Clinton Bell, his whole team, and all of the marshals out there. They've been brilliant as always. And don't forget as well that before we get going again for more racing for 2026, social media manager will get on with the graphics to announce which events we're actually doing next year from a broadcast perspective. Big awards shindig happening in Birmingham. It was a cracker of a night last year. Early this year. I'm already on 2026 mode, folks. A lot of the drivers will obviously be at that. It'll be great to see, and I'm sure there'll be news coming out about that as we go on. Reeve, any last words before we wrap up?
No, just echoing your thoughts there. Big thank you to everyone involved from the official side, from our drivers who have put on a fantastic show for us to talk about in the comms box. Big thank you to Double Dash and yourself, Andrew, for having me on. It's been great.
Always a pleasure.
It's, this is not a world that I've come from in the world of karting. But the more and more events that I do, the more and more I realise how much I missed out on, because it has been a fantastic bit of action every round. So big thank you to everyone for watching, helping out, for all the organisation, etc.
And there we go. That's us done then for Club 100 Cadets and Juniors for 2025. My name's been Andrew Mather. He's been Reeve Taylor. Thank you very much for joining us. Be here next 2 weeks, of course, for the seniors. We'll see you then on Alpha Live's network of channels. But from all of us here at Buckmore Park, thank you very much for joining us. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.